Check, check.
All right. Yesterday I got pretty hot. And then
Yeah, no, it's just
there's the pause button.
greens go.
Greens go. Pause button.
Our judges today are working down in the Oxford ring is Travis Hoffman from Fargo, North Dakota. Travis is the extension sheep specialist for North Dakota and Minnesota. He's born and raised on a registered Cordell sheep operation in South Dakota, graduated from South Dakota State University, and completed a master's and PhD from Colorado State University, with an emphasis on lamb quality. Travis currently holds a joint position with North Dakota State University and the University of Minnesota as their extension sheep specialist. In the Katahdin ring, we have Dustin Cruitt from Taylorville, Illinois. He's a county executive director for the Farm Service Agency. He also raises 80 club lamb ewes, 25 head of Columbias, and he's married to the most beautiful woman in the world, he says, Jenny, and they are breeders of Columbias for lots of years. They also have two wonderful kids, Dalton and Jade. Kyle Thayer is in our ring over doing horned Dorsets. Kyle's from Cummington, Massachusetts. He's a full-time farmer, a fifth-generation shepherd on Splendor View Farm and Strawberry Fields, Hampshires. He'd like to say a special hello to his son, Logan, who's at home watching on the video. And doing our ring one with the Cotswolds is Dave Smith of Earl Park, Indiana. Dave's a full-time farmer, and he is a producer of purebred and commercial sheep, as well as a grain farmer. Dave has an interesting direct marketing operation where they market directly to consumers. Let's welcome our four judges to the All-American.
Starting out in this Cotswold class, we've got two very nice ram lambs. I'm going to opt to use a little longer bodied ram, a ram with a very nice fleece, very soft in its handle, a ram that's just a little heavier in his bone, a little longer all the way down through that top, all the way through his hind saddle. Good heavy muscle kind of ram, just ties together extremely well. A bit darker about his points at this point. Second ram, an extremely thick handling ram, a little shorter all the way through, still a big rib, big volume ram, just a little lighter in his bone, a little lighter in his color at this point. Going to slide him into second today.
A nice pair of bucks here to start off our Horn Dorset show here in our early fall class. A little different type in kind in these two bucks. Starting with a buck, a real straight top, long top buck lamb to start the class off with. Really level in his design, level in his hip structure, his rump structure. Just a little nicer up through that front end, just a little nicer the way it ties into his shoulder here in our first place buck over our second place buck. Sure, we like the natural thickness of our second place buck, probably just a little more overall muscle mass to this ram. Sure, we like that about him. Like that level hip that he's also got. Just change him just a little bit behind his shoulder, just change him just a little bit how he moves out in that front end. But two nice, useful bucks here to start off our Horn Dorset show.
We want to remind folks the National Cotswold meeting will be tonight at 6 p.m. in room C-106. Also, today's exhibitions are showing in the Cotswold classes today are in memory of Art Boster. Stars of Louisville Shropshire Sale. Entries can make their way to the sale arena. placing on the class of Cotswold White Senior Ram Lambs. First place goes to entry 2, Meyer, 1608, Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. Second to entry 1, Meyer, 1609, Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois.
Just one winter buck lamb here in our horned Dorsets, but a really high quality lamb. I surely like his structural correctness. Really nice on those feet. He's really structurally sound down that top, really level in that hip. Just a nice lamb. I think they could stood quite a bit of competition, but he'll be your nice class winner today.
We get out here in our Katahdin class, and a young man sheep comes to the top. One that's really elevated up through his front end. You get your hands on him, and you sure appreciate him. You get directly behind that one. I think that one travels around the ring on as good a set of feet and legs as any that we have out there. Young man does a nice job of presenting that one. Nice sheep to start. Sheep in second and third are two that get a little similar in their type and kind for me. Two that really work a big, massive amount of muscle down their top. Two sheep that kind of fit together in terms of their handle and their design. We get down there into fourth and fifth, and I think, again, two sheep. Sheep in fourth is one that you get your hands on. The handle's long from that last strip back. Works a big old amount of muscle in them, just like to stouten that one up at the ground a little bit. And then we conclude the class with the young man sheep is really stout and really muscular. Just need to straighten that one down his top line ever so slightly to compete with those directly above him. Nice class to start out with.
I got 4 Oxford Ram Lambs here to start out from our January division, and I find the one that for me is just the most complete in terms of his skeleton. I think as he gets out and moves, he tracks truer, and I think that if we read him, he's one that is better in terms of the angle of his shoulder, and certainly projects on to be one that's long hind saddled, and I like the look, I like the breed character about his head as well, better than the buck that comes in second. I know this guy's just a tick more massive, and that's what I like about him. To me, it becomes more of a challenge as we get back and watch him move, as he kind of throws that rear hock out. Doesn't set him nearly as square as we get at the ground, but certainly a productive, driven kind that gets a little bit more power than the 1 and 3. The 1 and 3 there, a long-sided kind of a sheep. Certainly one that has plenty of pin shape. Maybe, again, not quite as far relative to the growth curve, but I think the balance is right. The young lady's got the one that's the most youthful in its look. I like the levelness, and in fact, when you get your hands on him, you can appreciate that he certainly still measures in proportions long from his last straight back. 4 really nice Oxford January Rams to start out your show here in Louisville.
In this second class of Cotswold Ram Lambs, we've got a Ram Lamb up here. He's just the flashy show ram. He's very extended up through his front end. He's very smooth in his design. Combine that with a pretty nice kind of a fleece, and he just ties together pretty well in a good logical place to start. He's up on his toes and long and free in his stride. Just a good complete sheep. The ram in second, a little stouter in his makeup. I like the overall length of body on this ram. He's not quite up on his toes quite as well, not quite as free and easy in his movement as that first place ram. As we go to that third place ram, he's again just a little shorter in his stride. I like the thickness and width and mass, just as a little plainer fleece than what I felt I had in the ram right above him. Not quite the completeness of that first place individual.
nice buck lamb here in our Weather Sire Slick Shorn division. Just super correct buck, boy. He's made neat from front to rear. Really nice muscle shape to him. Really nice level hip on him. Really correct about those feet and legs, and really moves around the ring nice. Nice buck lamb here in this division.
Placing on the Oxford show, in the early junior Ram Lamb class, first place goes to entry 6, Apple, 1617, Michaela Hitt, Carlisle, Indiana. Second to entry 1, Isaacson, 275, Zeke Isaacson, Burlington, Wisconsin. Third place goes to entry 2, Cade Ballman, New Concord, Ohio. And fourth to entry 7, Hannah Watson, Wooster, Ohio. For the Horn Dorset show, in our fitted fall Ram Lamb class, first place went to entry 2, Sync 292P, Keegan Paget, Kirkland, Indiana. Second place to entry 1, Shots 1562, Mariah Trotwine, Greenville, Ohio. For the fall fitted winter Ram Lamb class, first place to entry 3, Shots 1578, Mariah Trotwine of Greenville, Ohio. For the fitted spring Ram Lamb class, first to entry 4, Shots 1649, Mariah Trotwine, Greenville, Ohio. And for the Weather Sire Ram Lamb class, first place to entry 5, Gadsby, 1627, Hunter Windland, Shakopee, Minnesota. Placing on the White Cotswold Junior Ram Lamb class, first to entry 4, Meyer, 1646, Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. Second to entry 3, Meyer, 1624, Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. Third place to entry 5, Alexandra Rogers, Lafayette, New Jersey.
For the champion ram in the Cotswold class, I went ahead and used that senior ram lamb. I think that's just there's a little more sheep there at this point. Combine that with a nice fleece, a few little things you'd like to clean up on him, but I think that's just a good enough, big enough, stout enough sheep to go ahead and use. For reserve, come back with that real flashy late ram lamb, just a very attractive, stylish individual. His best days are coming yet. He's still pretty good at this point. Have to reward him.
Horn Dorsets.
Fitted your...
On Cotswolds, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
For the Cotswolds, we're now ready to go to white yearling ewes, white yearling ewes. The champion for the Cotswold White Division goes to our White Senior Ram Lamb. Entry number 2, Meyer, Kinsey Meyer of Meyer 1608, Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. The reserve champion was first out of our White Junior Ram Lamb class. Entry 4, Meyer 1646, Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois.
truly a nice set of horn bucks we have. We haven't had very many, but really some stout quality out here in our horn division. A little difficult here in my champion drive. I've got a big fall buck lamb that I really like, and most days he'd be kind of an easy winner for me. Just doesn't quite move as nice as I'd like on the move. He kind of setting down on those hind pasterns a little bit today and just not moving out as easy as I'd like to see. So we're going to go ahead and I'm going to use that slick-sheared buck down on the far end. Just super correct buck, just not a hole in him, really level in his design, close between him and our winter buck lamb. The winter buck lamb, another kind of fault-free lamb that's really level and smooth and moves around the ring nicely today. But nice set of bucks.
We get out here in our class, Katahdin buck lambs. I think the young man sheep is one that hits me from the side, is as long-sided as any. You get your hands on that one, he sure doesn't disappoint you. He's loaded full of muscle. He's big and stout out of his shoulder. He's big loin. He works a ton of muscle down his top. Similar capacity we have in the one in second. Young man does a really nice job of presenting that one. He handles extremely good. I think that one's a notch heavier in his condition than our class winner, but I think one when he gets him propped up is outstanding and sure good looking. The young lady sheep that we have in third hole is one that's another really extended one up through her front end. I really appreciate that about her. Just need to stouten that one up ever so slightly in comparison to our two that we have directly above them, but I think one that sure slides in the third hole in an awfully tough class. Very unique one we have in fourth, maybe a little smaller in his stature. Young man does a nice job of presenting that one. We study that one. We like everything about him. I'd just like to make him a notch bigger and longer in his type and kind to compete with those three that we have directly above him, but in terms of his structure and his build, he's extremely good. And we conclude our top five with a young man sheep that's one that's big outline and really production oriented. Just like to straighten that one up in his top line ever so slightly and smooth him up on the move. But I think a great class of ram lambs to get in this particular drive.
For the Katahdin show, now ready to show for Grand and Reserve Grand Champion Ram. So we'll need first and second out of those two classes, please. Also on our Horn Dorset show, our champion went to the Weathersire Ram. Lamb, entry 5, Gadsby, 1627, Hunter Winland of Shakopee, Minnesota. Reserve went to the first place in the fitted winter Ram Lamb class, entry 3, Shots, 1578, Mariah Trotwine, Greenville, Ohio.
In this Cotswold yearling ewe class, we've got a ewe that I think just pretty much, she's a good, easy winner in the class. I really like her overall length of body. She's very good on her feet and legs. She's up on her toes. She's very long and free in her stride. She's feminine in her overall design. Ties together just a tremendous bodied ewe. She's probably the plainest fleece ewe, but I think it's definitely an adequate fleece. It's still got enough luster and character to it to go ahead and be well within the bounds of this breed. Combine that with that tremendous body, and I think there's just a little too much sheep there to get her out of the top. I really like that second place ewe in terms of her, again, her length of, her length of stride. She's very well balanced kind of a ewe. She doesn't have the extreme length, not quite the overall thickness and mass and spring of this first ewe, not quite the extension up through her front end, but a very, very nice complete sheep. Ewe in third, another stouter made kind of a ewe. Again, a nice sort of a fleece on her. She's a little shorter in her stride, tends to round off on her hip a little shorter, tucks underneath a little more as she tends to move out. Fourth place ewe, a little smaller in her stature, but a nice fleeced ewe, a ewe that's got some spring to her ribs. She's got some volume. She's got some brood ewe potential, just not quite as flashy and showy as what I've got right up on the top end.
Placing on the Katahdin class of Fall Ram Lambs, first place to entry 5, Pointer 255, Brady Kessler, LaPorte, Indiana. Second to entry 4, SPL 2021, Rhett Hancock, Noble, Illinois. Third place to entry 2, Taylor Young, Bell Buckle, Tennessee. 4 to entry 1, Justin Treby of Fort Pierre, South Dakota. And 5 to entry 3, Wyatt Jensen of Pipestone, Minnesota.
Oxford Ram Lambs here, and I start with the one that's the most three-dimensional and powerful, thinking and truthfully about most plays that you evaluate him. He's certainly the one that's correct in his full rib, and he's certainly big-ended and stout-featured. I know that I'd like to see him a little lighter colored in terms of that overall pigment, but I saw some challenges here in the 2s and 3s that I'd like to change as well, and so I opted for the one that I thought put together some really nice pieces. The one with the immense amount of length here stands into a second spot. I think he handles extremely long. I think he is the big long-topped one of the group. To me, as we get back behind him, he kind of narrows up into that pin set more than we would certainly prefer, particularly in comparison to your class winner. I think the third place sheep is nice as well. I like that one in terms of some elevation up front. I think he's good enough in terms of some hip shape as we get back behind him. Again, he tracks a little narrower, certainly maybe than we would prefer, but I like plenty of good pieces in a really youthful kind. I think it's those 3 that are just a little bit more quality than we move down into one that's in 4. But this guy, I think, yeah, he's still one that's stout and rugged at the ground. I think he's got a wide enough pin set as we look at him as certainly a good kind of an individual, maybe not as skeletally extended. The next buck, again, one with some mass and some power. It comes with some extra shoulder and just a little bit of extra coarseness. And then the young man's that we'll lead it out or end it out with there, I think one, again, that's got enough muscularity and grow at this standpoint, but maybe not quite as extended and quite as long as some of the other ones that we've got out here. A nice group of Oxford Ram Lambs. Thank you.
We get out here to select our champion ram. I think we got a couple different shapes and sizes out here. Young man's fall buck is one that's really extended up through his front end. He's really cool handling down his top. You got to appreciate that about him. I like the extra bone and substance that we have in that one. And the young man's spring buck lamb that we bring out here is one that I think from the side is just a notch better in his top line. You study that one and you get your hands on him. There's a ton of muscle working in that one. I think it gets relatively close between all 4 of these out here. I think they're all excuse me, high quality individuals. I'll go out and select your champion in reserve. Congratulations, guys.
Thank you.
Congratulations, not cheap.
Thank you.
In this class, again, I've got a ewe up here that I really feel is that good combination kind of a sheep, a very nice fleece on her. She's got good breed character. She ties together pretty well. She's smooth in her movement. A ewe, the lamb that I think is just a complete enough individual, just hard to get her anywhere out of first. Ewe lamb in second. A ewe with a very nice fleece once you get it, break it apart, tremendous luster to it, nice enough character to it. Again, a very nice handle to it. A ewe that tends to move pretty well. She's pretty sound and complete otherwise. The ewe lamb we've got in third, a very nice pattern kind of a ewe lamb, just got a few little things I'd like to clean up to go ahead in terms of breed character and soundness to move her up any higher today.
For the Cotswolds, now ready for white junior ewe lambs. For the Katahdins, we're ready for yearling ewes.
Here in our Dorset Horn Yearling U class. A really nice class, really 5 really nice representatives of the Horn Dorset breed, really nice quality right from top to bottom. The U I start with kind of a little bit of a problem, you to me. She wins the class easy in my mind until you see her walk, but she's just that good. I think she's still gonna win this class. I just change her just a little bit on her feet, how she's just a little soft on some pasterns today. But big long top U, beautiful breed character about her, beautiful. I love the length of body. I love length of body like this female's got. Really tremendous long hind saddled female and really pretty breed type about her head. You surely like her levelness and her design. The next 2 ewes really kind of fault-free ewes that just maybe don't have that overall size and length that we've got here in our first place ewe, but ewes that really level hipped, level rumped, really nice in their structure, nice as they move around the ring here in our next 2 ewes. Ewe in second, just maybe just a little more elevated kind of ewe over our third place ewe. Third place ewe, you surely love the mass about her and the overall natural thickness that she has. Really just a nice big stout ewe. Really nice long-bodied ewe we got here in fourth. Tremendous amount of length to her. Maybe just a little finer in her features, just a little finer in her bone work than the ewes ahead of her, but you surely like that length of body. In the fifth place ewe, another really nice structurally sound ewe, really level in her design. Just a nice kind of Horn Dorset ewe here in fifth.
We've got our Oxford Division Championship here, and I think the young ladies that are at the far corner there with a first place January got one that's made nice enough relative to the amount of muscular shape that we find on down his top. Maybe he comes in a kind of a distant fall behind some of the other ones, and then we had a nice one that came in second in that class. I think it was a little bit more competitive a class in the February and March division. Again, I talked with one that I think in terms of skeleton and stoutness of build is the right kind for me, and then the one that came in the second in class, really long and extended kind of a sheep. Again, one that I think is plenty adequate enough in his breed character. 2 really good ones. I'll go crown your champion in your reserve.
Placing on the late junior Ram Lamb class for the Oxfords, first went to entry 14. A. Brockman, 1464 in NRR, Austin Brockman, Garden Prairie, Illinois, and that was also our grand champion, Ram. Second place in that class goes to entry 12. Derek Deal, 00 Acres, 16040. Derek Burns, Baltimore, Ohio, and that was our reserve champion Ram. Third in that class to entry 9, Lauren Moore, Carlock, Illinois. 4 to entry 8, Cade Ballman, New Concord, Ohio. 5 to entry 10, Zach Hamilton, Bryant, Iowa. 6th place to entry 11, Cody Curran, North Lawrence, Ohio. Now ready for the Oxfords for yearling ewes. Yearling ewes for the Oxfords, please. Pardon me, we'll do best headed for the Oxfords before that yearling ewe class. Best headed Ram. We need Oxford, best headed Ram in the ring, and then yearling ewes. Placing on the Katahdin February and later Ram Lamb class, first place to entry 7, SHU 3767, Cooper Gehring, Centralia, Missouri. Second place to PKF 0126, Lucas Pendleton, Seymour, Tennessee. Third to entry 8, Anna Pendleton, Seymour, Tennessee. 4 to entry 10, Edward Maddox, DeLand, Florida. 5 to entry 9, Justin Treby, Fort Pierre, South Dakota. 6 to entry 11, Alex Taylor, Frankfort, Indiana. Again, we need best-headed ram for the Oxfords and then yearling ewes. For the Dorsets, we're ready for Weather Dam yearling ewes. We've done the slick shorn. For the Horn Dorset fitted yearling ewe class, placings were first to entry 8. Castle, BK 302, Keegan Paget, Kirkland, Indiana. Second to entry 10, Castle, PR 217, ET, Keegan Paget, Kirkland, Indiana. Third to entry 6, Mariah Trotwine, Greenville, Ohio. 4 to entry 7, Tyler Wright, Greencastle, Indiana. And 5 to entry 9, Mariah Trotwine, Greenville, Ohio.
In this class of Cotswold ewe lambs, we've got a ewe lamb that just excels the class in terms of fleece, the character, the quality of it. It's got tremendous handle to it, tremendous luster as you break it apart, very easy and very nice in its character all the way through. A ewe lamb's very straight down her top. She's showy enough, she's complete enough to go ahead and that exceptional fleece moves her to the top of this class. We've got a nice sheep, very good sheep there in second. I like her length of body, I like her balance, I like the style that she possesses. She's a little plainer fleece compared to this first one, but I think a very nice, very complete kind of a ewe. Third ewe a little shorter in that side view profile as compared to the second, but very similar in her overall design. As we go down the line, we've got another nice high volume kind of a ewe, just a little rounder in her structure, not as smooth and easy in her movement today.
For the Oxford show, our best-headed ram was entry 6 out of the early junior ram lamb class, Apple 1617, Michaela Hitt, Carlisle, Indiana. We're now ready for yearling ewes. Oxford yearling ewes to the ring, please. Those are the fitted yearling ewes.
We got here in our Katahdin yearling ewes, a little more of a challenge, I guess, for me. Young man sheep that we start the class with is one that I'd like to see a notch bigger in her overall skeleton. I'll be the first one to admit. But I think when he gets her propped up, she's just the most correctly balanced. She's the neatest out of her shoulder of our of our top two. I think she's really neat and big and square out of her hip, and that's what's going to go ahead and take her to the top. Young lady sheep's obviously a bigger frame, longer bodied one. She's got a big old top in her. I just think she didn't come out of her neck set quite as well as our class winner. And I think when we travel them around the ring, our class winner just travels a notch smoother, but two outstanding ewes, a little contrasting in their type and kind. Young man sheep in third is just a big old productive oriented type of ewe, really big, really broody. She just fits into third hole pretty nicely for me today, but a really nice yearling ewe to get into there. Young man sheep in fourth hole is extremely complete in terms of his look and design. I really like that about her. Really neat and really opened up in her rib cage, and I think that for this particular breed is a sure plus, and he's doing a nice job of presenting that one. And same way it goes with the young lady sheep that we have in fifth hole, one that's extremely big, extremely broody. Just need to sharpen her up in her front end to get her any higher in the class today.
For our Katahdin show, our champion ram was our first place out of the February and later ram lamb class, Schultz 3767, Cooper Gehring, Centralia, Missouri. The reserve was first out of the fall rams, Pointer 255, Brady Kessler, LaPorte, Indiana.
A nice fall ewe lamb here in our fitted division in the Horn Dorsets. Really structurally sound, really big old level hip on her, really big old top on this female. A nice correct female here, and could have stood some competition, but she's our first prize winner today. Congratulations.
my champion reserve Cotswold ewes, I realize I'm going to both ends of the spectrum in this breed. The ewe I've got here on top that I'm going to use for champion, a ewe that, as I said in class, she has a little plainer fleece, but there's just way too much sheep there. She's got a tremendous body to her, tremendous thickness down her top, very level, tremendous width back through her hip, moves out very well, enough bone, enough style to her, enough breed character to go ahead, and you just have to really appreciate her and use her for champion ewe. Come back for reserve, I'm going to use that later spring ewe lamb, a ewe lamb that maybe not as structurally correct as what I've got in this yearling ewe, but definitely excels her in fleece. That's just a beautiful fleece, tremendous character to it, absolutely beautiful as you look at it, front to rear, top to bottom, tremendous handle to it, a ewe that you really have to appreciate for that one particular characteristic today.
Over here.
Placing on the Cotswold class of white senior ewe lambs, first place to entry 11, Meyer, 1607, Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. Second to entry 12, Jinx, HV 35, Alexandra Rogers, Lafayette, New Jersey. Third place to Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. In the white junior ewe lamb class, first place went to entry number 14, FSF 1611, Lauren Moore, Carlock, Illinois. Second place to entry number 15, Meyer 1648, Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. Third place to entry 13, Kinsey Meyer, and fourth to entry 16, Alexandra Rogers, Lafayette, New Jersey. Placing on the Horn Dorset Slickshorn Yearling U class, first place went to entry 11, Sink 224 PET, Keegan Paget, Kirkland, Indiana. And on the Horn Dorset Weather Dam Yearling U class, first went to entry 13, Kevin Whitmer, 523, Mariah Trotwine, Greenville, Ohio.
Get out here in our first class of ewe lambs. A young man's got a sheep that surfaces to the top relatively easy. One that's extremely feminine up through her head and neck. She's extremely long up through her front end. You get your hands on her, she's extremely long from that last strip back. She's big and flat about her loin and works a ton of muscle. Just an extra shot of extension in that one. I think an easy place to start for me. From there, a young man sheep in second is one that's really big and robust about her rib cage. You get your hands on her and she works a ton of shape down her top. Maybe just need to extend her up through that front end to compete with that one directly above her, but I think one that's extremely high quality. As well goes for the young man sheep in third, one that's big and broody and extremely robust. I think one that we just need to straighten out, or lengthen out in from flank to flank to compete with those two that we have directly above her. And a really nice sheep to conclude the class with, one that's extremely sharp and good looking from the side. Just need to stouten that one up in our overall build to compete with those three that we have directly above her.
nice set of Horn Dorset ewes here in our senior drive. A little bit of bits and pieces here. I don't have a ewe that just comes out and has to win it. I think I'd like to take some pieces of all these ewes, and they're all nice, good quality ewes. I've got some real length of body. I've got some muscle shape. I've got some correctness in all these individuals, and we can change them around a little bit. Today we're going to use our fall ewe lamb. I think ewe just moves around the ring, just a nice level designed ewe, big old hip in her out here for your senior champion. We're going to come back and use this slick ewe here from this division right here. Really super muscle shape to her. Nice long top also. This yearling ewe, and she'll be your reserve.
For the Cotswolds, our champion ewe went to our first place yearling ewe. Entry 8, Meyer, 1560, Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. The reserve to the first place in the white junior ewe lamb class, entry 14. Four Season Farm, 1611, Lauren Moore, Carlock, Illinois. Best white exhibitor best pair goes to first to Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. Second, Alexandra Rogers, Lafayette, New Jersey. In the yearling ewe classes for the Katahdins, in the first class, first place went to Schultz, 3590. Cooper Gehring, Centralia, Missouri. Second to entry 17. SPL 1946, Alex Taylor, Frankfort, Indiana. Third to entry number 20, Alex Taylor, Frankfort, Indiana. And four to entry 19, Rhett Hancock, Noble, Illinois. For the second class of yearling ewes, first place to entry 16, Kadia FAC 17, Edward Maddox, DeLand, Florida. Second to entry 15, TMD 1559, Alyssa Francis, Paris, Missouri. Third to entry 13, Rhett Hancock, Noble, Illinois. Four to entry 12, Brady Kessler, LaPorte, Indiana. And five to entry 14, Taylor Young, Bell Buckle, Tennessee. Want to remind our exhibitors in the barn that if you're showing in tomorrow's show, you must have your papers checked by 5 o'clock today. That's the juniors and those two open breeds. Now ready for Cotswold natural colored senior ram lambs to the ring.
Very nice, high-quality set of Oxford females here to sort between, and I think you can make some decisions there towards the top, but I think as you find the pieces that are a little tougher to make and tougher to equal, you certainly find one that skeletally to the front third of her body has a huge advantage relative to how she's designed. I think you can tell and agree that relative to length of side and length of top, she's one that certainly has that advantage. I think she's also really attractive about her head and just a high quality kind of female there to start out your class. I'll agree that the one that comes in second, and truthfully the pair that are in 2 and 3 are certainly good kind, and I think give that female a run for the money. The one that I like a little bit better there in second, she proportions really nicely from her last rib back, and she's big and stout in terms of that loin as well, and I think she's just a good functional kind that's true in her rib shape, really good skeleton individual. The one that the young man has here in third, and if I'm correct, those are pen mates there in 2 and 3. This one's also got that similar shape that I like, that boldness and squareness to its forerib, and comes back with some dimension and hip shape as well. I think those are high quality females there, and I move them up towards that top end. The one that strikes the pattern and look is the female here in 4. She's got that fresh and elegant kind of attractiveness from the side profile. To me, she just becomes a little frailer in her overall body and build for me, but a good kind of an individual with plenty of length of side and length of body. I think that the young ladies that comes in next in line squeaks out a decision there between 5 and 6. This one here has certainly got the balance and look to her. Maybe gets a little softer in her pasterns as she goes, but I think an attractive kind of a female. Congratulations to your Oxford exhibitors here at the North American. High quality females here for me to sort between.
For the Cotswold, our best fleeced animal went to entry number 16, Julia, HV 39, Alexandra Rogers, Lafayette, New Jersey.
Here in our late fall ewe lamb class in the Horn Dorsets, really nice pair of ewe lambs and really close. I like both these lambs a whole bunch. Just structurally very sound, very level in their design. I think the ewe I'm going to start with, just a little more of her, just a little more overall mass. She's a big boned ewe with a lot of top in her. Maybe just a little more length when you put your hands on her hind saddle in comparison to our second place ewe. And not to take anything away from the second place ewe, super correct ewe. We sure like the front end about her and the levelness in her design. Two really nice ewe lambs here and a really close pair.
For the Horn Dorsets, we're ready for fitted winner ewe lambs.
We get out here in our fall ewe lamb class. I think the one that comes to the top does so rather handily for me. These young people get her put together. She's long and level down her top. You get your hands on her. She works a ton of muscle. And I think what sorts her against our second place sheep, she's just a notch better up through her front end. I really like the rib cage and the overall design of our sheep in second. I like the extra extension and extra height in that one. I think we just clean her up in her front end, and I think we can get her on that one directly above her. Really a nice, really complete sheep that we have in third, one that's really robust in a rib cage, one that works a ton of meat and muscle down her top. Just need to lengthen that one out from flank to flank to compete with those two that we have directly above her, but I think one that's extremely good and will go out and make a great ewe for this young person in the future. Two sheep that are pretty similar in their type and kind in fourth and fifth are two that work a ton of shape. They've got a ton of muscle in them. You really got to appreciate them up through that front end. Just like to smooth them up in their overall look and design to compete with those that we have directly above them, but an outstanding class, and the quality runs deep in this particular drive.
Now ready on the Katahdins to show for senior champion ewe. For the Oxfords, we're ready for slick-shorn yearling ewes. Placing on the natural colored Cotswold Senior Ram Lamb class, first place to entry 17, Maverick HV 26, Alexandra Rogers, Lafayette, New Jersey. Placing on the Horn Dorset fitted yearling U class, first place goes to entry 8, Castle BK 302, Keegan Paget, Kirkland, Indiana. Second to entry 10, Castle PR 217 ET, Keegan Paget, Kirkland, Indiana. Third to entry 6, Mariah Trotwine, Greenville, Ohio. 4 to entry 7, Tyler Wright, Greencastle, Indiana, and 5 to entry 9, Mariah Trotwine, Greenville, Ohio. Placing on the Slick Shorn yearling U class for the Horn Dorsets, first to entry 11, Sync 224 PET, Keegan Paget, Kirkland, Indiana. Placing on the Weather Dam yearling U class for the Horn Dorsets, first to entry number 13, Kevin Whitmer, 523, Mariah Trotwine, Greenville, Ohio.
In this class of natural colored, we've got a ram up here that he's just a good combination ram, nice sort of a fleece on him. He's fairly straight and level. He's long and free in his stride, and compared to the rest of the class, a very youthful, very attractive individual. Just needs a few more days before he's going to be at his peak, but he's just coming right along. We've got a ram here in second, not quite as smooth and sound, not quite as smoothly up, laid in up through those front shoulders, through that front end is what I've got out in that that first individual. As we come to the third ram, a nice extended kind of a ram, just very plain in his fleece, very green in his design, just not quite enough to him to go ahead and move him any higher.
We're out here in our Katahdin Senior Champion Drive, and I think there's one that sorts itself to the top for me today relatively handily. I think for reserve it gets considerably closer between a couple of contrasting types and kinds, but without too much further ado, young man, you'll be champion. And our fall ULAM will be reserve. Congratulations to everybody out here.
For the Cotswolds, now ready to show for natural colored Champion Ram for the natural colored Cotswolds. Placing on the class of Horn Dorset fitted early fall ULAMs, first to entry 14, Gallagher K 198, Hunter Windland, Shakopee, Minnesota.
A nice set of winter ewe lambs out here in our Horn Dorset division. Ewe lamb sorts herself to the top, got the most length of body and the most bone about her. Moves around the ring nicely, really long top ewe. Just a little more rugged kind of ewe than our ewes in second and third. Second and third, really neat design ewe, really straighten those lines, really level hipped. We surely like that. If I can just maybe give her just a notch more bone and stretch her out just a little bit in her overall length, she'd push that first ewe pretty hard. Our third place ewe, another ewe that's just a little finer in her features, just maybe not quite as straight and true down that top as our second place ewe, but another nice Horn Dorset lamb that's got some grow and some future to her. Really nice pair of lambs here, our fourth and fifth place lambs. A lot alike in type and kind. They're really balanced. They've got a lot of length of body. They maybe just give up a little bit of elevation out here, but use really useful in their own right, and going to make nice females for those exhibitors.
Oxford Slick Shorn yearling ewes, and I'm real comfortable with the one I start with. She's the one that's just correct in terms of being three-dimensional and wedge-shaped in how she's built. That shoulder lays in right. She comes back level and square to her pins, and I think she's no doubt got a little bit better and maternal build to that center part of her body in comparison to the one that comes in second. I know this one's big-topped, and I really like the rack shape in this one, and there's certainly enough expression and dimension. I think if you read her in terms of, again, that underline, we'd certainly like to drop that rear flank, and that allow her to balance quite a bit better, and particularly at that hip-loin junction as well. But I think that three-dimensional power is enough for her to still sort over the one that comes into third. This is the long extended sheep of the group, but we can tell that she's the one that becomes a little narrower pinned, as we watch her get out and move. And truthfully, she just doesn't have that rib cage in her quite as nice as we'd like as well. The one that comes in 4, really straight line, level made kind of a female. One, again, as we get back behind her, doesn't have that overall dimension through that mid part of her body that we'd prefer in a yearling U class, but certainly a long made, level design kind of a female there for a real nice, slick shorn Oxford ewes.
We need Dorset spring ewe lambs.
We need Horn Dorset fitted spring ewe lambs into the ring. We need Oxford senior ewe lambs into the ring, please.
For the champion of the Cotswold, natural colored Cotswold, I'm going to go ahead and use that spring ram lamb, a ram that he's just a nice, complete individual. He's very straight and level in his design. Yes, he's a little greener than what you might find in some at this point, but I think he's got all the right parts and pieces. He's straight and complete enough to go ahead and use. I appreciate the extra length and mass of this senior ram lamb, just not quite as straight and strong down his top, not quite as level and good off his hip is what I feel I've got going to use on that champion ram. Two very good rams out here to represent the natural colored Cotswold division.
And then go there.
For the Horn Dorset, our senior champion ewe for the Horn Dorset was out of the fitted early born fall ewe lamb class, entry 14 Gallagher K198, Hunter Windlands, Shakopee, Minnesota. The reserve came out of the Weather Dam yearling ewe class, entry 13 K Whitmer 523, Mariah Trotwine, Greenville, Ohio.
Nice pair of spring ewe lambs here in our fitted division. Starting with the ewe, just a little more of her, a little straighter in her spine, a little straighter down that top. A nice big top in her with a lot of length. Hind saddle, nice rugged bone about her. I really like the length of our second place ewe. Maybe not quite as true right behind her shoulder as our first place ewe. When she gets on the move, she wants to dip there a little bit in that next shoulder juncture. But a nice pair of lambs here in our Horn Dorset spring division.
Placing on the Oxford yearling ewe fitted class, first place went to entry number 17, Misty Meadow 0750, Lucy Goosey, shown by Austin Grace, Westmoreland, New Hampshire. Second place to entry number 26, AA 1538, Ty Miller, Huntington, Indiana. Third place to entry 18, Ty Miller, Huntington, Indiana. Fourth place to entry 16, Michaela Hitt, Carlisle, Indiana. Fifth to entry 27, Lauren Moore, Carlock, Illinois. Sixth place to entry 29, Mallory Minor, Reelsville, Indiana. 7 to 22, Michaela Hitt, Carlock, Indiana. 8th place to 24, Zachary Hamilton, Bryant, Iowa. 9 to 20, Elizabeth Cather of Bonacqua, Tennessee, and 10th place to 28, Austin Hamilton, Bryant, Iowa. For the Katahdins in the fall ewe lamb class, first place to entry number 26, Riviera 715, Holden Lovelace, Cable, Ohio. Second to entry number 21, Doc P. 1907, Wyatt Jensen, Pipestone, Minnesota. Third to 22, Rhett Hancock, Noble, Illinois. 4 to entry number placing on the Cotswold class of natural colored junior ram lambs, first to entry 18, Spy Club Lambs 1748, Bodacious, Blair Sanchez, Bear River, Wyoming. Second to 19, Michael HV 38, Alexandra Rogers, Lafayette, New Jersey. And third to 20, Lindsey Watson, Bentonville, Arkansas. In the natural colored portion of the Cotswold show, our natural colored junior Ram Lamb went to entry number 18 out of class 13. The natural colored junior Ram Lamb class winner, Spy Club Lambs, 1748 Blair Sanchez, Brer River, Wyoming. Reserve was first in the natural colored senior Ram Lamb class, Maverick, HV 26 Alexander Rogers, Lafayette, New Jersey. Now showing natural colored yearling ewes. Natural colored yearling ewes are in the ring. Up next, natural colored senior ewe lamb.
Nice pair of slick-shorn ewe lambs here in our horn division. Just with just a little more upstanding ewe lamb, a lamb maybe just a touch more length of body. In two high-quality individuals, I like the ruggedness and the bone of our second-place lamb. I think a lamb with some future, and she may push that first-place lamb as they get some more age to them.
Yeah, here in our Katahdin ring in our January ewe lambs, I think there's one that surfaces to the top relatively handily. She's really good up through that front end. She's big and round in her rib cage. You get your hands on her. She works a ton of muscle shape down her top. She tracks around the ring on a good set of feet and legs. I think a pretty easy place to start. Young lady sheep in second is built, in my opinion, as good as any that we have out here. When you compare her against that class winner, she's a notch more youthful in her appearance. Just like to put a few more days on feet on her and see where we go and to push that class winner ever so slightly, but I think one that's built as good as any that we have out here. Young man sheep in third is one that's the biggest frame, longest body than we have out here. You get your hands on him, he's a little sharper over that top line than what the two that we have directly above him, but one in terms of a breeding value and a breeding piece is going to inject a ton of size and a ton of product in that end product. Young man sheep in fourth hole is one that's probably as youthful and as cool up through that front end as any that we've had out there. You get your hands on that one, she's a notch greener in her type and kind. She's long from that last rib back, and she's extremely long from flank to flank. A nice sheep, and I think the future's bright for that one. And we conclude our top five with the young man sheep. This one that's extremely cool in his build. The young man does a nice job of presenting that one. We just need a few more days on feed to see where we're going to end up with that one, but extremely complete.
In this class of natural colored yearling ewes have several things to work through here. We've got a ewe here on top that's just probably the most complete ewe in the class. She's as clean in her condition at this point. She's feminine. She's got a nice fleece on her. She just ties together really well. That being said, you'd like to give her a little more rib. You'd like to make her a little stouter in her overall design. However, I think she's just too complete and sound in this particular group of ewes not to use her on top. I really like the mass of this second place ewe. I like the overall length of body. She's not as straight down her top. She's not as level. She doesn't move near as well off her hind legs as what I felt I had in that first individual, not as square in her overall design. Ewe in third, a little smaller framed ewe that kind of fits right up in here in terms of being a pretty sound individual overall. Just a pretty complete kind of a ewe, nice sort of a fleece to her. She ties together pretty well, just kind of slides up into that third hole. We come down to the next group of ewes. We've got ewes just a little more structurally unsound, carrying a bit more condition at this point, a bit overdone, a little poor in their handle, some of them not quite as good in their fleece is what I felt I had right up on top of the class.
Oxford fall ewe lamb class here, and I think again some differences relative to type, but I think the one that's just gotten the most good there starts off our class. She's plenty big in her forerib, and she's big-ended as we get back behind her. To be truthful, she's probably farther along in her maturity pattern and probably farther along in her condition than maybe I would prefer here for your class winner, but I think there's just enough quality and enough good in that one to move her to the top end. The slick shorn female here has got a bunch of raw product as well. One that's just really three-dimensional in her top shape and her design. As we look down and move to the ground, she becomes a little frailer relative to her body type, but that one's really nice in terms of its skeleton, how that one's made, and obviously to have her out here in the slick shorn portion in comparison, that's one that certainly balances nicely. The young lady's got one that just logically fits here into that 3 spot. Here's the other one with some stoutness of bone and some correctness of design for us. Maybe not quite as good in her hip design as maybe we prefer, but I think a bunch of rib shape and skeleton. The one that comes in 4, a slick designed one here, alongside kind of a sheep. Maybe, again, not as far in terms of just that maternal look, but I think here's one that's got some future, and if you like her, you could maybe argue to move her up a spot or 2. And then the young lady's got one here next in line that I think in terms of balance does some good things nicely. Here's one that just level enough topped and feminine enough and certainly good in terms of its breed character as well. Becomes a little shorter hipped and a little shorter from the overall profile and side standpoint. But a nice group of fall ewe lambs. We'll pick our senior champion in reserve next.
Yes. For the Katahdin show, our senior champion ewe went to entry 18, Schultz 3590, Cooper Gehring, Centralia, Missouri. The reserve to entry number 26, Riviera 715, Holden Lovelace of Ohio.
We only had one ewe lamb in the senior ewe lamb division of the natural colored Cotswolds, but you got a ewe lamb here that definitely a high quality individual. She's got enough volume to her. She's got a very nice kind of a fleece. She's very sound in her movement. She's clean enough in her design, feminine enough up through her front end. A ewe lamb that could stand some competition later on.
In Cotswolds, we need natural junior ewe lamb.
For the Cotswolds, the class we need in the ring now is natural colored junior ewe lambs, please.
Read these 2.
Placing on the natural colored yearling ewe class for Cotswolds, first to entry 22, 430, Lauren Moore, Carlock, Illinois. Second place to 26, Melissa, HV22, Alexandra Rogers, Lafayette, New Jersey. Third to 25, Landon Watson, Bentonville, Arkansas. 4 to 23, Lindsay Watson, Bentonville, Arkansas. 4 to 24, Martha Elvira Smith Gomez, Decatur, Arkansas. And 6 to 21, Lindsay Watson of Bentonville, Arkansas. In the natural colored senior ewe lamb class, first place to entry 27, Muriel HV 30, Alexandra Rogers, Lafayette, New Jersey.
Now showing
for the Dorsets, now showing for junior champion horned ewe.
in the grand champion next.
The grand champion will be next, and then we'll move into our polled show.
Read all the first and seconds.
Placing on the Horn Dorset fitted late fall ewe lamb class, first to entry 16, L. Thompson 7432, Mariah Trotwine, Greenville, Ohio. Second to entry 15, TAC W7310, Keegan Paget, Kirkland, Indiana. For the fitted winter ewe lamb class, first to entry 18, Shots 1598, Mariah Trotwine, Greenville, Ohio. Second to 17, Gadsby 1590, Hunter Windland, Shakopee, Minnesota. Third to 19, Keegan Paget, Kirkland, Indiana. 4 to 21, Austin, Logan, Addison, and Morgan Inbody, Bluffton, Ohio. 5 to entry 20, Megan Inbody, Bluffton, Ohio. Placing on the Horn Dorset fitted spring ewe lamb class, entry 23 was first, Kay Whitmer, 528, Mariah Trotwine, Greenville, Ohio. Second to 22, Sink 308P, Keegan Paget, Kirkland, Indiana. Slick Shorn ewe lambs for the Horn Dorsets. First place to entry 24, Gadsby, 1580. Hunter Windland, Shakopee, Minnesota. Second, 26, ALAM, 1601. Austin, Logan, Addison, and Morgan in Body Bluffton, Ohio. And placing on the Weather Dam ewe lamb class, first to 26, Lance Thompson, 7433, Mariah Trotwine, Greenville, Ohio. For the
We get out here in our January ewe lamb class. I think the young man does a nice job of presenting this one, but I think more importantly, you get that one and you stick this one in motion. She's just about as complete as you can make one. You get your hands on her, she sure doesn't disappoint you. I really like the angularity up through her shoulder. She's extra feminine. She's smooth down her top, and she handles with a nice amount of muscle. She's good on her feet and legs. I think a pretty slick place to start for me today. Young lady sheep in second hole is one that I think is a notch more robust in her rib cage. I think with that comes a little more lower chest in that one. And I think when we study that one, I don't think there's as much natural muscle working in that one as we have in our class winner. I guess more of a problematic sheep for me is the one in third. I think we come back here next year, and this may be our yearling ewe of the group. I think for me today, she's a notch greener in her top line. She's a notch rawer over her rack and gets a little more A-framed in there. But I think one, we put more condition on, and I think we're going to like that one a great deal. Young man sheep that we have in four is probably one of the more youthful appearing ones that we have here today. Extra good up through her front end. I think her future is bright. I think you need a few more days on feed to evaluate that one correctly against the rest of our contemporaries in here, but I think one that's outstanding and extremely good in her build. And we conclude the class with the young man sheep that's got a ton of production, a ton of meat and muscle, and just need to smooth that one up ever so slightly to compete with the ones that we have directly above her.
Here in our champion division, here in our Horn Dorsets, really nice set of females. These kids and exhibitors have brought out to us. We're going to go ahead and use our two young ewes, winner in a late fall ewe lamb. I think ewe lambs with a lot of potential. Not to take anything away from these really structurally sound senior champions, but really like that overall length of body and mass we've got, and structural correctness we've got in those two. The junior champion, reserve junior champion there, but your grand and reserve.
In this class, I've got a nice complete kind of a ewe to start the class with. A ewe that's got a very, very nice fleece, tremendous handle to it, good luster to it, nice color and character throughout. She's a very straight kind of a handling ewe lamb. She's got enough thickness and mass for her at this particular point, and is still very youthful and juvenile in her overall design. A ewe that's got a lot of growing to do, I think, but she's just a nice complete kind of a ewe and a good place to start. Come back with that second place ewe, a ewe that's very similar in her overall design, handles very similarly throughout, maybe not quite as long through her hind saddle as that first one, but it's, again, they're two very much alike, these sheep that are very much alike in their overall design and development at this particular point in time. Third ewe lamb, sort of, again, that one that just sort of slides into place. She's not quite as heavy boned, maybe just a little more refined in her features. A ewe that's got some extension. She's got a nice fleece on her. She just sort of fits into that, into this third, up into this top group pretty well. I like the fourth place ewe in terms of her overall growth and design. Again, a longer bodied kind of a ewe. Again, not quite as smooth and easy in her stride is what I felt I had right up on the top, but a big growthy kind of a ewe lamb, just a little plainer fleece than what I had right up on top of the class.
For the Cotswolds, now ratio natural colored champion U. For the Oxfords, she's still, I called not by name. Jillian Bingen, you need to bring that first place senior U Lamb into the ring. Placing on the slick sheared Oxford yearling U class, first to entry 33, Roberts Farm, 1415, Corey McLeese, Washington, Oklahoma. Second to entry 2, AA 1519, Ty Miller, Huntington, Indiana. Third to entry number 31, Ty Miller, Huntington, Indiana. And 4 to entry 34, Cody Curran, North Lawrence, Ohio. For the senior U Lamb class for the Oxfords, first went to entry 38, KF Akers 1614, Jillian Bingen, Allenton, Wisconsin. Second to 39, Apple 16-6, TJ Yazel, Paris, Kentucky. Third to entry 40, Shelby Edwards, Franklin, Indiana. Fourth to entry 42, Corey McLeese, Washington, Oklahoma. 5 to 37, Mallory Miner, Reelsville, Indiana. 6 to 36, Michaela Hitt, Carlisle, Indiana. 7 to 35, Kate Ballman, New Concord, Ohio.
Really nice, high-quality set of Oxford females here. And again, this isn't everything because obviously we'll move into our ewe-lambs, but I think we can project on to really good ones to look at that stage and standpoint. A nice fall ewe-lamb that won that class, and but I think it comes down to the yearling ewe within that division. And in fact, that slick-shorn yearling ewe is a pretty nice sheep. I think that she's good in terms of her skeleton and made nicely as well. But I think those fitted ones came out of a really tough class, and in fact, I think that there's some quality in both of those girls as well. The one that won that class is certainly the really elegant one that's got some really tough pieces in terms of how she's made, and I like that second place yearling ewe as well. She's so much more maternal in her rib cage in comparison to the slick shorn that's behind her. I think she also proportions with a tremendous amount of length of loin and hind saddle. I'd maybe like to square up just a little bit on those rear two as we get back behind her, but she's wedge shaped, she's maternal, she's feminine. I think that's a good kind as well. Both of them are really nice in their Oxford breed character. I'm going to stay with some yearlings.
Senior champions for the Oxford Ewe Show were the two fitted yearling ewes. Champion goes to entry 17, Misty Meadows 0750, Lucy Goosey, Austin Grace, Westmoreland, New Hampshire. The reserve was second net fitted yearling ewe class, AA 1538, Ty Miller, Huntington, Indiana. Now ready for January ewe lambs. Fitted. I did the Oxford, so I'm caught up. Placing on the Katahdin Fall Ewe Lamb class, first place went to entry 26, Riviera 715, Holden Lovelace, Cable, Ohio. Second place to entry 21, Doc P 1907, Wyatt Jensen, Pipestone, Minnesota. Third to entry 27, Alyssa Francis, Paris, Missouri. Fourth place to 22, Rhett Hancock, Noble, Illinois. 5 to entry 28, Taylor Young, Bell Buckle, Tennessee. Sixth place 24, Justin Tribby, Fort Perry, South Dakota. 7 to 23, Rhett Hancock, Noble, Illinois. And 8th place to entry 25, Brady Kessler, LaPorte, Indiana. For the Katahdins, our senior champion ewe went to entry number 18, 3590, Cooper Gehring, Centralia, Missouri. Reserve went to entry 26, Riviera 715, Holden Lovelace, Cable, Ohio. Placing on the January Katahdin class, first to entry 31, PKF 0110, Anna Pendleton, Seymour, Tennessee. Second to 30, DHG 600, Taylor Young, Bell Buckle, Tennessee. 3rd to 32, Lucas Pendleton, Seymour, Tennessee. 4 to 34, Alyssa Francis, Paris, Missouri. 5 to 29, Brady Kessler, LaPorte, Indiana. And 6 to 33, Alyssa Francis, Paris, Missouri. Placing on the February ULAM class for the Katahdins, first 36, PKF 0122, Lucas Pendleton, Seymour, Tennessee. Second to 37, PKF 0131, Anna Pendleton, Seymour, Tennessee. Third to 38, Cooper Gehring, Centralia, Missouri. 4 to 39, Brady Kessler, LaPorte, Indiana. And 5 to 35, Rhett Hancock, Noble, Illinois.
In the natural colored Cotswolds, we've got a couple of sheep here in contention, definitely for that champion. You're going to opt to use the 2 spring ewe lambs. I think they're just a little more sound and complete today. Ewe lambs have very nice fleeces. They're very similar in their overall design, fit together well. I'll certainly want to mention that fall ewe lamb. I didn't mention her in class, but another very stout-made individual, very nice kind of a fleece, and she's one of those that, again, it's kind of a pick-em between, do you use the 2 spring ewe lambs or do you work that senior ewe lamb in there? I'm going to opt to use the 2 juniors today, but again, high quality individuals throughout.
We got here in our Katahdin late ULAM class, and we've got one that surfaces to the top in terms of just rib cage and overall balance. I think you study that one and you get your hands on her. She works as much muscle as anything that we have in this particular class. Young lady does a nice job and gets her stuck, and she looks extremely good. Young lady sheep in second's one that's built similar to our class winner. You get your hands on her, you've sure got to appreciate her. She is again robust in her rib cage. I think the sort on that one, she gets a notch lower in her chest floor to me, but I think a very, very similar pair to go with. Kind of the odd man or the odd lady out, I guess, for me is a 1 and 3rd. I see a world of future in this one. The young lady's doing a great job of presenting that one, and hopefully we're having fun. But one that's very immature in her type, very immature in her handle. I think her best days are ahead of her, but one that's outstanding in terms of her outline. Young man sheep that we have in 4th hole is one that's more of a production-oriented type, really meat and muscular. Just like to straighten that one up ever so slightly in her top line for me. And the young man sheep that we have in 5th hole is one that's extremely complete, extremely neat in his design. You really got to appreciate that. The young man does a nice job of presenting that one. Just need to make that one a notch bigger and stouter for me today to compete in this particular class, but an outstanding set.
Placing on the Cotswold class of natural colored junior ewe lambs, first place goes to entry 28, BN 0462, Landon Watson, Bentonville, Arkansas. Second to 29, Spy Club Lambs 1720, Cashew, Blair Sanchez, Bear River, Wyoming. Third place to 34, Cooper Sanchez, Bear River, Wyoming. 4 to 31, Alexandra Rogers, Lafayette, New Jersey. 5 to 30, Lindsey Watson, Bentonville, Arkansas. 6 to 33, Lindsey Watson, Bentonville, Arkansas. And 7 to 32, Emilio Smith Gomez of Decatur, Arkansas.
Okay, need Cotswold.
Now we need Cotswold, natural colored exhibitor best pair.
Okay. And reserve.
Natural colored Cotswold champion ewe went to our first place out of the natural colored junior ewe lamb class. Entry 28, BN 0462, Landon Watson, Bentonville, Arkansas. Reserve was second in that class. Entry 29, Spy Club Lambs 1720, Cashew, Blair Sanchez, Bear River, Wyoming.
Stay there. And junior champion were the same sheep in the Horn Dorset ewe.
For the Horn Dorset, our champion overall and reserve champion overall. Our champion overall was our junior champion, entry number 18, shots 1598, Mariah Trotwine, Greenville, Ohio. The reserve champion overall was our reserve junior champion, entry 16 out of the fitted late fall ewe lamb class, L. Thompson, 7432, Mariah Trotwine, Greenville, Ohio. What you got? Placing on the Katahdin class of March ewe lambs, first to entry 44, FRA 3225, Alyssa Francis, Paris, Missouri. Second to 42, DHG 623, Taylor Young, Bell Buckle, Tennessee. Third to 45, Maggie Allen Anderson, Ash Grove, Missouri. 4 to 46, Rhett Hancock, Noble, Illinois. 5 to 43, Lucas Pendleton, Seymour, Tennessee. 6 to 40, Rhett Hancock, Noble, Illinois. And 7 to 41, Brady Kessler, LaPorte, Indiana. For the Katahdin, we're now judging junior champion and reserve junior champion. Your next class will be grand champion and reserve grand champion ewe.
A nice class here to start off our Polled Dorset show. A nice set of early fall bucks. We got some parts and pieces in this class. I think I'm starting with a buck that puts the most good things together, the most structurally sound ram. He's not the biggest, he's not the longest, but a nice stout bone buck, a buck I really like the breed character about his head, really like that bone work, I really like the way he moves around the ring. Buck in second, super long-topped ram, a ram you like a lot of things about. I just need to have him move out just a little nicer on those front feet in comparison to our first ram. Definitely a ram that's probably got a little more length of body. I surely like that. When they got out in the ring, I thought he was going to win the class, but I just need to have him walk just a little nicer. The buck here in third, a nice big stout buck lamb, a lamb you like. He's straight in his top. Another buck I changed just a little bit about his front legs and front end, the way he moves on him, but a tall, level buck who's got probably a little more capacity here in our third place buck over our fourth place buck. Fourth place buck, just super straight, top buck, a buck with tremendous amount of length to him. You surely like that. Surely like to make him a little more massive, drop him down a little bit in his rear flank to get him up any higher today. And our fifth place buck, another stout buck, another buck that moves not quite as sound about those front feet when we get him in motion. A buck you like the bone about him and you like the mass about him. Another nice Dorset fall buck lamb here.
We got here in our Katahdin Junior Champion, I think we've got six outstanding individuals, 3 outstanding individuals on this particular side. I think it comes down to what you're looking for. I think we've got 2 that surface to the top relatively handily for me, and I think one's got a little more to her, and one's just a notch more correctly balanced. One's got a notch more center rib cage, mass, and muscle. Young ladies, January will be your champion, February will be reserve.
For the Cotswolds, we're now ready for natural colored best fleece for the Polled Dorset fitted winter ram lambs. And for the Katahdin ring, we're ready to show for grand and reserve grand champion ewe. Placing on the Polled Dorset fitted fall ram lamb class, first to entry 6, Ram Ewe Farm 0881, Carly Panier, Washburn, Illinois. Second to entry 5, Spildy 9168, McIan Music of Camp Point, Illinois. Third to entry 2, Blake Kessler, LaPorte, Indiana. And 4 to entry 1, Stephen Campbell, Blairsville, Pennsylvania. For the Cotswold Best Pair, first place to Blair Sanchez, Bear River, Wyoming. Second, Alexandra Rogers, Lafayette, New Jersey. And third to Lindsay Watson, Bentonville, Arkansas.
Otherwise, everybody else has to
For the Katahdin show, our junior champion U went to entry number 31, PKF 0110, Anna Pendleton of Seymour, Tennessee. The reserve to entry 36, PKF 0122, Lucas Pendleton, Seymour, Tennessee.
Actually, in many ways, this may be the toughest class of the Cotswold division. We've got quite a few out here. We've got a lot of high-quality fleeces. And I'm sure it depends from everybody else's standpoint, it depends on what you'd happen to be looking at individually. I'm still looking for what I would consider falls within breed standards in terms of character. Look for luster, that lock definition, just a tremendous character all the way through. And we've got several fleeces that I think fit the bill in terms of that luster and the character and the way that the handle is and the softness and the way the overall design of it. It's a very close placing between several individuals out here. Two I would like to definitely recognize, and if you get a chance to look at them later on, I'm sure you'll have your own particular preferences. But the young man in third, if you'd back yours out here, and this young lady here, if you'd bring your out, those two are just outstanding fleeces. If you have any, if you got any idea what you're looking for, those two, you have to appreciate them. You have to appreciate that character, the color. Granted, in a natural color, they're not going to be as even a color as what you'll find on the whites, but still, that definition of color and character, just two high-quality fleeces. Picking one individual at this point makes it very, very tough. I'm going to go ahead and use the Ram Lamb on this end for the outstanding fleece, but those are two very good fleeces. Several more very good ones out here. As you take some time, look through these fleeces that you have on your own and on your competitors. Make some comparisons. Appreciate the good ones. There's a lot of good ones out here. Thank you.
We get out here in our Katahdin ring for Champion U, and I'm very, very happy with the four individuals that we have out here. I think they're all extremely high quality. It kind of comes down to preference and what you're looking for, stages of maturity that we're looking at. There's a couple out here that I think surfaced to the top, but for me, the Champion was relatively easy, and the reserve gets very, very competitive. Young man's yearling U will be Champion, I think, when we just start dividing there between our reserve senior champion and our junior champion. I think it gets ultra close. I think the young lady for me today, the junior champion, will be reserved. Congratulations to both individuals.
Over in ring number 3, where we've just finished up with the Katahdin show, we're now ready to go to Tunis. We need senior ram lambs, Tunis senior ram lambs.
Oxford January ewe lambs, and I think some pieces of the puzzle to sort between, particularly amongst an initial trio that are higher in quality. I find the one that I think is the most wedge-shaped of still being feminine, and yet when you get your hands on her, here's the one that has some true loin shape and some pin width to her. I think she could just be a little bit leveler in terms of her hip and her pin set there, but I think she's stout at the ground. She's still feminine. I think she's got enough nice things relative to her body to allow her to get past one that's really neat here that comes into the second spot. I think this ewe is really nice, and I think that you can argue some things about her of how that front end is designed, particularly when you get your hands on her. She's not as proportional as we would prefer, but I think we can see that she's going to be one that's got plenty of grow, maybe, and as that rear rib continues to drop, she's going to be certainly one that you're going to like as she moves along in her professional show ring career. I think the young lady brings us a really nice one here in the third spot. I like the trueness in terms of her center body and her forerib. I think she comes back with some pin width and some shape as well. To me, she's one that, again, is going to continue as you project her on. She's obviously not going to be the most skeletally extended, but I think the angles are right, good enough that she still moves towards the top in a competitive class. The young lady brings one here in 4 that's even more moderate, and that's fine with me because this one's really good. I like this one in her shape. She's certainly extremely muscular in her design and her build. Really good high quality kind of a female there that comes in. Maybe not that exquisiteness and look up with the front third of her body, but a really nice, good, complete kind of a female. The young lady's the one that comes in next in line in 5. Also one that I think has enough length. I think this one's maybe just a little bit fresher appearing, in fact, than the one that's right in front of it, but maybe not quite as long a hip, quite as level in its pin set. 5 really nice ones, and in fact, several of them, approximately a dozen here in the Oxford ewe lambs that bring some quality. Thanks for bringing them here to Louisville, America.
Really nice pair of buck lambs here in this division here in our pole Dorset fitted in close here, real close in our placing. I like some things about both these bucks quite a bit. Buck I start with, really short fleece buck, really nice and extended up through that front end. He's good and correct on those feet and legs. He may not quite have the overall mass of our second place buck, and maybe not quite just the levelness we've got in the second place buck's hip structure, but I like that length and that smoothness of the way he ties together through his front end. A little smoother hided buck, maybe just a little bit of hide we've got here with our buck in second. Not quite as long when you get your hands on his hind saddle as our first place buck, but a buck you surely like the bone about him, you surely like the levelness of hip about him. A buck that's fighting out here a little bit in the ring, a little harder to evaluate, but 2 nice bucks I think with some good things to offer the Dorset breed.
For the Dorsets, we're now ready to bring in fitted spring ram lambs. We do want to announce in the natural colored for the Cotswold, Best Fleece went to entry 18, Spy Club Lambs 1748, Blair Sanchez, Bear River, Wyoming.
In this senior ram lamb class, we've got a natural colored ram here. He's got a nice sort of a fleece on him, got some length at the top to him. Doesn't have quite the overall thickness and mass you might prefer, but a ram that's sound enough, long enough in his stride at this point. Good solid ram to start. For the Romneys, now ready for junior ram lambs.
For the Oxfords, placing on the January fitted ewe lamb class, first to entry 55, per Z 1607, Time Miller, Huntington, Indiana. Second place to entry 49, Misty Meadow 1104, Sky, Austin Grace, Westmoreland, New Hampshire. Third to 50, Lauren Moore, Carlock, Illinois. Fourth place to entry 44, Annie Schopmer, Batesville, Indiana. 5 to 51, Michaela Hitt, Carlisle, Indiana. 6 to 48, Danielle Hoteling of Dolan, South Dakota. 7 to entry 43, Brady Dondlinger, West Lafayette, Indiana. 8th place to 45, Allie Grimmy of Versailles, Ohio. 9 to 46, Chloe Decker, Vincennes, Indiana. And 10 to 47, Ava Dondlinger of West Lafayette, Indiana. Placing on the Romney Senior Ram Lamb class, first to entry 1, Bernardo, HV 36, Alexandra Rogers, Lafayette, New Jersey. Placing on the Pole Dorset fitted Winter Ram Lamb class, first place to entry 9, Scotch Lane Farm 6364, Evan Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut. Second to entry 8, Spildy 9080, Luke Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin.
Oxford Slick Shore in January females, and I'm really confident with the one I'm calling our class winner relative to quality. She's the one I like by quite a ways, truthfully. She's so angular at the point of her shoulder, just correct in her overall build, and she's certainly the big-ended one of the group. I like that one really nicely here in your Slick Shore in January division. The choice becomes between 2 and 3, and I guess I opt for the extra amount of rib shape and truthfully the amount of muscularity that I find in just a little bit more common package in the ewe that comes in second. I think she could be just a little bit leveler in her overall hip shape, but yet I know that she's way more three-dimensional than the one that comes in 3, even though this one's maybe just a little bit nicer at the front third of her body. She maybe doesn't get as long a hip in terms of her overall design, but I think that's one that balances as good as any of them that we got in this group of 4. The long-sided sheep here comes next in line in the 4th spot. I think she's long, I think she's level, and the young man's been bringing out ones that are designed nice. She's maybe just gets a little bit frailer in her bone work, but a good quality group in your January Slick Shorns in the Oxford division.
For the Oxfords, we're now ready to move into our next class, which will be February ewe lambs. Tunis, we're ready for the Tunis show to begin, so we need Tunis. Senior Ram Lambs, Tunis. Senior Ram Lambs to the ring. This is last call for fitted spring Ram Lambs for the Pole Dorset. We have an entry for Crouch that's not in the ring. Placing on the Oxford Slick Shorn January ewe lamb class, first to 58, Cleveland Walpy 0026, Maddie Hogger, Connorsville, Indiana. Second to entry 57, Donlinger 1605, Ava Donlinger, West Lafayette, Indiana. Third to 59, Ty Miller, Huntington, Indiana. And 4 to 56, Cade Ballman, New Concord, Ohio. Getting ready for Oxford fitted February ewe lambs.
Here in our winter class, just once again a really nice pair of bucks with lots of things to offer. Your Pole Dorset breed, starting with a big long top buck, super amount of length to him. You really appreciate that. You get your hands on him, really long in his hind saddle. A ram that walks nice, really moves well around the ring. You surely like the levelness he carries as he moves. Our second place buck, definitely a big bone stout buck, a buck you like that width of muzzle he's got. You like that rib shape he's got. A big, tall, straight top kind of sheep. Maybe just gives up just maybe a little bit of length, a little bit of smoothness about that front end that we've got here in our first place buck. But like I said, 2 bucks I think that offer the Dorset breed some real advantages in their breeding program.
Now ready to show in the Pole Dorset ring, champion fitted ram and reserve champion fitted ram. Placing on the Pole Dorset fitted spring ram lamb class, first to entry 10, PRF 1689, Thomas Vandeventer, Camargo, Illinois. Second place to entry 12, Spildy 9211, Luke Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. Pole Dorset exhibitors, please note your fitted yearling U class is split. First class will be September 1 through January 15, second class January 16 and later. Also, Hampshire exhibitors, here are your splits in the Hampshire show. Slickshorn yearling ewes. Early class will be those born in January. The late class will be those born February 1st and after. January Slickshorn ewe lambs. Class 1, January 1 through and including January 14. Class 2, January 15 and later. For the February Slickshorn ewe lambs, for the Hampshires, first class February 1 through 14, late class February 15 through the 29th. And the March Slickshorn March Slickshorn ewe lambs for the Hampshires. Early class will be those born March 1 through the 14th. Class 2, March 15 and later.
Yeah, here in our Tunis ring, these fall bucks are extremely nice, all three of them. Young man sheep that we start with, extremely long from flank to flank. You get your hands on him, he works a ton of muscle down his top. One of the more elevated ones up in that chest floor of the three that we have out here. Young people do a nice job of driving that one. I think it's a nice place to start. Bigger frame, longer bodied type of sheep that we have in second hole. Maybe just didn't want to hold himself together on the move quite as well as our class winner, but one you sure got to appreciate in terms of just sheer size and mass and muscle. And a really complete sheep to conclude the top three with. No real faults in this sheep, just gets in a class with two awfully nice ones. Three outstanding sheep to start this Tunis drive.
Over here in the Pole Dorset ring, we didn't have tremendous numbers, but I think we have really high quality. I'm really happy with this group of 6 bucks out here. I think they've got some really neat things to offer the Pole Dorset breed. We could go in some different directions here with these bucks. I see some real strong things from each of these individuals out here. Today we're going to use our young buck on the far end, just super long topped. He's probably as long a buck as out here in this lineup. You get your hands on him, super long loin, really straighten his spine. He moves nice for you. A little closer in my mind here in which direction to go. We're going to come back and use this early fall buck lamb. Just, I could make him a little longer. I'd really be happy with him, but boy, he's just super straight. He's good-footed, big bone, really level in his design, really square-topped, and he's got really nice breed character about him. I think on a group of big females, he'd really be a ram to help that breeding program. But these young bucks in the back lineup in our class winner from the other class, I think have all got a strong future to them. Congratulations.
In this class of Romney Ram Lambs, we've got a very logical place to start. A ram that's definitely the show ram of the pile. You get your hands on him. He's pleasing enough throughout. Ram that's even enough in his fleece. He doesn't have the exceptional fleece in the class, but it's sure nice enough. Combine that with a straight level top. A ram that moves out very well. He's level in his hip structure. He's extended up through his front end. Good breed character. Just ties together very well and a good place to start. Come back second place. The ram, again, a pretty logical place to move. You've got a ram with a very even kind of a fleece. Nice character and density to it. Again, it's a softer handling kind of a fleece. It's just a very nice fleece. Again, he's very straight. He's pretty level. He's pretty strong down his top. Good bone. Good, just a pretty good natural colored Romney ram that you just really have to appreciate. The only problem he's got in this class, he happens to run into a white ram. It's just a notch better today. The ram we've got here in third, another white ram. Again, he's very long-topped. He's very long back through his hind saddle. A little flashier fleece when I parted across the side, maybe just a touch evener than what I had in that first individual. But a ram that just doesn't have that, isn't quite as strong right down that top, not quite got the width to him of what I felt I might have in that second place ram. Ram that just sort of slides into this third hole is a very high-quality individual. Three outstanding rams on top of this class.
For the Romney, now ready to show for champion and reserve champion ram. Placing on the Tunis class of senior ram lambs, first place to entry number 1, Spildy, 3247, Kyle McCulley at Glen, Pennsylvania. Second entry 2, Spildy, 3272, Avery Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. Third entry 3, Avery Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. We're now ready to show Tunis, or are showing Tunis early spring ram lambs. For the Pole Dorset, our champion fitted ram was entry number 10 out of the fitted spring ram lamb class. Purple Ribbon Farm 1689, Thomas Van Deventer of Carmargo, Illinois. The reserve fitted champion goes to entry 6 out of the fitted fall ram lamb class. Ram and Ewe Farm 0881, Carly Washburn. Carly Washburn, is it Washburn, Illinois? That reserve champion, entry 6, was shown by Carly Panier of Washburn, Illinois.
Again, for the champion reserve of the Romney division, I'm going to use those 2 spring ram lambs, just very flashy individuals, very good individuals. They're good on their feet and legs. They move very well. They're a little farther along in their development. They've still got that extension. They've got that youthfulness working for them. They're just complete enough. You really have to appreciate them, and a very logical choice to use for champion reserve.
For the polled Dorset,
Has to be 6.
we've got slick shorn winter spring and winter spring ram lambs in the ring.
Wrong ring.
Your next class will be for slick shorn champion and reserve champion ram. Placing on that slick shorn fall ram lamb class, first place went to entry 13, Maple Hollow 15125, Heidi Barclay, Man's Choice, Pennsylvania.
A nice pair of buck lambs here in our winter spring slick shorn class. Starting with a ram, just a little smoother made kind of ram. Ram has got just a little more strength and power to him, a little more overall muscle dimension to him. Then nice and correct about his feet and legs. The second place ram just gives up a little bit of that overall muscle and strength that we've got here in our first place ram.
Now ready on the polled Dorsets to show for champion and reserve champion slick shorn ram.
Now need champion ram in the row.
And for
You need your
and on the Romneys, we're ready for yearling ewes. Placing on the Romney Junior Ram Lamb class, first place to entry 5, Thistledown 624, Ethan Kennedy, Canandaigua, New York. Second place to entry 2, Little Hooves 621, Ethan Plank, Hillsdale, Michigan. Third place to entry 8, Caitlin Plank, Hillsdale, Michigan. Fourth place to entry 3, Ava Jo Hayes, Allentown, New Jersey. 5 to entry 9, Ethan Plank, Hillsdale, Michigan. Sixth place to entry 10, Megan Higgins, Coventry, Connecticut. 7 to 12, Jordan Vineyard, Blue Rock, Ohio. And eighth place to entry 4, Caitlin Plank, Hillsdale, Michigan. Our champion, Romney Ram, was entry number 5 out of that junior Ram Lamb class. Thistledown 624, Ethan Kennedy, Canandaigua, New York. Reserve also came out of that class with second place, entry 2, Little Hooves 621, Ethan Plank, Hillsdale, Michigan. For the polled Dorset show, our slick shorn winter/spring Ram Lamb class, first to entry 15, Belmar Farm 1732. Cameron Paulus, Casstown, Ohio. Second to entry 14, Lindau Farms 0337, Jessica Lindau, Chile, Wisconsin. We are now showing for our overall slick shorn champion in reserve.
Here in our champion drive, we're going to use our winter buck lamb. Buck lamb really like that overall muscle shape to him. He's got just maybe a little more defined in his muscle shape. Just a little nicer about his front end, a little nicer how he moves into the ring. Really nice, long, smooth-made fall buck lamb. He'll be your reserve.
I think as competitive a class as we've had out here in your Oxford division. Ewe lamb here that I think in terms of balance and correctness and just putting together that wedge-shaped look, she does that as good as any of them that we've got out here. She's certainly one that, relative to that chest floor and breastplate, is certainly cleaner, and I think that she blends that shoulder in quite a bit nicer, and in fact, if we come back, she's still just as big a hip, and I think she's measures as proportionally as long as any of them that we've got out here. The one that comes in 2 does so with a tremendous amount of mass, and you can read that even as you evaluate this ewe from her muzzle and that head shape, is that she's going to be one that's just got a bunch of power to her. She doesn't have that pure feminine look up front, and it just kind of translates to her. I'm not saying that's wrong, because I like the body. I like the amount of mass that we find in this girl. It comes with some extra shoulder and just not that classy of a look up front in comparison to your class winner, but a really nice kind of a female there in that second spot. This ewe kept moving up the spot for me relative to the third place, and this ewe just handles so extremely long in terms of her loin and in terms of her hind saddle. I think she's still a fresh-looking one that's going to continue to get better, and it's that rear rib kind of drops. It's going to make her balance that much better as she matures into a yearling and into a brood ewe. Kind of a similar spot with the one that comes in 4. This ewe's up-fronted and certainly long-sided. I think as she continues to progress as well, you're going to really like her. She doesn't come to the ground with as much true base width as some of them that we've got up here. And then the young ladies are showing one that I think balance is really nice. This is a good kind of a sheep, one that's good in its full rib and certainly enough muscularity for us. I think as we compare it to some of them, it could be a little bit more extended, but ladies, you brought out a really nice one. Congratulations, and thanks for your exhibits here at the North American. Really, really good job. If you kindly would, let's give them applause here in your February ewe lamb division.
We get out here in our spring buck lamb class, and I think it's relatively competitive at the top. A little bit of difference in the type and kind, but I think, in my opinion, I guess today the one we start with is just a notch cooler up through that head and neck. Really long-bodied sheep. You get your hands on him, you sure got to appreciate him. They get him propped up, and he's pretty as a picture. Young lady sheep that we have, and in seconds, one that's maybe a notch stouter in its overall body and rib. I just think that one gets a notch shorter from flank to flank for me today, but an outstanding sheep in its own right. A little problematic sheep, I guess, for me today is the young lady sheep in 3rd. He's maybe not wanting to cooperate. I really appreciate the structural just extension of that one and length of body. We just need to put that one together a little bit better to compete with those 2 directly above them. But I think one that's got some value depending on what direction you're wanting to take your herd. The sheep in 4th is one I really, really liked when that one came in there. I really appreciate the structural correctness in his top line when they get him propped up. I think the longer that one's out here, he gets a little softer on his feet off of both ends. And I think that's something we really need to watch. We conclude the top 5 with one that's really youthful in his overall appearance. Just needs maybe a few more days on feed to compete with these that are directly above him. But I think an outstanding set of these January buck lambs. Congratulations to the exhibitors.
Placing on the Weathersire Fall-Winter Ram Lamb class, first to entry 16, Myers, 8924, Tyler Myers, Rushvania, Ohio.
Romneys are on yearling ewe.
Romneys are now in the yearling ewe class. Placing on the Oxford February ewe lamb class, first place in that class goes to entry 63, Misty Meadow, 1108, Paparazzi, Lexi Grace, Westmoreland, Ohio, New Hampshire. Second place to entry number 72, A. Brockman, 1456, Austin Brockman, Garden Prairie, Illinois. Third to 73, Allie Grimmy, Versailles, Ohio. 4 to 68, Ty Miller, Huntington, Indiana. 5 to entry 61, Natalie Goodrich, Westmoreland, New Hampshire. 6 to 71, Ty Miller, Huntington, Indiana. 7 to 66, Derek Burns, Baltimore, Ohio. 8th place to entry 60, Jillian Bingen of Allenton, Wisconsin. 9 to 69, Jillian Bingen, Allenton, Wisconsin. And 10 to entry 64, Adrian Decker, Vincennes, Indiana.
Oxford Slick Shorn ewe lamb class here, and again, I out for some quality in her class winner, and I think if you want to read this one in terms of skeletal build and the amount of femininity and still enough muscularity that she's the right kind relative to putting enough of things together for us. Super complete in how she's built. Really, I think that we can agree that she's the feminine made one of the group as well. She's still a little bit more immature in her overall growth pattern than maybe the one that comes into this second spot, and I know that that one's more skeletally extended, but we'd have to give up quite a bit relative to hip shape and design in that ewe that comes in second. No doubt there's enough grow in that one, and I still like plenty of the levelness directly behind her shoulder as we move back, but a good kind of a female in her own right. She's still so much more feminine, and the angles are right up at her shoulder and her neck in comparison to the one that's in the 3 spot. This girl's no doubt bolder in her forerib and center body, and I know that there's a bunch of muscle, but relative to the ones in front of her, she becomes the plain-fronted one of the trio. I think the young man gets a really nice one here next in line in the 4 spot, and I think if you read her as an individual, she's certainly got some good pieces. Is she quite as extended and feminine? Maybe not quite so much, but certainly the angles are right. That one's level built, there's enough muscularity, and I think she'll project on a really nice yearling ewe. Thanks for bringing her out here for me to evaluate as well.
Placing on the Oxford February Slick Shorn ewe lamb class, first to entry 76, Walpy 0032, Rosie Annie Shopmer, Batesville, Indiana. Second to 77, Rocky Hill 1626, Corey McLeese, Washington, Oklahoma. Third to entry 74, Ty Miller, Huntington, Indiana. And 4 to 75, Brody Donlinger of West Lafayette, Indiana.
Very interesting class of Romney yearling ewes. The yearling ewe I've got up here on top, ewe that, no, she's not the largest frame by any means out here, but she has such tremendous style and balance about her. She moves very elegantly. She's extremely level down her top, very strong down her top, has some width and dimension throughout, handles with a little more rib than some of the others. She has such style and balance about her. Combine that with she has the fleece that just pretty much excels the rest of this class in terms of character, luster, very even in its overall, as it's in its handle all the way through. Just a very, very nice ewe. I think that lack of size, yeah, in some cases is going to hurt her, but at this point today, I have to appreciate the characteristics that she has. I really like the stout-made ewe, the extended kind of ewe we've got here in second. I really like her, and visually, she's as attractive a ewe as we've got out here. You get your hands on her. She's not as straight as strong down her top, not quite as level all the way back as what I felt I had in that first individual, but an extremely stylish, very good kind of a ewe that you really have to appreciate. The ewe in third, another very, very good ewe. She slides up towards the top and then this class in terms of being a ewe that stands very correctly, moves with a nice long free stride. She's feminine, she's extended enough, nice enough fleece on her. I just happened to again run into a class with 2 very, very good ewes at the top of it.
Nice set of winter or spring weather sire Dorsets here we've got over in this ring. We got some different types and kinds in this class. This first pair fairly close. I like some things about both bucks. Starting with the buck, I think, just got a little more power. He's just got a little big old wider hip in him here in our first place buck, but yet still ties together from his rib into his front shoulder pretty well, and that gets him in here in first. Our second place buck, I really like the way he ties into his front end, probably the nicest of any buck in the class, and yet he's got some muscle, adequate amount of muscle to him, and really level in that hip in the design. He's got a nice bone, and he's good and correct. Nice smooth-made buck here is our third place buck, in straight in his lines and good and correct in his feet and legs. Just gives up some of that natural thickness here in this class. And our fourth place buck, kind of problem lamb that's fighting out here. If you need a lamb that's going to throw a whole bunch of muscle and big old butt in your females, he may be the one you want to buy. I just need to make him a little nicer about his front end, a little nicer the way he ties into his shoulders out here today.
ultra-competitive class over here in the Tunis ring. We study these top two individuals. There's obviously a little difference of sort. Young lady sheep that we start with is one that's the biggest footed, stoutest made one that we have out here. You get your hands on her, it works the biggest top. I think just that overall structure and stoutness of bone is what sorts them for me today. Young lady does a nice job of presenting that one. Really appreciate the front end design and the overall profile of the sheep that we have in second, better than our class winner. Just want to straighten that one up on her front feet and her back feet for that matter. The longer we're out here, he's wanting to just kind of drop down ever so slightly. But I really appreciate the front end design and the length of body in that one. More of a youthful appearing kind of sheep that we have here in third hole, one that maybe gets a little bit out-horsed out here today, but one that's sure no faults in that one. He's super complete and ultra good looking. Super big frame, kind of extended type of sheep that we have in fifth, and one that we got to appreciate for the total and overall frame size and just overall growth that we have in that one. Just need to straighten that one up in his top line to compete with those that we have directly above him. And a super complete sheep that we round out the top five with, one that's ultra level down her top line. Just need to smooth that one up in her shoulder and add a notch more just natural width and dimension to complete in this particular drive. Outstanding class of buck lambs in this particular breed.
Tunis exhibitors, they want to give you a reminder, after your Tunis show, lunch is being provided for all junior Tunis exhibitors by Don Kraft at the Tunis hospitality area. There will be a Junior Tunis Association meeting at 1 p.m. in C106. All junior Tunis exhibitors need to attend to pick up their exhibitor gifts.
Let's give these Pole Dorset Ram exhibitors a nice round of applause. Really some nice quality. We didn't have so many in the slick individuals, but some really nice representatives that came out of both those divisions. Today we're going to use our two fitted bucks, though. I think bucks that I just got a lot of good things about them. A little stronger show out here, and came out of some tougher classes. And I think bucks that weren't grand in reserve here today will be your fitted rams. You're done. Oh. I wasn't sure if you were done or not.
Single class out here in our Tunis ring and the slick sheared buck. One that's got a ton of meat and muscle in him when you get your hands on him. Really tracks around the ring, really smooth. I'll watch that one come in, really good up through the front end. One that unfortunate, but could take some a lot more competition.
Now ready on Tunis to show for a champion. Over on the Dorset ring, our Weather Sire champion went to entry number 16, Myers, 8-9-24, Tyler Myers, Rushvania, Ohio. The reserve to entry 22, Purple Ribbon Farm, 0556, Chad Lawyer, Carlock, Illinois. Our overall grand champion was our fitted champion, entry 10, Purple Ribbon Farm, 1689, Thomas Van Deventer of Camargo, Illinois. The reserve overall was our reserve fitted. Out of the fitted fall ram lamb class, right? Ram and entry number 6, Ram and U Farm 0881, Carly Panier, Washburn, Illinois. We need Class 1 fitted yearling ewes, those born September 1 through January 15 for the Poll Dorsets in the ring.
In this Romney class, we've got a ewe lamb, just a very good individual. She's very sharp, she's very attractive, very stylish. Got that extension up throughout, got a nice enough fleece on her, good in its handle, good in its character, good in its luster. I think just a very high quality individual that wins this class fairly quickly. Coming back to the ewe lamb, it's very similar in her design, not quite enough of her at this point to get around that first ewe, but again, she's pretty straight, she moves out very well. Just a pretty good individual as a white ewe lamb. We come to the third ewe lamb, and she's got plenty of rib in her. She's got some volume. I like her straightness and extension. She doesn't have quite the flash and style of that first place individual. Nice sort of a fleece on her. She's going to make a pretty good yearling ewe. Just keep her coming. She should be very competitive next year. So go down the line, we've got 2 ewe lambs. Again, they're just very good individuals. They're pretty sound. They're pretty complete. They just don't have quite the overall style balance. Don't carry quite the fleece quality I felt I had right up on top.
There will be a Romney Breeders meeting. They'll meet briefly 10 minutes after the show at the Little Hoof Pens. Placing on the Tunis class of late spring ram lambs. First place to entry 19, Shambo 515, Rachel Shambo, Janesville, Wisconsin. Second to entry 20, Utzig 0007, Joanna Utzig, Milton, Wisconsin. Third to entry 21, Seth Furman, Rochdale, Indiana. 4 to 18, Portia Kellums, Hillsboro, Indiana. 5 to entry number 22, Kaylin Swihart, Perrysburg, Ohio, and 6 to 17, Donald Clodfelter, Marshall, Indiana. Placing on the Slick Shorn class of Tunis Spring Ram Lambs, 1st to 24, Kraft, 1664, Amanda Sumi, Arcadia, Indiana. Okay, now showing Tunis, Grand Champion and Reserve Grand Champion Ram. Your next class will be your early class of yearling ewes.
We get out here in our Tunis champion draft, right? And I think there's one out here, I guess, for me today that hits me with the most, just balance and style and muscle. He's good on his feet and legs. He's big bone. He's really good looking. I think for reserve, it gets significantly closer in 2 different contrasting types and styles. But one that, from a breeder standpoint, I guess, from the outside looking in, you've got to pick your preference of what hits you best. I'll go out and select your champion in reserve.
Yes, sir.
For the Poll Dorsets, we do have a correction. Our reserve champion overall was actually first out of the fitted fall Ram Lamb class, but we inverted those whenever we announced him. Our first place, now the reserve overall, our reserve fitted, was entry 05, Spildy 9168, McGeehan Music of Camp Point, Illinois. For the Tunis, our champion Ram goes to the first place out of the senior Ram Lamb class. Kyle McCulley with Spildy, 3247. Kyle is from At Glen, Pennsylvania. The reserve came out of the early spring Ram Lamb class. Olivia Brown, Brown 140, Millersburg, Ohio. Now ready for Tunis, early yearling ewes.
Really, really good quality here in our class of Oxford females, and the one that I start with just has the most quality pieces, and I really like the freshness and the youthfulness and look into this female. I think she handles quite a bit leveler in her top line. I think she's plenty level in her pin set and how she's designed from there. I think we can come to the agreement that truthfully she's one that could be stouter in her features and in her bone work, but when we evaluate her relative to adding up the pluses, I think that there's enough quality, enough look, and a really fresh kind of a female there to start off that class. The one that comes in second, I like just a little bit better probably in terms of her forerib and how that kind of lays in right up to its shoulder there. I don't think she's quite as level in terms of her top line, truthfully, and in fact, she doesn't proportion with as much length the hind saddle as your class winner, but I think those two are both extremely good. I like the breed character and that look up at her head extremely well, also in that second place sheep. And the one that comes in three is even more three-dimensional in terms of just being bold built, at least in her body, and being maternal in her look, and that comes with some extra chest. She's kind of a little bit more rotated in how her hip is designed, but a powerfully designed one. The one that comes in four is long-sided and level enough. I think if you read her, she comes to a narrower basis. She gets down low. And then the young man sheep here next in line, I think here's one that's got some shape, maybe tries to throw that rear hock out a little bit for us and maybe doesn't balance up quite as good in terms of its hip loin, but a good kind of a female there. And in fact, the young lady there that comes in six, that one's really neat built. I like that one a lot and pushed it up a bunch above some of them, but we came up to some quality as well. But that one's pretty nice as well to get a nice honorable mention here at Louisville. Congratulations, thanks for bringing out these March U lambs.
For the Oxfords fitted March U Lambs class, first place in that class goes to entry 80, A. Brockman, 1460, Austin Brockman, Garden Prairie, Illinois. Second place to entry number 83, Misty Meadow, 1120, Honeybee, Austin Grace, Westmoreland, New Hampshire. Third to entry number 79, Austin Brockman, Garden Prairie, Illinois. 4 to 82, Derek Burns, Baltimore, Ohio. 5 to entry 88, Zeke Isaacson, Burlington, Wisconsin.
Over here.
6th place to entry 89, Lauren Moore, Carlock, Illinois. 7 to 84, Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. 8 to entry number 78, Ty Miller, Huntington, Indiana. 9 to 86, Chloe Decker, Vincennes, Indiana. And 10 to 81, Cade Ballman, New Concord, Ohio. Now ready for Slickshorn, March, and later U Lambs for the Oxfords. Oxford exhibitors, we want to remind you that you have a pizza party scheduled at 12 noon in room C108. Placing on the Romney Yearling U class, first to entry 13, Winding Wicks 0018, Teresa Romas of Chichester, New Hampshire. Second to 20, Thistledown 007, Ethan Kennedy, Canandaigua, New York. Third place to 14, Katie Hacker, Cloverdale, Indiana. 4 to 81, Nathan Trojanowski, East Hampton, Connecticut. 5 to 16, Ethan Kennedy, Canandaigua, New York. 6 to 17, Nathan Trojanowski, East Hampton, Connecticut. 7 to entry 19, Alexandra Rogers, Lafayette, New Jersey. Placing on the Romney Senior U Lamb class, first to entry 25, Thistledown 610, Ethan Kennedy, Canandaigua, New York. Second to 24, Thistledown 604, Ethan Kennedy. Third to 22, Ethan Plank, Hillsdale, Michigan. 4 to 26, Ava Jo Hayes, Allentown, New Jersey. 4 to 21, Caitlin Plank, Hillsdale, Michigan.
Really nice first year 1U class here in our pulled side of the ring here in our pulled Dorsets. Really nice pair of ewes to start the class with, and really strong class winner to start the class with. Kind of rises to the top fairly easy for me. This super long top, really correct about those feet and legs. You really love the way she ties into that front end. She's straight and true down that top, just really level in that hip design. Second place ewe, boy, just looks like she's going to be a brood ewe to me. Just a big old ribbed ewe, a ewe that's got tremendous amount of top to her. You surely like that about her. Might change just a little bit how she moves off those front feet, but a ewe I think this just looks like she's going to be a stud ewe. Our third place ewe is another really neat made ewe, really long and level in her design and correct in her design. Might change her just a little bit, give her a little better hair coat about her muzzle, broaden up her muzzle just a little bit in comparison to those two ewes that beat her in class. Our fourth place ewe, just a good sound stout ewe, a ewe that's really correct on her feet and legs, really short fleece, really level in her design. She's level hipped, just a nice kind of ewe. She runs out of just a little horsepower compared to the ewes ahead of her, but a ewe that would most people be proud to take home. Our fifth place ewe, another really structurally sound ewe. She's long in her top, she's level in her design, really long and straight down that top. You surely like that. She probably gives up just a little bit of overall dimension of muscle to some of these ewes ahead of her, but a nice ewe.
Slick shorn March ewe lambs, and I think again plenty of good amongst all of these. I choose the one that I think is more three-dimensional in its overall build and appearance. That's the female that just has got the right pieces relative to skeleton and in the ground of how that one's designed. A good high-quality female. Obviously here in this Oxford breed, there's one with a tremendous amount of mass, and certainly in my personal opinion, she's feminine enough for us relative to where we're at out here. I think then the one that comes in next in line gets a little extra added bonus on some length of body. Maybe not quite as level in its overall build, and maybe not obviously as thick as we get back to the pin set, but that young man's got a really nice slick shorn ewe, certainly a good high quality one. I think then as we come back just relative to immaturity is where the next one has that challenge, but I think that this is one that again is straight line. Obviously we can tell that here's one that's up fronted enough and feminine enough in her build, a really good kind of an individual that's going to continue to get better. Three nice March ewe lambs.
Got a very nice class of junior ewe lambs out here in the Romney division. We've got a ewe lamb. It's just a very logical place to start. She handles very well. She's got enough size and scale. She's got enough extension working for her. Nice sort of a fleece in her. There's not really any big holes that you can put in her. That you just gotta run her to the top. Coming in second, we've got a natural colored ewe lamb that's very similar overall design. Maybe not quite as extended up through her front end. The shoulders don't lay on quite as smoothly, but a very, very attractive individual. Again, a very nice sort of a fleece on, good handle to it, nice color and character throughout. Ewe lamb in third, a little more conventional in her design, not quite as large in her overall structure, but again, she's very straight, she's very level, she's very complete and very correct. A nice sort of a fleece on her, maybe not like comparing back to that yearling ewe we had earlier. That ewe just, I think, had one of the better fleeces out there. This ewe has a very nice fleece. It just doesn't have quite the density and handle to it, not quite the luster I felt I had in a couple of these others, but again, very nice, very even in its overall type and kind. She doesn't have any big holes in her. She's pretty straight down her top. She's got spring to her ribs. She's going to make a tremendous brood ewe. Come back to this fourth place ewe lamb, a ewe lamb that has given up something in terms of size, scale, pounds, and dimension. Probably just needs those extra days on feed to move up any higher, but a ewe again with a very nice sort of a fleece. She's got some extension. She's got some youthfulness and femininity working for her. She's very sound, very smooth in her movement. She belongs up in this top end as well. Come to the fifth place ewe lamb, a natural colored ewe. She's extremely attractive, very eye-appealing, very eye-catching. Again, that nice sort of fleece on her. She's a notch short back through her hind saddle, especially compared to some of the ewes right up on top. But a very flashy individual. Give her those time and extra time, those days on feed. She's going to be able to stand a lot of competition over time.
Placing on the Oxford March
After I get done with the Romneys, I'm going to...
and later Slickshorn ewe lamb class, first to 91, Walpy 0033, Coldridge, shown by Margot Sturgis, Wooster, Ohio. Second to 90, AA 1619, Drew Miller, Huntington, Indiana. Third to entry 92, Corey McLeese, Washington, Oklahoma. Dorset's are now on the second class, the late class of fitted yearling ewes. Your next class will be fitted early fall ewe lambs, then fitted late fall. Romneys are now ready to show for champion ewe.
We got here in our Tunis ring and our yearling ewe class. I think we've got a class winner that sorts herself to the top relatively handily. I think any EST that you'd like to use on this one, you can use. I think she's the longest sided. I think she's the best fronted. I think she's the most correctly balanced, and for me, that's the most important. I think one that's extremely good and extremely high quality. From there, it gets a little more challenging. I think you've got to pick your poison in terms of what you're looking for. For me today, the one in second, it's one that comes to us. I missed her on the original evaluation, but you get your hands on her. She's got a ton of shape down her top. She's really good in her rib cage, and I think most importantly what got her from where I had her originally to here is she just sounder on her feet and legs than some that we have in the remaining of the class. Our sheep in third is one I sure got to appreciate in terms of her hip design and overall just width and dimension. We set that one into motion. I'd like to pick her up on her pasterns ever so slightly, but I think one that whether we've had her on feed or just whatever it is, maybe not getting enough exercise of its overall build, we need to change that to get her up any higher. Biggest frame, longest bodied ewe that we've got in the drive is out here in fourth hole, one that I really appreciate when she's standing still. We stick that one into motion. She wants to get a little higher in her top line, get a little off in her feet and legs when we stick her into motion. And the sheep that we conclude the top five with is one of my favorite sheep out here. Maybe just like to pull her down in her condition ever so slightly, but when you study that one and you get directly behind that one, there's a ton of shape and a ton of muscle in that one. Really robust in her rib cage. I think just an outstanding class of Tunis yearling ewes.
goes to entry number 33, Thistledown 621, Ethan Kennedy, Canandaigua, New York. Second place to 37, Higgins 1638, Megan Higgins, Coventry, Connecticut. Third to entry 32, Catherine Romas, Chichester, New Hampshire. 4 to 35, Caitlin Plank, Hillsdale, Michigan. 5 to 31, Ethan Kennedy, Canandaigua, New York. 6 to 38, Megan Higgins, Coventry, Connecticut. 7 to 34, Nathan Trojanowski, East Hampton, Connecticut. 8th place to 39, Ethan Plank, Hillsdale, Michigan. 9 to 36, Caitlin Plank, Hillsdale, Michigan. And 10th place to entry 29, Nathan Trojanowski, East Hampton, Connecticut.
Our Oxford Junior ULAM division here. Extremely good ones to choose between, and I think you could argue about 5 or 6 of them if you really wanted to, of trying to find some of the pieces of the puzzle. Again, we've got some slick-shorn ULAMs that got tremendous amount of muscle and tremendous amount of muscularity. The fitted March ULAM's just got a real fresh and youthful look. She could be a little stouter featured for us. The February ULAM, I think, has a tremendous amount of balance and attractiveness from her. And in fact, there was a second place in that class that was really good and super stout in her build as well. And then a class winner coming there in the January division that I think does some femininity and probably is level topped and as long as sided and along a hind saddle as any of them we've got out here. So some really nice groups of individuals. I'll go shake the hand of your champion and your reserve here in your junior ULAM. Please help me in congratulating your exhibitors, tremendous group of Oxford females.
And where we haven't had quite the numbers in the Romney show, we've definitely had some quality. We've got 3 very good individuals out here in this first place lineup, and again, it depends on which particular traits you want to look for and which ones you want to grab, but you've got 3 good Romney ewes that I think could work in just about any breeding program somewhere. It just depends on how you're best able to utilize them. Trying to pick a champion ewe, you've got, again, ewes that they have some quality. You've got late ewe lamb that she's just a very stylish, attractive individual, got an awful lot of extension through in. A senior ewe lamb that just follows that overall type and kind with a very beautiful fleece. And her no-hole's kind of a yearling ewe, and it's very tough to pick between the 3. I'm going to opt to use the spring ewe lamb will be your champion today, coming back for the yearling ewe for reserve. Again, not necessarily entirely the same kind of sheep, but you sure have to appreciate the quality both possess.
Placing on the Tunis early yearling U class, 1st to 32, Shambo 482, Rachel Shambo, Janesville, Wisconsin. 2nd to entry 36, Spildy 2678, Avery Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. 3rd place to 26, Olivia Brown, Millersburg, Ohio. 4 to 27, Johanna Utzig, Milton, Wisconsin. 5 to 29, Gregory Lopper, Nunda, New York. 6 to 35, Drew Ridgway, Liberty Town, Maryland. 7 to 34, Amanda Sumi, Arcadia, Indiana. 8 to entry number 28, Caitlin Swihart, Perrysburg, Ohio. And 9 to entry number 25, Portia Kellums, Hillsboro, Indiana. Placing are the results of our junior championship drive for the ewes for the Oxfords. Our junior champion is our first place fitted January ewe lamb, entry 55, Perzi 1607, Time Miller, Huntington, Indiana. The reserve junior champion was the first place in the February fitted ewe lamb class, entry 63, Misty Meadow 1108. Paparazzi, Lexi Grace, Westmoreland, New Hampshire. Now ready to show for grand and reserve grand champion ewe. Then we'll do best headed. Now showing Romney, best fleeced white. Best fleeced white.
We got here in our Tunis ring, and I think we got two outstanding individuals. Our class winner's one that's just extremely long, flank to flank. She's really good down her top line. You get your hands on her, she sure doesn't disappoint you. I just think the overall femininity and extra extension versus our sheep in second, so it sorts them. Taking nothing away from the young man sheep in second, she's one that's sure good and square about her hip. She's really good, and from that last strip back, she handles probably as true and as stout as anything that we've had out here today. Two high-quality individuals in this particular drive.
For the Romneys, our champion ewe goes to entry number 33 out of the junior ewe lamb class. Thistle down 621, Ethan Kennedy, Canandaigua, New York. Our reserve champion was out of our yearling ewe class, entry 13, Winding Wicks 0018, Teresa Romas of Chichester, New Hampshire.
Some power and depth came out here in our second class of yearling ewes here in our Cotswold Dorset division. Just a really nice set of top five are ewes. I think most anyone sitting in the bleachers would like to take home this group and put the right buck on, and I think you'd have some stud ewes surely in this group, and they've all got some different parts and pieces that I really kind of like. First place ewe. It's 12 o'clock today. She's the big, full, long-bodied ewe. She might have just a tad more condition on her than I'd like to see, but she's just that big, long-topped ewe with some stout bone about her. She's long and straight in those lines. You surely like that. If I could clean that wool up off her muzzle, she'd win the class easy. Our second place ewe, if she's got a little bit of fuzz down that muzzle also, if she was just a touch cleaner there also, she might have won the class. Super short fleece ewe here, the ewe in second, just as straight and true as she looks out there, level down that top, really level in her hip. She really moves nice on those feet and legs, really nice short pastern on her, really neat kind of ewe. Balances up just a little nicer. I think a big stout ewe, kind of a stud ram making kind of ewe, I think, here in third. Big bone about her. She's got a big wide hip. Another ewe, really short fleece out here. She wants to run downhill just a touch for me today, just a little higher in her hip when she gets on the move. But boy, you sure like the bone. You sure like a lot of good rugged things about her. I think she's going to make some great babies for these exhibitors out here. Our fourth place ewe, once again, she's got a nice big old hip. She looks like she's starting to bag just a little bit. She's a ewe you surely appreciate the natural mothering ability she looks like she's going to have. She's got some ribs. She's got some bone and correctness about her. Really flat and level in that hip. You surely like that. She probably just runs out of just a little bit of rib shape and a little bit of overall length than our ewes that are ahead of her. But a ewe I really like a lot of things about and fits nice here in fourth. And our fifth place ewe, once again, another really good ewe that's just got some great things about her. A big stout ewe with a lot of length of body to her, really smooth made up through that front end. Maybe lacks just a little bit of that ruggedness that we got in some of these other ewes ahead of her, but a really nice individual in her own right.
again for Best Fleece White in the Romney show. That yearling ewe that was reserve champion ewe, she just had such an exceptional fleece to go with her soundness overall. But that fleece is just, when I think of a Romney fleece, this is what I would hope to find. It has tremendous character. It's got good luster to it. Just a tremendous handle, soft enough, and just a very, very nice fleece. I'm sure that there's other fleeces out here that I think, again, are definitely deserving of consideration. I'm sure that as a hand spinner, there's a lot of people that they would have their own particular preferences. This is the one I would prefer today.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to your Oxford breed champion U division at the North American. And again, I'd like to extend a congratulations to the exhibitors that have came out and brought these out. And in fact, I think that there's been a tremendous amount of breed progress relative to the Oxfords. And I like sheep that got some stoutness to their bone work and have some true body shape and muscularity. And I think these females just have an added bonus of femininity, but certainly most of those that you brought out were really functional kind of sheep, and in big picture that's a really, really good thing as we look relative to our sheep and lamb industry of providing ones with enough growth and still enough muscularity that we can try to find the kinds that we like. I think we've got a super lineup of females out here. I think we've got a yearling ewe out there that sets herself apart relative to quality and talent and just the pieces that she puts together in terms of how she's built. Just a really attractive kind of a female. More of a decision becomes between a following, and it's certainly safe enough to follow with the yearling ewe of one that balances nicely and is certainly wedge made enough in her overall build. But we've got a January ewe lamb from the same exhibitor, and I get to ask myself the question of whether that ewe lamb, as we project her on next year, is going to be better than the girl in front of her, and the chances are probably pretty good. She's better in her hip set. She's better with some true natural base as we read her at the ground, and I think that she's still plenty feminine enough, and so that comes between the decision. But I'll go shake the hands, give away some purple and pink ribbons in a banner or two. Congratulations, ladies and gentlemen. Kindly, if you would, here at the 2016 North American, give your Oxford Junior exhibitors a round of applause.
We get out here in our Tunis ring and our slick shear division. I think we got a class winner that comes to the top relatively handily for me. You get your hands on her, she sure doesn't disappoint you. Viewer from the outside looking in, she's the biggest, squarest in her hip. She stands down a good set of feet and legs, and I think a pretty safe place to start for me today. From there, it gets a little more challenging. Young man sheep's one of the bigger frame, longer body ones that we have here in second hole. You study her from the outside, and she's level down her top. She handles pretty good. I'd like to maybe take ever so slightly much of fat off of her, but I think one of the sides in the second for me. Young lady sheep in third's one that's built extremely good, really hard handling and firm touching one. I just like to make her a notch bigger in her overall size and scale to compete with those that we have directly above her, but one I think is very high quality as well. Really feminine fronted one that we have there in fourth hole, one that is extremely long from that last rib back. I would just like to drop that one down in her flank to get her to compete against those that are directly above her, but one I think's got a world of potential and a great big frame type of ewe that we conclude the top five with, one that's very angular up through her shoulder, one that's extremely big and tall in terms of her kind. Just like to straighten her up in her rear too to compete with the remainder of the class. Nice set of ewes.
For the Oxford show, our overall grand champion ewe goes to our senior champion ewe out of the yearling class, entry 17, Misty Meadows 0750, Lucy Goosey, Austin Grace, Westmoreland, New Hampshire. The reserve grand champion went to our junior champion out of the fitted January ewe lamb class, entry 55 per Z 1607, Ty Miller, Huntington, Indiana. Now ready for best headed ewe for the Oxfords. Over on the Romney side, now showing best colored fleece. Our champion ewe in the show went to entry number 33, our junior ewe lamb, Thistledown 621, Ethan Kennedy, Canandaigua, New York. The reserve went to entry 13, our yearling ewe, Winding Wicks 0018, Teresa Romas, Chichester, New Hampshire, and that was also our best white fleeced animal.
In the best natural colored fleece, you've got, again, quite a few good fleeces out here. This is the one that I think is that good combination of character, luster, just a very nice handling kind of a fleece. It's very even as you go across the side, just a very high quality fleece as you go top to bottom, front to rear.
Placing on the early class of yearling ewes for the Polled Dorsets. First place goes to entry number 30. Clampy is 501. Johanna DeJora, Newburgh, Oregon. Second place to entry number 31, Pope Dorset's 279, Katie Muir, Sheridan, Indiana. Third to entry 27, Taylor Crouch, Mora, Illinois. 4 to entry 29, McLean Music of Camp Point, Illinois. 5 to entry 23, Emily Ellison, Newport, Tennessee. Sixth place to entry 24, Stephen Campbell, Blairsville, Pennsylvania. 7 to 28, Maricel Lee of Covington, Tennessee. Now the late class, first place in that class goes to entry number 32, Stunkel, 2367, Thomas Vandeventer, Carmargo, Illinois. Second to 39, Catherine, Showgirls Sheep Company, 31, Kylie Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana. Third to entry 37, Thomas Vandeventer, Carmargo, Illinois. 4 to 36, Olivia Nichols, Harrodsburg, Kentucky. 5 to entry 38, Carly Panier, Washburn, Illinois. 6 to 34, Cassidy Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana. 7 to entry 33, Rebecca Helton, Macon, Missouri. And 8th place to entry 35, Maricel Lee, Covington, Tennessee. The best fleeced in the colored division for the Romneys goes to entry number 26, Little Hooves, 605, Ava Jo Hayes of Allentown, New Jersey. Placing on the Tunis Slick Shorn Yearling U-Class, first place goes to entry 42, Macaulay 1502, Kyle McCulley at Glen, Pennsylvania. Second to 43, Riverwood 6332, Gregory Lopper of Nunda, New York. Third to 44, Olivia Brown, Millersburg, Ohio. 4 to entry 47, Kylie Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana. 5 to 45, Caitlin Swihart, Perrysburg, Ohio. And 6 to entry 46, Portia Kellums, Hillsboro, Indiana. For the Oxfords, we do want to announce the winner of our Futurity program for ewe lambs for 2016 is Natalie Goodrich. Natalie was first with Sandberg 940 that she purchased at our national sale this year. The best headed ewe in the Oxford show also goes to Sandoval 940, Natalie Goodrich of Westmoreland, New Hampshire. So we're ready to go to hands.
On your best headed Romney, it's again, it gets to be a very tight situation. Depends on which little nuances you're looking for. Granted, as far as what I would consider the classic Romney head, I'm probably going to still tend towards that white Romney as opposed to the natural color, just from the standpoint of history. Again, looking for that pigmentation, the ear shape, the head shape, the muzzle shape. I think when I see this sheep that I used, it's one of them things. There's no question that's a Romney in my mind. I've looked at Romneys off and on for a long time, and that's just a very good classic head. It's just a very eye-catching classic individual. There it is filmed.
Once again, our female show doesn't get any easier in the Pole Dorsets. Really nice set of early ewe lambs. We definitely got some pieces in this top 5 are made a little different and come in different sizes and shapes, but really like the ewe lamb we start with. She's not the biggest, she's not the longest, but boy, she's as correct as any. She's great on her feet and legs. She's beautiful breed typed. I really love the breed type about that female. Fairly ideal in my mind, and that kind of helps scoot her to the top. Our second place ewe, definitely a little bigger framed ewe here. A ewe that doesn't quite balance up as nice as our first ewe when you get back and analyze her, but boy, she's pretty darn correct for as big as she is. She's straight down that top, and she kind of fits in here in second. Our third place ewe, another really long topped ewe. Her overall length of body kind of gets her in here into third. Over our fourth place ewe, you surely like that overall length and straightness and smoothness that she's got. Our fourth place ewe, really a nice boned ewe that you surely like. She's got that look of just going to make that nice big solid brood ewe to put into your flock. Nice level. She's really shown in short fleece, really level in her hip design here in this female. Just a little more mass and a little more muscle to her than our ewe that stands behind her here in fifth. Another pretty typed female, a female that kind of a lot like the first place ewe as far as is more ideal in her breed type, in what I like to see in a Dorset female. You surely like that front end in that. She just runs out maybe just out of a little bit of length and a little bit of muscle mass to get ahead of those 4 ewes ahead of her. And the same could be said the 6 ewe that's out here, just super pretty, great bone about her. Maybe just runs out a little bit of that overall, a little bit of size and a little bit of length of body, but a really nice, high quality individual.
For our Romney show, our best headed animal in that show was entry number 13 out of the yearling ewe class. She was our reserve champion overall, best white fleeced ewe as well. Winding Wicks 0018, Teresa Romas, Chichester, New Hampshire. That does conclude the Romney show. We're ready in just a few minutes to go into the Shetlands. We gave the judge just a short break.
Fitted late volume lambs to the ring.
We got here in our Tunis Fall ULAM class. I think it gets relatively challenging to pick determining on what type and kind you like. Young lady sheep that we start with is one that's just ultra complete, ultra good looking from the side. You study that one out of her hip and really appreciate that one. But I think the thing that sorts them, I guess for me today, is when we stick that one into motion, she's really good on her feet and legs. She wants to keep that chest up, and I think it gets very close between the two, but I think that's the sort for me today. Young man sheep in second's one that I really appreciate. That was my class winner in this particular drive for a long time. I think the longer we leave her out here, she wants to get a little flatter on all 4 feet, and we study that one. She maybe wants to duck her chest ever so slightly, but one that you sure got to appreciate in terms of her just overall mass, her overall balance up front. This one's going to be ultra big. She's ultra big now. Nice sheep. Sheep in third's one that there's surely no holes in. You study that one from the side. You really got to appreciate her down her top line, really good up through her front end. Unfortunately for that one today, she got into a class with 2 awfully competitive ones. From there, we've got a big frame U in fourth hold that's very nice when you view her from the side. Young lady does a nice job of keeping that one propped up. She was extra feminine through that front end. She's extremely long in her handle. Just an overall high quality U. And we conclude the top 5 and 6 with a couple that are just a little lacking in terms of maturity, but I think 2 sheep that have done well and outstanding for the own right.
This time we're showing Pole Dorset fitted senior ewes for championship. However, slick shear division, weather dam division, there will not be a senior junior champion, only in the fitted. We are now ready to begin our Shetland show. We need senior ram lambs to the ring, please. We also need Hampshire fitted senior ram lambs to the ring, please. Again, we need fitted senior ram lambs to the ring, and we need Shetland senior ram lambs to the ring, please. Placing on the Tunis Senior Ewe Lamb Class, first place, entry 32, Spildy, 3235, Avery Spildy of Stoughton, Wisconsin. Second to 48, McCauley, 1601, Kyle McCauley at Glen, Pennsylvania. Third place to entry number 49, Spildy, 3209, Avery Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. Four to entry 50, Amanda Sumi, Arcadia, Indiana. 5 to 51, Megan Holler, West Liberty, Kentucky, and 6th place to 53, Donald Clodfelder, Marshall, Indiana.
We got here in our Tunis ring, and I think we've got 8 outstanding individuals out here. I think they're all very, very good and very, very high quality. I think there's 3 out here that sort themselves to the top. I think it comes down to, pick which kind you like, and I think for me today, our Class 1 yearling ewe is the one that hits me the best in terms of overall balance or size and scale. I think for reserve, it gets relatively close between our other yearling ewe winner here ahead of me and our ewe lamb on the end. I think it gets really, really close. I think they're built very, very similar in their type and kind, but your ewe lamb on the end will be your reserve.
For the Tunis, now ready for January ewe lambs. Tunis, January ewe lambs to the ring, please. Placing on the fitted early fall ewe lamb class for the Pole Dorsets. First place to entry 43, Spildy, 9162. Luke Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. Second place to entry number 46, Chrome, 2509. Morgan Crouch, Mora, Illinois. Third to 45, Thomas Vandeventer, Carmargo, Illinois. 4 to 42, Blake Kessler, LaPorte, Indiana. 5 to entry 47, McKeon Music of Camp Point, Illinois. 6 to entry 48, Evan Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut. 7 to entry 40, Stephen Campbell, Blairsville, Pennsylvania. 8 to 41, Taylor Crouch, Mora, Illinois. 9 to 44, McLean Music, Camp Point, Illinois. And 10, there was just 9. The senior champion fitted ewe came out of Class 1, or the early class of yearling ewes. Entry number 30, Clampy, 501, Johanna DeJora, Newburgh, Oregon. The reserve fitted senior champion goes to our fitted early fall ewe lamb class winner. Entry 43, Spildy, 9162, Luke Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. Junior Oxford exhibitors, you will have a pizza party and meeting over in room C108 at noon. Parents are welcome to that meeting as well. Romney breeders, you're going to meet briefly about now over at the Little Hooves pens. Finally, Tunis exhibitors, we want to remind you that lunch is being provided for you after the Tunis show by Don Kraft at the Tunis hospitality area. There will be a Junior Tunis Association meeting at 1 in C106. All Junior Tunis exhibitors need to attend to pick up their exhibitor gifts at that meeting.
In this first class of Shetland senior ram lambs, I'm going to opt to use a ram that he's pretty long in his stride. He's got a fairly long top, fairly level, fairly straight, a very nice fleece on him. It's very soft in its handle. It has enough character to it. Just a very attractive fleece. You go across the side. Again, that softness just going to go ahead and move him towards the top end of this class. Ram in second, a bit harsher in its handle, but he's similar in his overall type and design. A ram that tends to stand a little more squarely, moves out fairly well. He's got some length at top to him, and again, he's a little stronger down his top than what I felt I had in a couple of the other rams. Third place ram, a soft fleece ram, but it's very plain. Just doesn't have quite the density to it. He's not quite as sound, not quite as square in his overall makeup. We come to the fourth place ram, just a little bit rougher at this point. A ram that I do like is extension overall. He just doesn't move as soundly and squarely as what I felt I had in the rams above him.
Here in our late fall class, surely another real nice class and a fairly placeable in my mind. We got a couple lambs that sort themselves to the top fairly easy. Lamb we start with just super footed, really level, really smooth made, really short fleeced. What you see is what you get here. Just neat in her design in the lamb to start the class off with. Really classy about her front end and really moves out nicely. Our second place lamb, a nice long bodied lamb. She's has got as much length when you get your hands on her in this second place lamb. Just balances just a little nicer for me than our third place lamb. Third place lamb maybe just a little past 12 o'clock, maybe just a little more condition than I like to see, and I think that's probably affecting just a little bit how she moves on her feet. She's just a little soft. I don't think she's off in her pastures, but she's, I think, maybe carrying just a touch more weight, and I think she'd move out just a little nicer for me if maybe she was carrying just a little less. But I surely appreciate that she can put the weight on, and she's a big stout ewe, probably the biggest framed ewe in the class here in third. Our fourth place ewe kind of follows in line nicely here, super correct, straight down that top. She's got just a little more length and a little more muscle dimension than our fifth place ewe out here today. But once again, another really correct ewe with nice breed type about her there in fifth. Maybe just gives up just a little bit of length and overall muscle that we've got in a couple of the ewes right ahead of her. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Our senior champion Tunis ewe came out of the early yearling ewe class, entry 32, Rachel Shambo, 482, Janesville, Wisconsin. The reserve senior champion was from our senior ewe lamb class, entry 52, Spildy, 3235, Avery Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. In the ring now, we have Tunis, January ewe lambs. We're also in the process of getting things squared away on the Hampshires for our senior ram lamb class. For the pole Dorsets, we need fitted winter ewe lambs in the ring. Fitted winter ewe lambs. And we're now showing in the Shetland ring early junior ram lambs. Placing on the fitted late fall ewe lamb class for the pole Dorsets. First to 54, Chrome Dorsets, 2533, Thomas Chrome, Marshall, Illinois. Second to 56, Purple Ribbon Farm, 1628, Thomas Vandeventer, Carmargo, Illinois. Third to entry number 57, Shayla Crouch, Eureka, Illinois. 4 to 53, Evan Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut. 5 to 51, Olivia Nichols, Harrodsburg, Kentucky. 6 to 50, Blake Kessler, LaPorte, Indiana. 7 to 52, Emily Ellison, Newport, Tennessee. 8 to entry 55, Maricel Lee of Covington, Tennessee. In the Shetland Senior Ram Lamb class, first went to entry 3, Sammy Ludlam's Robert Barthen, shown by Sammy Ludlam of Hopkins, Michigan. Second, entry 4, Sammy Ludlam's Eddard Stark, Samantha Ludlam, Hopkins, Michigan. Third to entry 2, Elizabeth Lovett, Parker City, Indiana. 4 to entry 1 for Elizabeth Lovett, Parker City, Indiana.
We get over our Tunis ring, and young lady sheep wins the class pretty handily, in my opinion. You get your hands on her, she sure doesn't disappoint you. You get her out on the move, she's up on her toes. She's really good and angular up through her front end. I think she's extra stout and extra good looking at the ground. I think one that handles this class relatively easy. Sheep I really, really appreciate and like is in second, one that's extra feminine up through that front end. She's extremely long pattern. She's extremely long from that last strip back. One that I think will make a world of a yearling ewe for next year. Maybe just a notch greener in her type and kind and in contention with our class winner, but I think 2 ewes that slide to the top relatively handily. Really neat maid ewe that we have in third hole, one that's extremely big hipped and big muscled. I think you study that one, she's good in her rib cage. Just like to strengthen her up in her front pasterns ever so slightly to compete with those that we have above her, but one that's a nice sheep and slides into third hole for me today. Really big, robust ribbed ewe that we have in fourth hole. Young man's doing a nice job of driving that one. You get only study that one from the side. She's really good and really broody in her overall cage, and I think when we study that one and we put that one into the flock for next year, she's going to survive and be a really nice ewe for this young man. And the young man in fifth one is sure doing an outstanding job of driving that one. I think your sheep is extremely good. You're doing a really good job. But one that's maybe a notch more youthful in her appearance in this particular class, one that's extremely long-bodied and really neat up through that front end. Just need to stouten her up. You get around those 4 that we have directly above her. But a really nice class to use, those top 2 in particular.
Four good Shetland ram lambs in this class. It's kind of a pick 'em in the pile. I'm going to go ahead and use this ram up here on top. A ram that I think is just a little better fleeced, a little softer in its handle at this particular point in time. A ram that stands pretty square, tends to move with a little longer, freer stride than several out here. A ram that just possibly just a bit farther along his development, maybe has just a few more pounds working for him. The ram in second, a very smooth moving kind of a ram. Again, has that nice soft fleece to him. Just doesn't have quite enough spring to his rib. Doesn't have quite enough volume working for him to go ahead and get around the ram above him. The ram in third, a ram maybe just a touch heavier bone than the 2 rams ahead of him. However, again, he's a little shorter in his stride as compared to some of the others. The fourth ram, a little finer in his overall makeup. Ram, again, he's got a nice sort of a fleece on him. Good handle to it. Just not quite as complete a sheep as what I felt I had up on top.
A fairly placeable class over here in our Cotswald and Dorset division. Starting with a ewe lamb, just the most structurally sound ewe, really a nice long topped ewe. You surely like her straightness of spine in this female and the way she gets around the ring. Ewe in second, maybe a ewe I would have won the class with. Just change her just a little bit off her front pasterns when she's moving on this green sawdust out here today. But you really like her breed type. You like that natural thickness in the bone about her. Really pretty attractive ewe here in third. That gives up maybe just a little bit of size, but she doesn't give up anything as far as correctness. Really good footed ewe and pretty about her type, and fits in nice right here in third. Our fourth place ewe probably just gives up just a little bit of mass and overall length, but another really straight made ewe, really level in her hip and her rump structure, correct about her feet and legs. And fifth place ewe, nice big long-bodied ewe, as much length of body as we've gotten any ewe in the class. Maybe just gives up a little touch of that eye appeal to the ewes ahead of her, but really a nice ewe in her own right. Congratulations.
Placing on the Junior Ram Lamb class for the Shetlands, first place went to entry 5, Sammy Ludlam's Ghost, Sammy Ludlam, Hopkins, Michigan. Second place to entry 7, Liberty Acres Patute, Elizabeth Levitt, Parker City, Indiana. Third to entry 8, Elizabeth Levitt. And fourth to entry 6, Samantha Ludlam, Hopkins, Michigan.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to your Hampshire Junior Show here at the North American, and starting out with our fall Ram division. I think we got different pieces of the puzzle, but for me, the one that's stout featured and truthfully comes together in the most correct kind of a package is the one that I'm calling the class winner. I think when you get your hands on him, he certainly reads with as much top shape as any. He's the squarest in terms of his hip and his pin set, and I think for me, he's certainly plenty big enough in terms of his overall build, because I think weight happens in 3 dimensions, and he certainly does that in a really attractive package, and no doubt the most skeletally correct. The one that comes in second in line, I like relative to breed character for the most part over the one that comes in behind him. I think he's one that in terms of his skeleton is as long topped as any, one that's fresh and green at this appearance. If I could make him better on those rear 2 and have him a little bit squarer from hock to ground, I think you could argue that there's some pieces in him you like as good as any, because he's certainly an upfronted kind of a sheep. Maybe just like to level him out just a little bit there at the ground. I know that the next guy is certainly pretty rugged in his build, and I like that about him. I think he comes with some extra forerib and just some extra tree trunks there at the ground. I think he kind of toes them out a little bit up front, and in fact comes with a little bit of extra shoulder, but man, that's being critical of one that I think has a tremendous amount of good to him. I'm just fine with ones that got product and certainly stoutness. Thanks for bringing out a really nice fall buck lamb. The one that may be the biggest and the most extended comes in next in line in the 4 spot, and in terms of pounds, he does that. And in fact, for me, he's one that particularly as we get out and watch him track and move, he kind of narrows to that a narrower base at the ground, and certainly he's one that's frailer in his overall features. He just needs to be stouter built for me in order to contend. 4 nice Rams here to start out your junior show in the Hampshire division.
Let me do this. Dorset's need fitted spring ewe lambs into the ring plays. On our Shetlands, our champion ram went to our first place out of the Junior Ram Lamb class. Entry 5, Sammy Ludlam's Ghost, Samantha Ludlam, Hopkins, Michigan. The reserve champion was our second place in that Junior Ram Lamb class. Entry 7, Liberty Acres Patute, Elizabeth Levitt of Parker City, Indiana. Placing on the fitted winter ewe lamb class for the Pole Dorsets, first place to entry 58, Purple Ribbon Farm, 1678, Thomas Vandeventer, Carmargo, Illinois. Second to 62, Spildy, 9185, Luke Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. Third to 59, Evan Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut. 4 to 61, Olivia Nichols, Harrodsburg, Kentucky. 5 to 63, Maricel Lee, Covington, Tennessee. 6th place to 67, Joshua Lindau, Chile, Wisconsin. 7 to 66, Evelyn Rame, Hillsboro, Ohio. 8 to entry 64, Eloise Rame, Hillsboro, Ohio. Placing on the Hampshire class of fitted senior ram lambs. First to entry number 4, King Diamond Ranch 5'9", Amanda King, Petaluma, California. Second to entry 6, Church Bells 1741, Tinley Spoonster, Eloa, Missouri. Third to entry 2, Jenna Sullivan, Modus, Connecticut. And 4 to entry 5, Olivia Nichols, Harrodsburg, Kentucky.
In the Shetland yearling ewe class, we've got a ewe that's got just a little more to her at this point. She's got a little more spring to rib. She's got a little more meat working for her end to end. She's up on her toes. She moves out very well, very sound in her movement, as long and free in her stride as anything out here. A ewe that's got a very nice fleece on her. Again, it's got adequate softness to it. It's not necessarily the exceptional fleece of the class, but I think she just ties together and becomes the complete ewe in the place to start. The ewe in second, a little softer in her fleece. It's, again, very nice in its handle. However, there's just not quite as much sheep there. She's a little finer in her featured. Again, just anywhere you're going to get your hands on her, there's just not quite as much there. But that very nice fleece is going to slide her in the second hole. I do like the overall extension of this third place ewe. Again, she's a little finer in her makeup. She's a little softer on her pastern. She's, again, a little poorer in her stride as compared to the two ewes above her.
Placing on the January ewe lamb class for the Tunis, first place went to entry 58, Shambo 506, Rachel Shambo, Janesville, Wisconsin. 2 to entry number 62, Kraft 162, Amanda Sumi, Arcadia, Indiana. Third place to entry 61, Drew Ridgway, Libertytown, Maryland. 4 to 60, Gregory Lopper, Nunda, New York. 5 to entry 63, Jacoby Mag, Ottawa, Ohio. 6th place to entry number 55. Drew Ridgway, Libertytown, Maryland. 7 to entry 56, Kaylin Swihart, Perrysburg, Ohio. 8th place to 64, Hope Mann, Salina, Ohio. 9 to entry number 59, Donald Clodfelder, Marshall, Indiana. Placing on the Shetland yearling ewe class, first to entry 9, Windswept Paulatina, Samantha Ludlam, Hopkins, Michigan. Second to entry 11, Liberty Acres Curry, Elizabeth Levitt, Parker City, Indiana. Third to entry 10, Samantha Ludlam, Hopkins, Michigan. And 4 to entry 12, Elizabeth Levitt, Parker City, Indiana.
in January Ram Lamb class. And again, I think some give and take amongst these two. The one that I'm calling the class winner, I think if you read him in terms of his top line, he is truer in terms of just dimensional power. He's certainly one with a much more muscular kind of shape to his loin. He comes back and opens up in terms of that rack shape and top shape. I think he's also one that's certainly stouter boned, and no doubt he's one that's farther along relative to some testicular development as we look at him. I don't think he goes without fault, and that's what makes it a little bit more challenging for us, because I think he's got a little bit extra shoulder and maybe not just as perfect as we would ideally like right behind his shoulders, but I think that's where the ram that comes in next in line has that advantage. He's one that certainly strikes a side profile, and I like some things about him certainly just a little bit better. I think that he's better in terms of the center part of his rib relative to the amount of depth of side that you find. I think he's one that is good. Again, plenty level enough in terms of how he's made. Is he as muscular in terms of his top line? Probably not. Is he a little bit less than preferred relative to testicular development? For me, it is relative to a close pair. The one that comes in third, here's one that's long-sided, and no doubt there's enough growth in him. I see him as certainly productive. He's one that doesn't balance quite as nice at the ground, and his skeleton in those angles maybe doesn't get out and move consequently as attractively, but three real nice ones. They certainly all got enough production and performance for us.
In the Shetland yearling, or the Shetland ewe class, we have a ewe up here that she's that good combination ewe. She tends to stand as squarely as anything naturally. Ewe that's got enough rib to her. She's very long in her stride relative to her overall body type and shape. A ewe that does have probably the exceptional fleece in the class. It's one of the softest handling fleeces I can find out here today. The ewe in second, definitely a little longer bodied. She's not quite as strong on her feet, not quite as square in her overall makeup as what I felt I had in that first individual. Nice ewes in third and fourth, ewes with some brood ewe potential. They've got enough spring to their rib. They're complete enough. They've got nice enough fleeces on them, just not exceptional fleeces like that first individual.
Ultra high quality class over here in the Tunis ring, definitely the deepest one that we've had yet today. I think all five of these individuals are interchangeable if you pick your poison of what you're looking for. I think the young lady sheep's one that comes to us, just an extra amount of length of body, and I think what sorts her for me today is when we stick them in motion, that one stays together a notch better in her chest to flank ratio. Young lady does a nice job of putting that one together. You get your hands on her, she handles longer from that last rib back. Probably the one that I like the most when she's propped up is the one in second. I really like the silhouette and the hip shape of this one. I think when we stick them into motion, I guess in my estimation, she wants to drop her chest over so slightly and maybe roast that top up. But I think one, when we get her stuck, is outstanding and super cool in her own look. I hate to sound like a broken record, but the one in third is one that's ultra good. She's got some very good pieces. She's extremely stout hips. She's extremely good in her body shape. Just gets in a class with two outstanding individuals. A little greener one in fourth hold. That's a little greener in her type and kind, but one that you study that one's outline and study that one from down her top side and from that last strip back. She's extremely long. She's good on her feet and legs. She's an outstanding ewe to fit into fourth hole. And one that's maybe a notch more conventional in fifth hole, one that's super stout, super robust in her rib cage. Just need to pick that one up in her chest floor in relation to her flank ratio and stick her into motion at a little more competitive rate.
In the Shetland ring, we're on junior ewe lambs. On the Tunis, we're ready to bring into the ring March ewe lambs.
Here in the Dorset ewe lamb class, really another competitive lamb class here in our top group, and right on down the line, just really nice quality Dorset ewe lambs here. Start the class with, I think we got a lamb today. I think just puts the best things together today. Really correct, really level in her hip, in her rump structure. Really moves around the ring nicely for me today. I think the ewes maybe in second and third might push her pretty hard as they get some more age to them. I think they might might kind of portray to me maybe to be some bigger yearling ewes, bigger, longer-bodied yearling ewes, but today they can't get around just how correct and smooth this first place ewe is. Second place ewe, I really like that length of body. She's got an extra notch of length compared to our first ewe. Just not quite that levelness in her hip structure, but a ewe that you really like the correctness on her feet and legs. She's got a nice bone about her. A ewe lamb, I think, that's just got a lot of future to her. And third, I think is going to grow up and be a really stout yearling ewe for this showman out here next year. But she's got that extra length of body, maybe just not quite that width of top we've got in the two ewes ahead of her, but you surely like that overall length and that really sweet front end she's got. Two ewes here in fourth and fifth, kind of alike in kind, big stout lambs, a lot of natural thickness to them. Maybe just a touch soggy on their feet today when you get them out here on the green shavings, but ewe lambs that have performed very well. They surely got a lot of great things about them as far as their overall growth and natural thickness that they've got. Just a little soggy out here on their feet today, but really nice, well presented ewe lambs for those young ladies.
For the Pole Dorset ring, we're now ready to show for Junior Champion Fitted Ewe. Placing on the Shetland Junior Show Senior Ewe Lamb class, first to entry 15, Sammy Ludlam's Breen, Samantha Ludlam, Hopkins, Michigan. Second to entry 16, Sammy Ludlam's Melisandre, Samantha Ludlam, Hopkins, Michigan. Third to entry 13, Elizabeth Levitt, Parker City, Indiana. 4 to entry 14, Elizabeth Levitt, Parker City, Indiana. Placing on the Pole Dorset Fitted Spring Ewe Lamb class, first to 76, Nichols, 1617, Olivia Nichols, Harrodsburg, Kentucky. Second to 75, Stunkel, 2589, Thomas Vandeventer, Carmargo, Illinois. Third to entry number 70, Alex Rue, Mora, Illinois. 4 to entry 68, Taylor Crouch of Mora, Illinois. 5 to entry 73, Shyla Crouch, Eureka, Illinois. 6th place to entry 69, Riley Donkers, Firebolt, Minnesota. 7th place to 74, Madeline Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut. And 8th to 72, Rebecca Helton, Macon, Missouri.
In this class, I feel I've got the good combination ewe. Again, a ewe that has a soft handling fleece, a ewe that's got just a little more volume working for her from end to end, still pretty straight in her overall design, pretty long and free in her stride. Ewe in second is the ewe I think most closely follows her in terms of being that combination ewe with that nicer sort of a fleece, a good handle to it as you go across the side. Ewe that I think, again, she's pretty sound, she's pretty square in her movement. We come to third and fourth ewes that just aren't quite as complete in their overall design as what I had right up on the top end.
Now ready for Shetland Champion Ewe class, please. Placing on the Hampshire Fitted January Ram Lamb class, first place went to entry number 7, Rickow, 6037, Jenna Sullivan, Modus, Connecticut. Second to entry 8, Alf, 8216, Jessica Alf, Edgerton, Wisconsin. And third to entry 9, Logan Beckmeyer, Atwood, Illinois. Placing on the Tunis February Ewe Lamb class, first place to entry 71, Spildy, 233, Avery Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. Second place to 66, McCauley, 1613, Kyle McCauley at Glen, Pennsylvania. Third place to entry 80, Avery Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. 4 to entry 78, Rachel Shambo, Janesville, Wisconsin. And fifth place goes to entry number 70, Claire Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin.
Hampshire February February ram lambs here, and I think just relative to build, you like the one that we're starting with in terms of stoutness of structure. He's certainly one that looks fresh and youthful for us at this stage and point in the game. Could he be just a little bit square at his hock to ground? Probably so, but yet there's too much good relative to him, and I think there's no doubt he's got that breed character advantage over the trio of rams that come a little closer. The one that comes in next in line, I think, has the advantage in terms of length of hind saddle, and I think he's got plenty of levelness in terms of his overall build. The young man's sheep here that comes in third, I think that's one that shows some expression of muscle, no doubt. He's big enough topped, he's big enough ended, and certainly as he continues to grow and perform, I think there'll be enough there. Maybe not quite as much extension as some, but certainly a productive rib and shape into him. Similar type thing with the young ladies here next in line. This guy's big hipped and certainly big topped and bold to centered. I think he needs to be better in terms of just some Hampshire breed character for us a little bit, but I think he's got that round-bodied, productive kind of a look that certainly we can appreciate. Again, rams that are sound enough in their build, they're muscular in their design. Thanks for bringing them out here in the February Ram Lamb division.
For the champion reserve of the Shetland division, I'm going to use the two junior ewe lambs. They're very youthful, very complete kind of ewes. They tend to move pretty well. They have this nice soft kind of fleece to them. Ewes that I think you can go ahead and project to them to being ewes that can contribute to a breeding program later on in life. Just pretty good kinds of sheep to go ahead and use here today.
Now ready for Best Fleece class in the Shetland show. Best Fleece. Over for the Hampshires, we're ready for Fitted Champion and Reserve. Placing on our Shetland Junior Ewe Lamb class. First place in that class and also ending up being our champion ewe was entry 18, Sammy Ludlam's Uriah Stark, shown by Samantha Ludlam, Hopkins, Michigan. Second place in that class went to our reserve overall champion ewe, entry number 19, Liberty Acres Pansy, Elizabeth Lovett, Parker City, Indiana. Third place in that class to entry 17, Samantha Ludlam, Hopkins, Michigan, and fourth to Elizabeth Lovett, Parker City, Indiana. Again, we're showing Best Fleece in the Shetland. That'll be our last class there before we move into our next breed. Oh, we've got Young Flock after this Best Fleece. I'm sorry. Young Flock, and then we go into Lincolns with white early ram lambs.
We get over here on our Tunis ring, and I think we got a class winner that surfaces to the top for me. She's really big in her rib cage. She's really good from the side, and you put your hands on her. She's got a ton of meat and muscle in her. She handles good and extremely thick down her top. She's big, square hip, tracks around the ring on a good set and the feet and legs. I think a good place to start. You in second, here's one that's maybe a notch taller at the point of her shoulder. I appreciate that about her. I love her frame size. I love the extra extension up through her front end. We just need to make her more correct in her top line to compete with that one directly above her when she settles down ever so slightly there like she is right now. She looks good down her top. She handles good from that last strip back. When we stick her in motion, I'd just like to sound her up. Two sheep that are pretty similar in their type and kind in third and fourth. One that's kind of a problematic or problem-free sheep for me today. Really good up through that front end, really long down her top, no real holes in that one. Just lacks a simple size and scale to compete with those that we have above them. A stouter, more pulled apart one that we have in fourth hole, one that I really appreciate in terms of her handle. She's extremely thick. She's extremely good in her balance when you take her chest forward to her flank ratio. I like that about her. Just got in a class with three that are quite a bit some more sizing in her comparison. And our sheep that we conclude the top five with is one that I really appreciate up front. She's really long and she's really lengthy through her neck. When we stick that one into motion, we're just going to have to break her skeleton apart ever so slightly, make her a notch more wider. We want to change those back legs. They get a little close when we put her into motion. We send her tracking. But an outstanding class of ewe lambs.
In our Pole Dorset show, we're now showing for fitted Grand and Reserve Grand Champion. Your next class will be Slick Shorn Yearling Ewes. Our Junior Champion fitted went to entry number 54 out of the fitted late fall ewe lamb class, Chrome 2533, Thomas Chrome, Marshall, Illinois. The Reserve Junior Champion fitted was second in that class, entry 56, Purple Ribbon Farm, 1628, Thomas Vandeventer, Carmargo, Illinois.
Shetland Best Fleece.
Shetland Best Fleece went to entry number 15, Senior Ewe Lamb, Breen Samantha Ludlam of Hopkins, Michigan. Best flock in the Shetland show goes to Samantha Lublin of Hopkins, Michigan. We're now ready to move into our Lincoln show. We need the first class that's white senior ram lambs. White senior ram lambs.
Champion fitted.
For our Dorset show, our champion fitted ewe overall goes to entry number 30. 30 was in class 1 of our fitted yearling ewes, Clampy 501, Johanna DeJora, Newburgh, Oregon. The reserve champion fitted ewe goes to entry 54. 54 was our junior champion, came out of the fitted late fall ewe lamb class, Chrome 2533, Thomas Chrome, Marshall, Illinois. Now showing Slick Shorn Yearling Ewes.
Lincolns don't have any senior ram lambs. We're going to go to early.
With no white senior ram lambs in the Lincoln show, we're ready to go to early ram lambs. White division early ram lambs for the Lincolns.
Hampshire Ram Drive here, and I think plenty of nice individuals to choose from. That first place fall ram is certainly got a bunch of power relative to the to his top shape and his pin shape and dimension, and I like that about him as well. We had a nice one in class that balances extremely nice in that fall ram division. Coming back in the Januaries, I thought we had the closest decision there on the top pair. I chose the one that I think is the best in terms of Hampshire breed character, certainly in the lineup. In my personal opinion, I like him about that. I think he's rugged enough in his bone work. I think he handles with some top shape as well, and certainly dimensional. Then, of course, that one that came in second behind him is as attractive as any. I think both of those two are just a little bit better than the one that comes out of the February class. He's one that's probably greener, and we would expect that right now, but I think there's enough quality in some of those older ones. I'll go shake the hand of your champion and your reserve.
For the Hampshires, our fitted February Ram Lamb class, first place in that class to entry 11, Alf 8716, Jessica Alf, Edgerton, Wisconsin. Second place, entry 13, Showalter 3019, Abigail Showalter, Falks Run, Virginia. Third place to entry 12, Jessica Zirkle, Edinburgh, Virginia. And 4 to 14, Abigail Showalter, Falks Run, Virginia. The champion ram, is this junior? Overall, for the fitted division for the Hampshires, goes to entry number 7, Rick Out 6037, Jenna Sullivan, Modus, Connecticut. The reserve to entry 8, also out of that fitted January Ram Lamb class, Alf 8216, Jessica Alf, Edgerton, Wisconsin. Now ready in the ring to show fitted yearling ewes, and in the fitted yearling ewe class, there are no splits. We do split hamps at the slickshorn yearling ewes, but not the fitted. Placing on the Tunis class of March ewe lambs, first place to entry 84, Spildy 238, Avery Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. Second 83, Shambo 524, Rachel Shambo, Janesville, Wisconsin. Third place to 90, Kaylin Swihart, Perrysburg, Ohio. 4 to 88, Drew Ridgway, Libertytown, Maryland. 5 to 85, Amanda Sumi, Arcadia, Indiana. 6 to 86, Caitlin Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana. 7 to entry 89, Sarah Furman, Rochdale, Indiana. 8 to 91, Madeline Mag, Ottawa, Ohio. And 9th place to 82, Hope Mann, Salina, Ohio. Last call for animals in the white early Ram Lamb class for the Lincoln Show. Thomas and Christian Day, you have an entry in this class. 2 entries in this class.
A nice set of slickshorn yearling ewes out here. We got some different types and kinds in this but we got a ewe to start with, just a big boned ewe, a ewe that's got tremendous straightness at top and length at top, and really a nice big old hip on her, a ewe that kind of looks to me like going to be a kind of stud ewe. Our second place ewe, maybe just a touch more of the weather type look about her, just some maybe a little more muscle shape, not quite that frame size and overall length of body, but very correct. You surely like that. Really neat, designed up through her front end in her rib shape. Here in our second place, just balance is just a little nicer here than our third place ewe. Big long-bodied ewe here in third that doesn't want to cooperate today, but she's pretty straight in her lines when you get out there and analyze her, in just a big old long-topped ewe. In our fourth place ewe, probably if we had a pasture full of 100 of those kind of ewes, you'd probably make money in the sheep business. Just not that big long-bodied frame ewe, but just a tremendous amount of thickness and muscle, and just a nice kind of Dorset ewe here for fourth place.
Get out here in our Tunis ring. I think the one we start with, I guess, in my opinion, is the one that's most genuine in terms of her look. She's probably one of the greener ones that we have out here, but one I think is the most true in her turb muscle shape. You get your hands on her, she's correctly conditioned, and she's really good. And you study her from her lastra back and up through her front end. I think she's very high quality. Young lady sheep in second, maybe from the outside looking in, is the class winner. She's pushing a notch more fat than I ideally would like, but I think one that's ultra good up through her front end, extremely long down her top, and young lady does a nice job of presenting that one. Another ewe that's maybe a notch greener in her type and kind is the one that we have in third, but I think one too that is very true in her shape in terms of viewing her from the outside in and at the 3/4. I think she's up in front end, and I think she has a lot of positive things that we look for in this particular breed. Maybe a problematic one for me is the one that's in fourth, definitely the biggest frame, longest bodied one. Just one that's pushing a notch more condition than I like in version to her muscle shape, and same goes with our ewe that we conclude the top 5 with, one that's just a notch over condition for me today, but one that I really, really appreciate in terms of her mass and muscle.
Placing on the class of slick shorn yearling ewes for the Pole Dorsets, first place went to entry 79, Fridas Bianchi 1167G, Olivia Wagner, Marshall, Illinois. Second place to entry number 84, Verhage BKS 5043, Austin Hicks, Stillwater, Oklahoma. Third place to entry 86, Olivia Nichols, Harrodsburg, Kentucky. 4 to 81, Heidi Barclay, Man's Choice, Pennsylvania. Placing on the class of Tunis Slick Shorn Spring ewe lambs. Placing were first place to entry 100, McCulley 1615, Kyle McCulley at Glen, Pennsylvania. Second place to entry 98, Darling 1609, Sydney Payer, West Liberty, Ohio. Third place to entry 102, Kaylin Swihart, Perrysburg, Ohio. 4 to 99, Amanda Sumi, Arcadia, Indiana. 5 to entry 93, Gregory Lopper, Nunda, New York. 6 to 95, Hope Mann, Salina, Ohio. 7th place to entry number... That's a problem.
We get over here to our Tunis ring, and I think we've got, 8 outstanding individuals out here. We've got, when we study these and evaluate them, I really think we got a lot of, the same type and kinds out here. You know, some may be bigger because of a different age grouping, but I think very, very high quality set we have out here, and I know we got to show whichever one we pick here against our senior champions, but I think just really good, really high quality individuals. There's 3 out here that hit me pretty hard that are in contention. I think, again, you know, it comes down to, you know, whatever a guy's looking for. I think there's some differences obviously in them when we study them, but I think there's a lot of similarities in terms of build and basic quality. But there's 2 out here, I think, for me today that hit me quite a bit better than the other. I'll go out and select your champion in reserve.
A nice set of slick shorn fall lambs here in our slick shorn division in the Dorsets. A nice, really nice pair to start the class with. Starting with you, just really neat up through that front end, really straight as a string down that top here to start the class with. Maybe just a little more size, a little more length of body here in our first place lamb over our second place lamb. Surely the same design in this second place lamb, really neat in her muscle shape and square down that top. You really like that, really clean up through her front end and correct. A big rugged ewe here in third, maybe not quite the balance and smoothness we've got in the 2 ewes ahead of her, but a big rugged ewe that's pretty level in her hip and her rump structure. You surely like that about her. Youthful appearing ewe here in fourth. It's just super correct about her feet and legs. She's straight down that top. She just balances out just a little nicer over there. Fifth place lamb, a big long-bodied lamb. Maybe just a little more front on this lamb. Not quite as balanced in her from front to rear as the lambs ahead of her.
In this first class of Lincoln Ram Lambs, I'm going to opt to use a Ram Lamb, just a little more extension to him, a little longer topped. He's tends to be as square in his makeup, tends to move as squarely as anything out here, as long and free in his stride as anything out here. Got a little more bone working for him. Adequate in his breed character, nice sort of a fleece on him. He's just going to end up sliding to the top of this class. I really do appreciate the pattern and prettiness of this second place Ram. He's not quite as smooth up through his front end. The shoulders don't lay on quite as well as what that first Ram Lamb did. A little finer in his bone, a little finer in his feature, but a very, very nice fleece on him. Again, just ties together pretty well and can end up moving into that second hole. I do like the third Ram too. Ram has got some pattern to him. He's got some thickness, got some mass, just not quite enough to him yet at this point. A little narrower in his base than what I felt I had in either one of the 2 Rams above him. Not quite the extreme length, not quite the overall thickness and mass of what I felt I had in the second. Not quite the extension overall length of top as what I had in that first Ram. Again, 2 more Rams following up in the class, just not quite as complete as what I had, not quite as free and easy in their movement today as what I had in the Rams above them.
We need, in the Lincolns, we need white division late Ram Lambs to the ring, please. White division late Ram Lambs. Dorsets currently have slick shorn winter spring ewe lambs in the ring. Placing on the Dorset class of slick shorn yearling ewes first, I did those. Placing on the slick shorn fall ewe lamb class for the Pole Dorsets. First place went to entry 91, Pine Ridge Dorsets 16028, Olivia Wagner, Marshall, Illinois. Second to entry 92, Belmar Farm 1727, Cody Paulus, Casstown, Ohio. Third to 88, Morgan Crouch of Mora, Illinois. 4 to 89, Austin Etzler, South Salone, Ohio. 5 to entry number 87, Jordan Barnett, Russellville, Tennessee. And 6 to 90, Austin Etzler, South Salon, Ohio. Placing on the Lincoln Early Junior Ram Lamb class, first place to entry number 2, Campbell, 6:09:37. Blake Campbell, Waterford, Ohio. Second to entry 1, Gargis Girls, 47, Eva Gargis, Telford, Pennsylvania. Third to entry 3, Thomas and Christian Day, Greenfield, Indiana. 4 to entry 5, Lori Ballman, New Concord, Ohio. And 5 to entry 4, Christian and Thomas Day, Greenfield, Indiana.
Well, folks, we get over here in our tuna string for champion. We bring out all 4 of our 2 senior champions and our 2 junior champions, and I think all 4 are very good representatives of the breed. They're very good on their feet and legs. They're very sound. They're very practical type of females. Once again, I think it comes down to preference. I know everybody from the outside probably has a favorite looking in. I think these 2 in the front row get awfully competitive. There's some give and take between the 2 of them. I see our yearling ewe as being a big upstanding type of ewe. She's extremely long from that last strip back, stands down on a good set of feet and legs. I see our second class ewe lamb that's in our junior division comes out here, really bold in her rib, really good down her top line, probably a notch better out of her hip in comparison of the 2. I think it gets relatively close. It comes, for me, very, very challenging. It's kind of a coin toss, whichever you like. There's some give and take a little bit. I like the ewe lamb better out of her hip. I like the yearling ewe's frame and size. I'm going to use your ewe lamb for champion and your yearling ewe for reserve.
Placing on the class of slick shorn fall ewe lambs for the Pole Dorsets. I got that one. I already did it. I remember I did that one. Placing on the Tunis slick shorn spring ewe lambs. First place to entry 100, McCulley, 1615, Kyle McCulley at Glen, Pennsylvania. Second to 98, Darling, 1609, Sydney Payer, West Liberty, Ohio. Third place to entry 102, Kaylin Swire, Perrysburg, Ohio. 4 to 99, Amanda Sumi, Arcadia, Indiana. And 5 to 93, Gregory Lauper, Nunda, New York.
Got 2 rams up here on top really pushing each other at this point. The ram I'm going to start with, very nice fleece on him, tremendous luster to it, good character. Ram that, again, I think he's just a little longer and freer in his stride. He is definitely the longer back through his hind saddle, definitely longer in his loin at this point. Again, pretty level hip. You can combine that with that freedom and ease of movement, he's going to end up winning the class. I really do appreciate this second place ram. Again, it's a ram that I think has one of those very, very good fleeces on it, tremendous luster, very good character to it. Ram, though he's a little shorter back through his shorter loin, shorter hip, and definitely puts him in the situation where he moves out just a little bit shorter in that stride at this point. He is the longest ribbed ram out here. He's probably the widest sprung, deepest ram. It's kind of a pick-em between the 2. Going to opt to use him this way today. Again, I like the pattern of this third place ram. He's got a soundness issue that I'd prefer to see improve upon before he can move up today.
For the Tunis, our junior champion U went to entry number 71, Speldy 233, Avery Speldy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. The reserve junior champion was entry 66, McCauley 1613, Kyle McCauley at Glen, Pennsylvania. Our grand champion U for the Tunis show was that junior champion, entry number 71, Speldy 233, Avery Speldy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. The reserve champion U was entry number 32, the yearling U, Shambo 482, Rachel Shambo, Janesville, Wisconsin. Again, for the Tunis, we got Young Flock into the ring, please.
An interesting class here in our slick shorn division, ewe lambs on the Pole Dorset side. I have a big long-bodied lamb here to start the class off with. Some nice frame to her and overall length of body. She's got some adequate muscle to her and she moves around the ring nicely. Same can be said for our second place lamb. I like the shape about her, good and level in her hip and her rump structure. A little bigger frame kind of female here to fit in the second. A little smaller, compact, more weather type ewe here. You surely like the muscle and the power this ewe's got. She doesn't quite have that size and length we've got in these other breeding sheep. As we come work down here into fourth, another nice long top ewe, just a little leveler in her hip and her rump structure when she moves. In our fifth place lamb, some nice things about her. Get her on the move, she wants to roll that tail head down just a little bit and tuck that hip structure down just a little bit, but a nice fronted lamb with some nice muscle.
For the champion reserve of this division, I'm going to go ahead and use that late spring ram lamb. He's just a little flashier, a little showier at this point. Ram, it's just a little straighter. Again, nice head on him, good character. Again, a very, very nice sort of a fleece on him. I think he's just a pretty sound, pretty complete sheep. I'm going to go ahead and use for reserve this early ram lamb, a little heavier in his bone, a little heavier structured at this point. Ram that, again, you really have to appreciate the stoutness of design he possesses. He's just not quite as flashy an individual at this particular point in time is what that other ram lamb is.
Placing on the white Lincoln late ram lamb class, first place to entry 7, Garges Girls 60, Taylor Garges, Telford, Pennsylvania. Second to entry 8, Taylor 16-5-47, Justin Taylor, Arlington, Wisconsin. Third to entry 6, Taylor Garges, Telford, Pennsylvania. Placing on the slick shorn spring winter ewe lamb class for the Pole Dorsets. First place goes to entry 99, Smith 1605, Kyler Lee, Burlington, Kansas. Second place, entry 97, Smith 1604, Allison Smith, Emporia, Kansas. Third place to entry 100, Isabel Klaus of Westfield, Indiana. 4 to entry 104, Megan Silverthorne, Cutler, Indiana. 5 to entry number 105, Tyler Myers, Rushsylvania, Ohio. 6th place to 101, Jessica Lindau, Chile, Wisconsin. 7 to entry 96, Shelby Jackson, Marcellus, Michigan. 8th place to entry 110, Zachary Bob, Weaver, Iowa. 9 to entry number 106, Jordan Barnett of Russellville, Tennessee. And 10th place to entry number 93, Mary Jones, Monroe, Indiana.
In our Hampshire Yearling U class, I think we've got tremendous good ones as expected in your Hampshire division. And again, it's an honor to get to sort the junior show here at the North American, but I expect quality ones. And in fact, I'm pretty convinced that I find the one that fits as many things as I can relative to our Hampshire breed with the young ladies class winner there. From a skeletal integrity standpoint, that's the one that needs to win, particularly when you get that one out on the move. Just stays together relative to its top line, the angles of how that one is designed at the ground. I think that that one is one that opens up with some rib shape. She's ultra feminine, and in fact, again, handles with a tremendous amount of muscularity, much more than you would particularly think that there would be from the side. That one's big topped, and it just comes with some bonus and femininity. I think I find the one that logically comes next in line, particularly as you handle them. This one's long topped as well, and still big topped also. I think this one of some of the initial ones towards the top is as good in terms of her pin set as any. I'd like to see the rear leg set just a little bit more correct in terms of its angle from hock to ground, but man, she's one that's feminine. She's certainly long and got a bunch of attractiveness to her. Again, maybe not quite as good in terms of her overall rear leg set. The one that comes in 3 does some things that it does better than any of them that we've got out here, but then there's some things that you'd like to change about her as well. I think it's interesting she's actually presented in probably a longer fleece than what she needs to be, and in fact, if I said that she's a little chubbier than I prefer, that's true. I would like to change her and freshen her up a little bit, but I think she's impeccable in terms of how she is in her top line. She handles extremely long in terms of her hind saddle. There's no doubt in terms of muscularity that she's the easy class winner from that standpoint. I think she's one that, again, we could just freshen up and that'd make her be a little bit more contending, but there's just so much mass and so much yet still some angularity up front that I like her as she moves, and particularly as that one gets out and walks, it motors plenty good. The young man does a great job, and in fact, moved up here into a 4 spot with one that's long topped. Here's one that, again, maybe gets a little bit narrower at the ground, but I think that this is a female that does so much good and is presented extremely nicely. He certainly did a great job in that 4 spot. I like this sheep in 5. The one that comes here in 5 is super long, and I think that it's stout featured. I like that in terms of how rugged she is in her bone work. In order to move up for me, she just needs to look more maternal. We don't get that center body and that rear flank that maybe we would ideally prefer, but I think that she's one that still is so attractive in her overall build and so correct enough in terms of her skeleton and her angles that I marked her up here into the top 5. Thanks for bringing out some really nice Hampshire ewes for me to evaluate. Just my opinion on them today. Thanks for bringing them.
We do want to remind Tunis exhibitors and members of the association lunch is being provided for you, all junior exhibitors today, by Don Kraft at the Tunis hospitality area. There will also be a Junior Tunis Association meeting at 1 in room C106. All junior Tunis exhibitors need to attend to pick up their exhibitor gifts. Also, the UJSSA pizza party has started at the United Suffolk sheep booth. We now need in the ring Dorset Weather Dam Yearling ewes in the ring. Our Slickshorn champion ewe for the Dorset show, entry number 79 out of the Slickshorn Yearling ewe class, Freitas Bianchi 1167G, Olivia Wagner, Marshall, Illinois. The reserve went to entry 91. The first place out of the Slickshorn Fall Ewe Lamb class, Pine Ridge 16028, also Olivia Wagner, Marshall, Illinois.
Lincoln Grand Ram.
our white Lincoln Grand Champion Ram was entry number 7. Entry 7 out of the white late Ram Lamb class, Garges Girls, Taylor Garges, Telford, Pennsylvania. The reserve goes to entry number 2 out of the early class of Ram Lambs, Campbell, 609-37, Blake Campbell, Waterford, Ohio.
This class, the Lincoln Yearling ewes, I'm going to opt to use a ewe. She's not necessarily the tallest framed ewe out here, but she's definitely the stoutest, widest based ewe, the ewe that has got more spring to her rib, got a very, very nice fleece on her. There's just a tremendous amount of sheep once you get your hands on her. She's thick and deep topped. She's got meat all the way back through her hind saddle. Combine that with a very, very nice fleece, and I think she's a good place to start this class. Come to the ewe in second, a ewe that, again, maybe just a little better in her pattern. She's a little smoother in her design, doesn't have that extreme mass and depth of what I felt I had of that first individual. Definitely not as long and free in her stride as what I've gotten at first ewe. I really do appreciate the movement and freedom and ease of movement of this third place ewe. However, she doesn't have the fleece on her of either of the two ewes ahead of her, enough to move her up at this point. As we come to the fourth place ewe, a ewe that's a little greener in her condition, I appreciate that she is a ewe that is a little more ready to go out there and go into that production side of her life. However, she's not quite as dark about her points, not quite as good-headed as what I felt I had as some of the other ewes up here. It's going to end up hurting her a little, maybe more than I normally would, but it's just going to, in a tough class on the top end, it's going to move her into that fourth hole today.
Placing on the Hampshire fitted yearling U-Class, first place to entry 26, Quam 5, 235, Jenna Sullivan, Modus, Connecticut. Second to entry 22, Sullivan, 1508, Jenna Sullivan. Third place to entry number 24, Tinley Spoonster, Eloa, Missouri. 4 to entry 23, Bo Mum, Whiteheath, Illinois. 5 to 21, Bobbindryer Boys, Pipestone, Minnesota. 6th place to entry 18, Jessica Alf, Edgerton, Wisconsin. 7 to 20, Brant Speldy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. 8th place to entry number 30, Bobbindryer Boys, Pipestone, Minnesota. 9 to entry number 17, Dylan Klug, Grafton, Wisconsin. 10th place to entry 31, Tinley Spoonster, Eole, Missouri. Placings on the white yearling used for the Lincoln Show. First place to entry 9, Taylor, 1501, Justin Taylor, Arlington, Wisconsin. Second, 14, Garges Girls, 34, Taylor Garges, Telford, Pennsylvania. Third to entry 10, Lori Ballman, New Concord, Ohio. 4 to entry 11, Blake Campbell, Waterford, Ohio. 5 to entry number 13, Taylor Garges, Telford, Pennsylvania. 6 to entry 12, Ashton Anderson, Ash Grove, Missouri.
Hampshire fall ewe lambs, and I think it's just logical when you sort this pair. The female that we start with is so good in terms of just her rib and center part of her body, and I think there's plenty of muscularity. In fact, if I was to change her a little bit, I'd like to see her just a little bit stouter in her overall bone work so that the bottom side of her skeleton match the mass and the shape and dimension that we have at the top side. But I like her a lot relative to her breed character, her look, and certainly she's got enough maternal kind of a vision as we project her on. She'll be a fun kind of a ewe as she matures. The ewe that comes in second, relative here in this division, certainly one that's fresher in its appearance, and I think here's one that also handles extremely straight-lined. I like that about this female, and in particular, she's one that's going to continue to grow, but for me right now, relative to her maturity pattern, she just gets a bunch narrower all the way through. I think she's a little bit frailer at the ground as well, but a nice kind of a female there, certainly one with balance and look. Maybe as she progresses out into her future, we'll expect her to be more three-dimensional. Two very nice fall-born Hampshire ewes.
Placing on the Hampshire class of fitted senior ewe lambs. First place to entry 33, Herrig, 1082, Jessica Alf, Edgerton, Wisconsin. Second to entry 34, Caskey, 5641, Kelsey Swanger, Richmond, Kansas.
A nice set of yearling ewes here in our Weather Dam division in the Dorsets. Big stout ewe that showed up just in time here to win the class. A ewe that, boy, she's got a lot of good things about her. She balances well, but yet she's got tremendous amount of top and thickness to her, and super long in her dimension in her hind saddle. Balances up just a little nicer into her front end over our second place ewe. Maybe just a little deeper in her chest floor. Drop her down just a little bit in her rear flank, and she'd push that first ewe pretty hard. But boy, she's designed really nicely. Just super straight top, level in her hip, good on those feet, and moves. Our third place ewe, another big top ewe that's starting to show some other, starting to look like she's going to be a brood ewe before long, and you got to give her credit for that. Just a big old top ewe that's got a lot of natural thickness, a lot of good things about her, and a lot of length. Just a little more of her and a little more length. What I like in that third ewe over our fourth ewe. Fourth ewe, really stout ewe with a lot of power from behind. When you look at her, she maybe loses up a little bit of that smoothness in her front end to some of the ewes ahead of her, but a ewe that is going to make some good long-bodied, powerful kind of lambs. And the same could be said for our fifth place ewe. I think maybe not quite that overall top shape that we've got in the yearling ewe ahead of her, but really smooth made and really handles hard to the touch when you get a hold of that female in fifth place.
In this class on the senior ewe lamb, we've got a ewe lamb, again, a very nice kind of a ewe lamb. She's sound, she moves out pretty well, she's long and free in her stride with a very nice kind of fleece. A ewe that definitely can stand a lot more competition than she's running into today.
Placing on the Lincoln White Division Senior Ewe Lamb class, first place goes to entry 15, Lean 1522, Ashton Anderson, Ashgrove, Missouri. In the Dorset ring, we're now ready for Weather Dam Fall Winter ewe lambs.
And in the Lincoln ring, we need white early ewe lambs.
And for the Lincolns, we need white early ewe lambs. We need Lincoln late ewe lambs in the white division.
Over here in our Cheviot ring, only 2 entries in this fall ram lamb class. We've got a little polar opposites in terms of their basic build. Young man sheep, we start with one that's more pulled apart. He's bigger in his rib cage. He's bigger and stouter down his top. He's just wider at the ground when you study him. Young lady sheep in second's one that I really appreciate the extra up in front. She's really shallow in his chest floor. He's really good and long down his top line. Just like to stouten that one up to compete with our class winner. But 2 outstanding Cheviot rams start out our drive.
Placing on the Pole Dorset Weather Dam Yearling U class. First place goes to entry number 111, Smith 1505, Shelby Smith, Emporia, Kansas. Second place to 112, Myers 8778, Tyler Myers, Rushvania, Ohio. Third to 113, Shelby Smith, Emporia, Kansas. Fourth place to 120, Jordan Miller, Skiatook, Oklahoma. 5 to entry 115, Stephanie Moorfield, Chattanooga, Oklahoma. 6th place to 114, Mackenzie Moore, Frankfort, Indiana. 7 to 117, Brianna Knettel, Greenfield, Illinois. 8 to entry 121, Chad Lawyer, Carlock, Illinois. 9 to 116, Gracie Metzger, Versailles, Kentucky. And 10 to 122, Jordan Miller, Skiatook, Oklahoma.
Got a ewe lamb up here on top. She's just that good combination ewe in terms of having breed character. She's got mass, she's got bone, she's got enough overall size, scale, depth to her, more spring to her rib. Combine that with a very nice kind of a fleece, tremendous luster to it, good character to it, and I think she's going to end up pretty much walking away with a class. Trying to find a ewe to follow her. I'm going to opt with the use a ewe lamb that just doesn't have quite as much to her yet at this point, but she's very straight in her design. She's a very attractive individual. She's just given up some size and scale in pounds at this point, but a ewe lamb that she's got that extension up through her end, up to her front end. She's got a very good head on her. She's just an attractive package. There's just not quite enough to her to move around that other ewe today. We come to the ewe here in third, another straight kind of a ewe. She moves out fairly well in terms of having some length of stride. She's pretty square in her overall design. She's not quite as pretty headed as what we've got in the two ewes above her. Doesn't have the extreme volume of the first ewe, doesn't have quite the pretty pattern of the second, so she's going to drop right into this third hole. Ewe in fourth is another ewe that she's a little plainer in her fleece. She's a little plainer in her overall design. She's still got that extension up through her front end. She's a ewe that she's pretty square in her overall design, moves out pretty long and free in that stride, and just a pretty good kind of a sheep. Fifth ewe, a nice, well-balanced kind of a ewe. Doesn't really jump out and grab you in any one particular area, but she doesn't really have any major holes. She just kind of a nice sort of a ewe. She's very complete. Got some brood ewe potential later on. Just not quite enough of her in terms of a flashy show ewe to move up any higher at this point.
A nice ULAM class over here in our weather dam ULAM class, the spring winter variety I guess we're into. Actually a mix, I guess, from we got different ages in this class from fall to winter, but definitely a more mature ewe. We're going to start this class off with a big long-bodied ewe. That overall length of body and that big old hip she's got in her gets her to the top no matter what age she is, and she falls in nice here. Second place ewe, just a ewe that kind of struck me when she came in the ring is one of the younger appearing lambs. A lamb you surely like the bone work, you surely like the straightness and the length of top. top that she's got and fits in nicely here in second. Close between her and another lamb to follow her up that's a lot like her, maybe not quite the overall length, but two lambs that are youthful appearing and really balance up nice. And when you get them on the move, they walk and move nicely. Fourth place, you another really straight, long-topped you. You once again, I think, just got a little more front and drop her down just a little bit in her rear flank to get her up any higher. But some nice things about her, really structurally correct. And just a big, long-bodied lamb here to round out the top five. Maybe not quite that squareness or quite that muscle dimension, but a ewe that's got a lot of length of body, so you surely like her here in fifth place.
We get out here in our Cheviot ring, just two entries again, but two I think that are ultra high quality. Our class winner is one that's extremely long down his top. He's extremely level. These young ladies get him propped up, and he's sure pretty to look at from the side. Maybe like to add just a notch more condition on him, but it looks like maybe this sheep's been out breeding a few ewes, but I think one that's ultra high quality. A little stouter featured one that we have in second. One maybe I don't see the next year potential in like I do our class winner, but one that I think is ultra stout, ultra good in his rib shape, and ultra good for this particular breed. Congrats to both exhibitors.
Placing on the class of senior ram lambs for the Border Cheviots. First goes to entry 2, Spildy, 3986, Cade Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. Second to entry number 1, Copeland, 1602, Casey Copeland of Lewistown, Ohio. Intermediate ram lamb class, first place goes to entry 4, Spildy, 4061, Cade Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. Second to entry 3, Spildy, 4040, Cade Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. Placing on the class of early ewe lambs for the White Lincoln Show. First to entry 16, Taylor, 16487, Justin Taylor, Arlington, Wisconsin. Second to 19, Lean, 1670, Ashton Anderson, Ashgrove, Missouri. Third to 17, Blake Campbell, Waterford, Ohio. 4 to 23, Bailey Towery, New Madison, Ohio. 5 to 21, Thomas and Christian Day, Greenfield, Indiana. 6 to 18, Lori Balmer of New Concord, Ohio. 7 to 20, Thomas and Christian Day, Greenfield, Indiana. And 8 to 22, Thomas and Christian Day of Greenfield, Indiana. Placing on the Polled Dorset Weather Dam Fall Winter Ewe Lamb class. First place goes to entry 124, Smith, 1549, Allison Smith, Emporia, Kansas. Second to 128, Daniels, 641, Jed Perry, Montpelier, Indiana. Third to entry number 134, Brant Balfans, Waterford, Wisconsin. Fourth place to entry 123, Tyler Myers, Rushvania, Ohio. 5 to entry number 132, Allison Smith, Emporia, Kansas. Sixth place to entry 135, Shelby Jackson, Marcellus, Michigan. 7 to entry number 126, Ainsley Balfans, Waterford, Wisconsin. 8 to 125, Chad Lawyer, Carlock, Illinois. 9 to 137, Brianna Knettle, Greenfield, Illinois. And 10th place to entry number 133, Gracie Metzger, Versailles, Kentucky.
Well, this is extremely fun for me to get to sort because, as expected, again, there's plenty of good ones, and they're actually shown in different levels of fleece and different levels of condition, and so some people get to hide stuff and some people don't. And in fact, the one that I'm calling the class winner, I'm willing to bet is the levelest topped one that we've got out here, particularly in this class. Additionally, she's the longest hind saddled. I think she's the one that, in terms of her skeleton in the ground, I think she moves adequately well, but she's so good in terms of her top line, proportions so good, and yet still fresh and youthful and got that attractiveness kind of a look to her that I really like that individual as your class winner. The one that comes in second, in fact, maybe not proportionally as long from her last rib back, but I think she is just a little bit bigger pinned and consequently sets him down just a little bit wider than the one that's right in front of her, but again, matches that balance and look with that extra amount of extension. I really like the sheep that comes into 3, and no doubt this girl is big-ribbed and powerfully designed, and in fact, we can come to that agreement. I think if we read that one relative to its maturity pattern, we can be relatively convinced that that one's one that's going to get a little deeper chested and not maybe keep that freshness right now, but I like that, and that's being critical of one that's big-ribbed and big-centered, and I'll appreciate volume. I think to be critical, though, we could get a little bit more Hampshire breed character in this one, and it'd make it a little bit easier, and you could maybe move her up a spot or two, but that's a really nice sheep there in the 3rd spot. The one that comes in 4 does so with just a nice amount of shape and dimension. This girl is really good in her forerib. I like that about her, and in fact, I think that she's really good in terms of just a breed character in her muzzle and her ear up front, too. I think she breaks just a little bit behind her shoulders and maybe doesn't have the length that we found in those initial trio up front, but I'm a fan of that one in terms of just some rib shape and dimension. I like this ewe lamb in 5 as well, and I think that she's fresh design and certainly fresh built. To me, as we get your hands on and handle that one becomes the shorter loin and hind saddle one of the group, but I still think that her angles are nice. She's certainly one that balances extremely well for us here and makes it up into the top 5 in a competitive class, in which case the ones 6 through 10 are also probably really competitive. Thanks for bringing them out here. Ladies and gentlemen, your February your ewe lambs in the Hampshire division. Let's give them a round of applause if you kindly would.
In this class, we've got several different things to sort through. I've got a ewe lamb up here on top that I think is just a very good pattern, very pretty kind of a sheep. She just handles very well. She's very level, very square in her makeup. She's long and free in her stride. She's got that very good high luster kind of a fleece, tremendous character to it, front to rear. She's got that extension up through her front end, and she just moves out pretty well. Yeah, there's a few little things you'd like to change on her, but I think she's just a good, complete kind of a sheep and a good place to start. I really like the stoutness and mass of this 2nd place ewe. However, once you get your hands on her, she's although she's very wide top, she's got some spring to her ribs. She just doesn't have the levelness of hip, not quite the freedom and ease of movement of what I felt I had up in this top ewe. And a ewe again that sort of slides into that 2nd hole rather easily. Ewe in 3rd, a very pretty pattern kind of a sheep, a little plainer in her fleece. Do like the extension up through her front end. She's not quite as strong off her toes at this point, not quite as free and easy in her movement as what I had right up in the top end. But again, a very, very nice kind of a ewe, a good pattern kind of a sheep that again you can surely appreciate in terms of being her style and balance that she possesses. Ewe in 4th, ewe again, a very well balanced kind of a ewe, maybe just a touch shorter back through her hind saddle compared to some of the other ewes in the class. A little plainer in her head, but again, she's just a good, complete kind of a ewe, has a lot of brood ewe potential. I think you're going to really appreciate this ewe as you come back next year. Some more nice ewes as you go down the class, pretty sound kind of sheep, just not quite as complete and stylish attractive as what I had up on the top end.
We got here in our Cheviot ring, and our class winner's one that maybe is not wanting to cooperate with us today. But I think when we do get a look at that one and get that one stuck, just a notch extra length of body in that one, in my opinion, today. And you study that one from the last strip back, and I see more growth indicators. But I think the biggest thing when we do move that one around the ring, I really like the way that one stands down on his feet and legs in comparison to our sheep in second. Our sheep in second, when he originally came into the class, I thought was my class winner. The longer we're out here, he's wanting to get a little squishier on his front toes. Maybe the environment may just be how he wants to act on the old green shavings, but I think one that after you get past that is extremely good in his forerib. He's extremely big and stout down his top, and he's big-hipped and he's big-legged. I appreciate about that one. More of a youthful sheep that we have in third hole, one that's maybe a little out-horsed in this particular class, but the young lady's doing a nice job of presenting this one, and one that comes to us in a really immature package. I think the best days are sure ahead of that one. A big, stout, kind of rugged sheep that we have in fourth hole, one that is really high volume and has done well for this young lady, but one that I want to clean up through that chest for and get him off the ground ever so slightly to compete with those that we have directly above him. And the sheep we conclude the top five with is one that's sure neat in his design, just need to make him a notch bigger and a notch longer bodied to compete with those that are directly above him. Nice class of lambs.
For the Border Chevy, it's now ready to show for champion and reserve champion rams, so we need those first and second place animals of the previous classes in the ring.
Nice spring class here over in our slick-shorn weather type division. Definitely some differences in types and kinds here. Once again, I got a big long-bodied ewe that's got adequate amount of thickness and really straight in her lines and correct to start off the class. Second place ewe followers are quite a bit that way as far as their overall length of body and smoothness. Here in second place, we come into a nice pair here in third and fourth. Just big top, a little smaller made kind of females, but a lot of muscle, a lot of power, a lot of natural thickness to them. Good, correct females. They've got a lot of good things to offer here in these two females. And our fifth place, she rounds out the top. She just gave up just a little bit of that width of hip here to the ewe lamb ahead of her. She's probably got a notch more length of body, but not quite that overall thickness as those two ewe lambs that stand right ahead of her.
For the Dorset ring, we're now ready in that ring to show for Weather Dam Champion and Reserve. So we need those class winners from the Weather Dam classes and seconds in there, and then we'll do the overall Grand Champion ewe for the Pole Dorsets using the fitted, slick, and this Weather Dam type ewes. They're champions and reserves. In the Lincoln, we're showing white pair of ewe lambs. Your next class will be Grand and Reserve Grand Champion ewe for the white division. Placing on the Lincoln late ewe lamb class in the white division, first to entry 28, Gargis Girls 51, Taylor Gargis, Telford, Pennsylvania. Second to 29, Taylor 16550, Justin Taylor, Arlington, Wisconsin. Third to 27, Lori Ballmer of New Concord, Ohio. 4 to 25, Blake Campbell, Waterford, Ohio. Fifth place to 30, Taylor Gargis, Telford, Pennsylvania. Placing on the class of Pole Dorset, Weather Dam Spring Ewe Lambs. First place goes to entry 143, Smith 1627, Allison Smith of Emporia, Kansas. Second to 142, T. Myers 8953, Taylor Myers, Rushvania, Ohio. Third to 141, Jasper Shuck, Geneva, Indiana. 4 to 147, Wyatt Vogel, Lineville, Iowa. And fifth to entry 145, Ireland Shuck, Geneva, Indiana. Placing on the fitted January ewe lambs for the Hampshires, first place to entry 40, Bobendreyer Boys 1626, Bobendreyer Boys, Pipestone, Minnesota. Second to 39, Bobendreyer Boys 1617, Bobendreyer Boys, Pipestone, Minnesota. Third place to entry number 36, Jenna Sullivan, Modus, Connecticut. 4 to entry 41, Kelsey Swanger, Richmond, Kansas. And 5-37, Jessica Alp, Edgerton, Wisconsin. Placing on the Junior Ram Lambs for the Border Cheviots, first place to entry 7, Spildy, 4139, Cade Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. Second to entry 9, Spildy, 4172, Cade Spildy. Third to 5, Paige Clyde, Greenville, Pennsylvania. 4 to Paige Clyde, and 5 to Blake Kessler, LaPorte, Indiana.
Well, folks, we get out here for champion, and there's one I like a bunch. In this particular breed, I think he is so good in so many areas. He's really good up through his front end. He's really big and square out of his hip. My only fault on him is maybe his condition at this point in time, but, I'm sure he's probably, as good as he is, he's probably been out breeding some ewes. For reserve, I think it gets significantly closer. I think between our fall buck and our late buck, it gets relatively close, a little difference in type and kind, but I'll go out and select your champion in reserve. Be reserved.
White Lincoln exhibitors pick up their participation things, their gifts after the white show. After the whites champion and reserve are named, they are going to name your futurity winner as well. Okay. Now ready for Border Cheviot yearling ewes. For our Border Cheviot show, our champion ram was entry number 4 out of the intermediate ram lamb class, Spildy, 4061, Cade Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. The reserve came out of the senior Ram Lamb class. Entry number 2, Spildy, 3986. Cade Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin.
Let's give these Dorset female exhibitors a big round of applause. Truly, the Dorset exhibitors have brought out in the 3 different divisions, have brought out a super set of sheep here for me to evaluate today. It's been my pleasure, and I think there's some really good functional sheep in all 3 of the divisions, and I truly appreciate what I had to look at. Today we'll use those 2 fitted ewes. They're just pretty stout, and not to take anything away from these slick shorn sheep, but that's a pretty sweet pair of ewes. They're a lot alike in their type and their kind, and they'll be your grand and reserve Dorsets today, polled.
Thank you. It's been a nice set of Lincoln white ewes to go through. It's been there's been some quality individuals. In fact, there's a lot of just plain good sheep out here. Ewes that I think when I think of the future of this Lincoln breed, I think there is a future. I think they've got some things to work with and to build on. But I also think of the Lincoln in terms of a historical perspective. It used to be one of the largest breeds of sheep. Back 100 years ago, they were it. They were one of the big, stout, massive, deep-bodied, big-boned, rugged kinds of sheep. And I'm glad to see it starting to return to some of that. Combine that with that good long wool luster, high luster kind of a fleece, and I think they're starting to get that, and that ends up making a pretty good kind of a sheep with some value for the commercial industry yet. When I think of what I would like to find in terms of the Lincoln ewes, I'm still looking for volume and mass and got some thickness. Combine that with a nice fleece and sheep that have a little bone and track pretty well as have those good Lincoln type heads, that attractiveness working for them end to end. The one sheep that most combines that in one individual to me will be the early junior ewe lamb. She'll be your champion ewe today. Coming back for reserve, I really do like the style and pattern of that late junior ewe lamb. She will be reserve.
In our Pole Dorset show, our overall grand champion ewe was entry number 30 out of class 1 of our fitted yearling ewes, Clampy 501, Johanna DeJora, Newburgh, Oregon. The reserve grand champion was our reserve fitted ewe, the fitted late fall ewe lamb, entry 54, Chrome 2533, Thomas Chrome, Marshall, Illinois. Dorset exhibitors, Pole Dorset exhibitors. State Flock is your next class. State Flock should come to the ring. Pole Dorset, State Flock to the ring, please. For our white Lincoln champion ewe, we had our class winner of Class 8, the white early junior ewe lamb. Entry 16, Taylor 16487, Justin Taylor, Arlington, Wisconsin. The reserve goes to our class winner of the late junior ewe lamb class. Entry 28, Gargis Girls 51, Taylor Gargis, Telford, Pennsylvania. We're now ready for Young Flock in the white division. White Young Flock, please. Now ready for Best Fleece. I'm sorry, Best Fleece on the White Lincoln. Then Young Flock.
This is an exceptional class of females here in your Hampshire February ULAM division, and again, we would expect that to be, but I like all of these, particularly the top 5 or 6, extremely well. The one that I'm calling the class winner there is just so correct in her skeleton, and if I'm going to talk the advantages in terms of how they're made, I think this one does it as good as any of them. Just correct from that side profile. She's still big pin, she's still feminine. The top side of her shoulder blends in correctly of how it should be and how it's designed. I think just as we kind of want to make them, kind of how we want to draw them, that's one that certainly has the most amount of quality here and wins a close decision in our February ULAM class. The young man's ULAM that we've got here in second, I like her because she's true. She just that boldness and that rib shape that you find in that one. She's just going to continue to progress, and she's got a big old top in her. She might be as big-ended as any of them, and I think she comes down with some natural base width that I really, really like. Just dead level. Is she as long-sided as the one that I called the class winner? Not quite, but I think she's got just a tremendous amount of true shape. She's going to be one that continues to grow. She'll be big enough for me. The one that comes in third, here's the skeletally extended one of the group, and I think that if we're projecting her on, she's the one that's going to come back next year, and she's going to have a really, really attractive kind of a look. To me, to be more critical, she gets a little postier on that rear leg and a little straighter on that rear hock as we move down in comparison to a couple of the other ones that I really like. She gets a little narrower in her chest floor as well, but man, that's a really good kind of a sheep. She's long, she's feminine, she's certainly made nice enough. The two young gentlemen here got one that's bold built. I think she's long topped. I think she's wide loined. To me, she's one that gets a little coarser up at the point of her shoulder. She just wants to dig in and chug that front and that neck down into its shoulder, maybe a little bit more than preferred, but I think she's long and there's certainly a bunch of mass. We make a close decision, and I opt for the young man's here that comes into the 5th spot, just due to just skeletal build again. This one's good in its full rib. It's a big top kind of a sheep, certainly one that's level designed. She becomes shorter sided from flank to flank in comparison to some of those that are up there towards the top end, but I think from a quality standpoint, this young man's got a really nice project. Thanks for bringing out some February ewe lambs in the Hampshire fitted division.
Need Hampshire fitted March and later born ewe lambs to the ring. Hampshire fitted March and later born ewe lambs.
First, we're in the Cheviot ring. I sure apologize for taking a little extra time on these top two, but I think they're ultra good and ultra high quality. It gets very, very close in my opinion. I think the ewe that we start with, in my estimation, is just a notch stouter in terms of her overall features. She's stouter in her bone work, she's stouter in her rib cage, and she handles extremely thick and massive down her top. Taking nothing away from the ewe in second, I really love the way she comes out of her front end. She's long from her last rib back. She's extremely smooth down her top. I think two ultra high quality ewes. Taking nothing away from the ewe in third as well. She's extremely high quality. She just unfortunately gets in a class with a buzzsaw and a pair of them. But one that is ultra long bodied. I just maybe like to smooth her up in her chest floor ever so slightly to compete with those that we have above her. But one that's extremely long bodied and really good up in her head and neck. A little stouter bodied type of ewe that we have in fourth is one that I really appreciate in terms of her broodiness and her muscle pattern. I think one that just slides in this class for fourth for me today, but a nice sheep in her overall, right? And a sheep in fifth that we conclude the top five with is one that's extremely long, extremely feminine up through her front end. Just like to balance her up and stouten her up in her overall features to compete with those that we have directly above her.
placing on the Dorset Advantage Spring Ram Lamb class, first to entry 150, Scotch Lane Farm, 6393, Madeline Syme of South Windsor, Connecticut. Second, or in the other class of fall-winter Ram Lambs for the Dorset Advantage, first to 149, Scotch Lane Farm, 6372, Madeline Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut.
We're out here in our slick sheared division, only one entry, but she's pretty good. You study this one, and her angles up through her chest floor, down her top. She's straight as a string. She's big hip. She stands down on a good set of feet and legs. Unfortunately, we don't have a little more competition for her in this particular class.
Now ready for Border Cheviot Senior Ewe Lamb. Placing on the Hampshire show of fitted February ewe lambs, first place to entry 58, Alf 9016, Jessica Alf, Edgerton, Wisconsin. Second to 56, Marchek 1615, Tyler Marchek of Federalsburg, Maryland. Third place to entry 61, Jenna Sullivan, Modus, Connecticut. 4 to 57, Brant Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. 5 to 54, Grant Sullivan, Modus, Connecticut. Sixth place to entry number 51, Kelsey Swanger, Richmond, Kansas. 7 to entry 49, Faith Hoteling, Dolan, South Dakota. 8th place to entry number 50, Aubrey Seeger of Ogdensburg, Wisconsin. 9 to 52, Danielle Hoteling, Dolan, South Dakota. Placing on the Border Cheviot Yearling U class, first to entry 16, McGuire 5090, Cade Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. Second to entry 12, Diamond C 0256, Paige Clyde of Greenville, Pennsylvania. Third place to 14, Cade Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. 4 to 10, Casey Copeland, Lewistown, Ohio. 5 to 13, Blake Kessler, LaPorte, Indiana. And 6th place to entry 11, Hunter May, Hazleton, Virginia. The Dorset Advantage show, the Grand Champion Ram went to entry 150. 150 was our Dorset Advantage Spring Ram Lamb winner. 150, Scotch Lane, 6393, Madeline Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut. The reserve was entry 149, first in the fall-winter Ram Lamb class. Scotch Lane, 6372, Madeline Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut. Now ready for Dorset Advantage Yearling Ewes in the ring. Placing on the Border Cheviot Slickshorn Yearling U class, first place to entry 18, Martin 761, Paige Clyde, Greenville, Pennsylvania.
get out here in our Chevy at fall ULAM class, and I think there's one to start with in my estimation, one that's big and bold in her type, really, stout down her top. She stands down a good set of feet and legs. She's super big bone. You get behind her, she's square hip and kind of just a rugged type of female. I like that a great deal. One that's maybe a notch more feminine up through her front end, and second one, I really appreciate that about her. She's extremely long, but I think that length also is she's a notch shallower in her type and kind. Just seem to stouten her up to complete with our class winner. And the young Eddie's ewe that we stick in the third hole to complete the class is one that's ultra broody, ultra good looking, just runs into a class with two ultra competitive ones. Congrats on the good class.
Now ready for Border Cheviot Intermediate ewe lambs. Placing on the Border Cheviot Senior ewe lamb class, first place goes to entry 20, Spildy, 3987. Cade Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. Second to 19, Copeland, 1601. Casey Copeland, Lewistown, Ohio. And third place to 21, Casey Copeland of Lewistown, Ohio.
Just some differences here in our Dorset Advantage yearling ewes. Got a pair up here to start the class with, quite a bit like in type and kind, really good functional kind of females that you can see these exhibitors doing some neat things with as far as making some club lamb type sheep. The ewe I'm starting with just a notch longer when you get your hands on her. They're both super smooth made, got nice bone and footwork about them, and really a lot of natural thickness and muscle down that top and down in that lower leg. A little difference here in our next three, with just a little bigger top view with just a little more overall natural thickness and power, a little bigger old hip on her here in our third place ewe, over a nice big smooth made ewe that's really straight in her line. She just gives up some of that overall thickness and natural muscle down in her lower leg. And our fifth place ewe, just a nice solid ewe. She just runs out of power as far as overall muscling.
We got here in our January class a Cheviot ewes. I think we got a really nice one to start. One that's extra feminine up through her front end. She handles extremely good down her top line. She's really good in her rib cage. I think you track her around the ring. She tracks around the ring as good as any that we have out here. Young man sheep that we have in seconds, one that's maybe a notch more robust, maybe in her rib cage for me today, but one that gets a little plainer from the side in comparison to our class winner. But I do love the extra length of body in that one. Young lady's sheep in third is probably one of the best sheep that we've had in third to this point today. Unfortunately, she just gets in a very competitive class, but one I really like the extra femininity up through her front end. I really like the smoothness of shoulder. You study that one from the side, and you've really got to appreciate her. That one was out here. I thought that was my potential class winner for the longest time. That's an also nice sheep. And to conclude the class with one that appears to be a notch younger in her overall dimension, but I think one that, a few days down the road, she'll catch up with some of these. Outstanding class of 4.
In this first natural colored Lincoln class, we've got a ram with a nice sort of a fleece on him. He's got some length down his top. He's got enough width and volume to him to work for him. A ram that could definitely stand some more competition than he's seeing here today.
We need natural colored Lincoln early junior ram lambs into the ring, please.
Get rid of this one now.
Placing on the natural colored Lincoln senior ram lambs, first place to entry 31, Reed 1537, Brittany Anderson, Ash Grove, Missouri. For the Dorset Advantage, the yearling U class, first place to 155, Hurleman 5068. Garen Hamby, College Grove, Tennessee. Second to 152, Smith Showstock 1190. Hannah Wittenbach, Greencastle, Indiana. Third to 153, Corey McLeese, Washington, Oklahoma. 4 to 154, Emily Ellison, Newport, Tennessee. And 5 to entry 151, Keegan Padgett, Kirkland, Indiana. Placing on the Border Cheviot Intermediate U-Lamb class, first place to entry number 24, Rinker 2180 AI, Natalie Goodrich, Westmoreland, New Hampshire. Second to 23, Spildy 4016, Cade Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. Third to entry 22, Kirsten Spall of Jamestown, Indiana. 4 to entry 25, Casey Copeland, Lewistown, Ohio.
In this natural colored class, I'm going to opt to use a ram. It's just got a little more width and mass working for him from end to end. Handles more Springer rib and just got more meat work for him throughout. A ram with a decent sort of fleece on him. It's got decent character to it. Ram that I think he's just a little longer in his stride at this point. Ram in second and lamb, I do like his extension. I like the way he's a lot greener in his conditioning at this point. As he goes ahead and grows and develops, I think he's likely to be the larger framed ram long term. However, just not quite enough of him yet today to go ahead and move him around this other ram.
We need natural colored late ram lambs for the Lincoln Show. Natural colored late ram lambs for the Lincoln Show to the ring, please.
Well, I think I said in some of the previous classes of how much fun I was having. I might take a little bit back on that one. They did their good job to make it challenging, yet it's still enjoyable, obviously, to try to find the differences amongst these. And I find one that I think truthfully has some really good pieces in my mind. The one that I start with combines some freshness of look through that front shoulder, and yet here's the one that opens up and correct enough in terms of her loin and in her hip. She handles extremely long hind saddle. I think to make it a little bit simpler for me, she could relax that top line at her loin just ever so much, and I think she could be a little darker in her points. I don't argue that, but I think that she's certainly, in terms of being one that's wedge-shaped from her shoulder and coming back to her pin set, and yet still doing that with some femininity and look up front, to me, she's the one that combines that together really nicely. I know that the one that comes in second might just have a little bit more forerib, but in fact, for me, she's the one that probably is just a little bit more farther along in her maturity pattern in comparison to how that angle of how that shoulder is designed in your class winner. But this girl's good. I like her in terms of her feet and legs, skeleton, and structure. I think that she's one that's going to continue as she develops and kind of grows into a good kind of a complete female, and I think she'll probably be big enough. The one that comes in next in line, here's the one that's got the extra amount of length aside. In fact, in comparison to both of those two, I think she's one that gets a little postier and straighter on that rear leg. She doesn't come down and set them probably as square as we would ideally like, but there's a ewe that I think has a super amount of rib shape. She's been bringing me good ones all day. This one's no different. A really nice one with some Hampshire breed character and some good body. I have to apologize to this young lady because this ewe is awesome, and I apologize that you're fourth place in Louisville and came from Delaware with a really, really good one. This sheep is level topped. She is really long hipped. She's big and broody in the center part of her body and her rib shape. In a more competitive class, she kind of gets a little deeper chested and a little plainer, and she's working as hard as she can to make that one a long-necked, extended one, but that's all right. Her job is to be really good-bodied, really good hipped, and you brought me a really nice one. I think 5 and 6 are really close in my mind, and we'll give the young man an honorable mention as well. They're both similar. I like the extra amount of length of side and length of body in both of those. They don't handle their rear legs as ideally as you'd like, as they kind of narrow it down to their base, but 5 and 6 are certainly ultra good March ewe lambs. They're going to be great yearling ewes as they continue on. Congratulations. I appreciate the hard work of these exhibitors in your March ewe lamb class.
Nice. Really stout top three here in this ewe lamb class over here in our Dorset Advantage. And close in my mind, we're starting with a ewe. I think she's just a little neater about her chest floor, a little neater about that front end. These two ewes they've got a lot of similarities. They really correct in how they move. You surely like the natural thickness they've got. You shuffle them back out here, and I might switch them in 5 minutes. But really nice pair of lambs. Third lamb kind of fits in here nicely in third. Maybe not quite the touch we've got in the first two lambs, but another long top ewe lamb. It's got a lot of natural thickness. Carries a lot of muscle down in that lower leg. Really correct about her feet and legs. A little youthful appearing ewe lamb we got here in fourth. I think with a lot of future to her. Super designed in her front end and in her straightness of line. She's just a little more feminine, a little prettier about her look here in the fourth place ewe over our fifth place ewe. Fifth place ewe, just a big old stout ewe lamb with a lot of top in her, a lot of muscle, a lot of thickness. You'll surely like that about that lamb. But a nice set of females out here. Thank you.
Over here in our Cheviot ring, we've sure got a big stout one to start with. You really got to appreciate her when these young people get her set up. She's extremely long, flank to flank. She sure doesn't disappoint you when you get your hands on her. Just a big, stout female. One of the more intriguing ones in the class is in second. She's very youthful in her appearance, and she's also very, very feminine up through her front end. She's really good down her top line. Just maybe like to stretch her out to compete with that class winner, but one that's sure nice and we evaluate her from the outside looking in. Big growthy kind of ewe that we have in a third hole, one that's maybe a little greener in her condition in comparison to a couple other ones, one that doesn't maybe balance up as good as our class winner, but one that I think's got a world of potential in her and can come back here next year and bring that one. I think she's got some size to come. Another youthful ewe that we have in fourth hole, one that I really appreciate her design and her look, just in her structure of her body. One thing I'd like to change on that one to get her up any higher, we just need to set her a little shorter on those front pasterns, but one that I think's got a world of good in her. We get her out and get her some exercise, I think that could be fixed. And young man sheep that we conclude the top 5 with is one that's sure a production-oriented type of sheep. I really like the straightness of lines of that one. We just need to bulk that one up and to compete with the ones that we have directly above them, but an outstanding class of Cheviot ewe lambs.
In the natural colored Lincolns, we've got two ram lambs up here in this class, very good ram lambs. Ram I'm going to opt to start with is the ram that's just a little more extension at this point. He's definitely leveler, square out over his top, leveler out back over that hip. Ram, again, he's a little wider. He's plenty wide enough in his tracking. He's got enough to him when you get your hands on him at this point for a ram at this age in this stage of development. The ram in second, a ram that's got just a little more rib to him. He might be just a touch wider down his top. He's definitely not as level out over that hip. He's not as strong right behind his shoulders, not quite as level in his makeup overall. Tends to stand a little narrower through his chest floor. Just a ram. It isn't quite as structurally complete and correct as what I felt I had on that first individual. Fleece is very comparable. Good fleeces on both of them. Handle well enough, attractive enough at this point. That's not going to split them, so have to go on that overall structure. Third ram lamb, again, nice sort of a ram lamb, just not near enough to him to get around either ram at this point.
Ram.
Now ready in the Lincoln natural colored ring to show for champion and reserve champion natural colored ram.
And then read these two.
Final call for Polled Dorset Advantage Spring Ewe Lamb class. Spring Ewe Lamb Dorset Advantage.
Get out here in our slick-sheared Cheviot ewe lamb class, and one that's very, very high quality. You study the angles of that one. She's very good. She's very feminine up through that shoulder. She works a large amount of muscle down her top. She's got a big square hip. She stands up good on her feet and legs. Once again, unfortunate we don't have more competition for her because she can sure take it.
Now ready in the Cheviot ring to show for Grand and Reserve Grand Champion Cheviot ewe. Okay, placing on the natural colored early ram lamb class for the Lincolns. First to entry 33, Taylor 16497, Justin Taylor, Arlington, Wisconsin. Second to entry 32, Peyton NVF 1601, Phantom, Thomas and Christian Day of Greenfield, Indiana. Placing on the natural colored late ram lamb class for the Lincolns. First to 35, Campbell 62143, Blake Campbell, Waterford, Ohio. Second place to 36, Taylor 16545, Justin Taylor, Arlington, Wisconsin. Third to 37, Katie Tao Crook of Martinsville, Indiana. Placing on the Polled Dorset Advantage Fall-Winter Ewe Lamb class, first place to entry 157, Fisher Club Lambs 16510, Jade Cantrell, Winchester, Kentucky. Second place to 166, Smith Showstock 1227, Riley McGee, Osgood, Indiana. Third place to entry 161, Ireland Shuck, Geneva, Indiana. 4 to 168, Austin Wright, Greencastle, Indiana. 5 to entry number 160, Chloe Perlee, Kirkland, Indiana. 6th place to entry 167, Austin Wright, Greencastle, Indiana. 7 to 164, Jackson Lore, Broadway, Virginia. 8th place to 163, Madeline Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut. And 9 to 159, Emma Mendez, Lebanon, Indiana.
Really nice group of Hampshire youths. If you kindly would, we won't see all of these out here again. If you give them a round of applause, I'll talk through what I see. Great. So on these again, I'll go out and pick our champions, but I'm really happy with the ones that particularly come out here and represent your class winners. I think that there's a tremendous amount of good. That March ewe lamb, just so fresh and certainly built right and wedged right. She's going to be fun as they continue to grow. I talked that February ewe lamb is one that skeletally at the ground is as good as any of them that we've had out here in this Hampshire division. I think we can see the bonus relative to just that extra Hampshire look, and I like that boldness in its rib, and she still handles really, really nicely. A good one if you're going to mark a picture of one, and I think she handles super good as well. I love the freshness and just the elegance that we have in our January ewe lamb. Just a really attractively built one, as long a hind saddled one as any of them that we've had out here. Super level in her top, just one that's going to be a super, super attractive and feminine kind of a girl when she grows up. Fall ewe lamb, she comes out here with a bunch of mass and a bunch of power, a really nice kind of an individual that I think is obviously probably going to be one that you're really going to like as a brood ewe as well. Maybe doesn't have all that extra balance that some of the other ones do, but she's certainly going to be a brood ewe, kind of a female. And then we got a class-winning yearling ewe that just does so many things correct. One that at the ground is just tremendous for skeleton and design. Here's one that balances up with plenty of maternal look. She's open in her rib cage. She's still plenty feminine up front. Super long hind saddled. A really, really, really good kind of one here to represent your Hampshire breeds. I'll put the mic over and give it to Mr. Cruitt there so he can talk his champions, and I'll go shake some hands here of your champions in the Hampshire breed. Congratulations to the exhibitors. I sincerely appreciate your hard work that you've done to build your programs, and I just get the opportunity to pick the kind that I like and hopefully pick the most complete ones that we see for the day. Thank you.
Folks, we get out here to select our champion, and maybe something I haven't taken enough time to do today, but let's give these kids a big round of applause, because I think these females are very, very high quality. I like all of them out here. Obviously, those are my choices of the group, but I think we could reiterate all of them. I think each class winner has got some valuable tools that they bring to the table that make them very high quality and make them very appealing to me. There's a pair out here that I think are very, very good and very, very high quality. I could go through and we could talk about each one of them again, but I'm not going to do that. Your yearling ewes at your first class will be your champion reserve. I think it was a very close sort. I think they're very high quality. They're a notch different in their type and kind, but they're both very, very good.
Nice group of ewe lambs here in our Dorset Advantage ewe lambs. Definitely some different types and kinds here in this top lineup. Starting off with just a super long top lamb, a lamb that really balances nicely. She's got a lot of lower leg muscle, a lot of length behind saddle. Just kind of nice, neat kind of lamb. A little smaller frame lamb here in second, but boy, she's really neat in her design. Super square in her hip structure. Really love that muscle shape she's got in her. When you look at her from behind, not the biggest frame sheep, but she's got a lot of pieces that'll work. Nice, really neat long top view here in our third place lamb, a little more elevated kind of lamb. Congratulations. Here in third, a lamb that it just gives up a little bit of that overall muscling that we had in those first two lambs, but boy, she's super straight, super correct, really level made kind of female. Then we come down here, our fourth and fifth lambs. Our fourth place lamb, another nice lamb that's got some good muscling to her. In this class, you surely like that overall length at top. Probably blends a little nicer into her front end than our fifth place lamb today. Fifth place lamb, a lamb that's got some really good bone and some good muscle to her. A lamb that's got some really good things about her. Is going to be a good ewe for this young man down the road. Good job, buddy.
Placing on the
Do you need something?
now ready for Hampshire Slick Shorn Senior Ram Lambs. Placing on the class of Border Cheviot Junior Ewe Lambs, first place to entry number 29, McGuire 6164, Cade Speldy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. Second to 27, Diamond C 0288, Paige Clyde, Greenville, Pennsylvania. Third to 26, Cade Speldy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. Fourth to 28, Paige Clyde, Greenville, Pennsylvania. Fifth place to entry 31, Blake Kessler, LaPorte, Indiana. Sixth place to entry 32, Blake Kessler, LaPorte, Indiana. Placing on the Slickshorn Junior Ewe Lamb class, first place goes to entry 30, Martin 761, Paige Clyde, Greenville, Pennsylvania. Placing on the March fitted class of Hampshire Ewe Lambs, first to entry number 72, Meyer 1639, Kenzie Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. Second to 71, Herrig 1114, Vanessa Herrig, Slayton, Minnesota. Third to 70, Jenna Sullivan, Modus, Connecticut. 4 to entry 62, Miranda Hunter, Newark, Delaware. 5 to 66, Dylan Klug, Grafton, Wisconsin. 6th place to 63, Bo Mum, Whiteheath, Illinois. 7 to entry 68, Kelsey Swanger, Richmond, Kansas. 8 to 67, Carly Panier of Washburn, Illinois. 9 to 64, Logan Beckmeyer, Atwood, Illinois. And 10 to 69, Bo Mum, Whiteheath, Illinois.
In this class of natural colored Lincoln ewes, we've got a class that sorts itself out fairly quickly to me. I've got a ewe up here on top that she's just a very nice, complete kind of ewe. When she gets all set up and starts cooperating, she's as straight and level as anything out here. She's feminine up through her front end. Shoulders lay on correctly. She's pretty level out over her hip. Nice sort of fleece on her. She's just a good combination ewe when she's really cooperating to go ahead and be that good choice up on the top end. The ewe in second, ewe that, again, she's a little maybe a touch stout in her makeup, maybe just a little bit heavier in her bone. It's really pretty close, pretty hard to tell. But a ewe that has got some length at top. She's very level and square in her overall makeup. She's got, again, that some extension up through her front end. She lays in very neatly in that front shoulder at this particular point in time. Ewe in third, a bit narrower in her design at this point as compared to the other two ewes, but ewe that's got some extension working for her throughout. She's going to be a big ewe. She's just not quite enough to her to get her any higher today.
Oh, okay. I was just trying to get back. Okay, sorry.
Now ready for natural colored Lincoln senior ewe lambs to the ring, please. Placing on the Dorset Advantage Spring ewe lamb class, first place to 171, GT Dorset's 1653, Allison Smith, Emporia, Kansas. Second place to entry number 165, MM 439, Caroline Jenkins, Franklin, Georgia. Third place to entry 176, Olivia Wagner, Marshall, Illinois. 4 to 172, Victoria Vining, Sault Ste. Marie, Michigan. 5 to 177, Jasper Shuck, Geneva, Indiana. 6 to 178, Garen Hamby, College Grove, Tennessee. 7 to 179, Brooke Howard, Powell, Wyoming. 8 to 180, Madeline Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut. And 9th place to entry 174, Jessica Lindow, Chile, Wisconsin. For our Dorset Advantage show, our grand champion ewe went to entry number 155. Out of the Dorset Advantage yearling ewe class, Hurleman 5068. Garen Hamby, College Grove, Tennessee. The reserve grand champion came from the Dorset Advantage Fall-Winter ewe lamb class, entry 157. Fisher, Club Lambs 16510, Jade Cantrell, Winchester, Kentucky.
Single entry in the Slick Shorn as we move in our Hampshire division to our Slick Shorn, and I think we can agree that he's long-sided and there's enough muscularity in this guy as well. I think we can probably prefer those points to be a little bit darker on this ram, but he obviously is the best one in America here in the fall-born Hampshire Ram Lambs at the North American International Livestock Exposition. Congratulations on your class winner. Good job.
For our Lincoln show, our natural colored champion ram went to our natural colored early ram lamb, entry 33, Taylor, 16497, Justin Taylor, Arlington, Wisconsin. The reserve went to our natural colored late ram lamb class winner, entry 35, Campbell, 621, Blake Campbell, Waterford, Ohio.
In this class, we have a single entry. We have a ewe that she's pretty straight. She's strong down her top. You'd like to give her just a little more width, maybe pull her tail head up a little bit, but a nice sort of a fleece on her and a good representative for the breed at this point.
Placing on the natural colored Lincoln Yearling U class, first to entry 38, Reed 1451, Brittany Anderson, Ash Grove, Missouri. Second place to entry 41, Campbell 51630. Blake Campbell, Waterford, Ohio. Third place to entry 40, Lori Ballman of New Concord, Ohio. 4 to entry 39, Chloe Tal Crook, Martinsville, Indiana. Placing on the natural colored senior U Lamb class, first to entry 50, Cruz 16308. Adrian Villa of Camden, Ohio.
In this class, again, we've got a nice logical place. You that's got enough extension. She's got a little larger outline. She's very straight. She's very level. She's got some more growing and developing to do, but I think there's just enough sheep in this point to go ahead and use her pretty logically as a class winner here today. You in second, the ewe that's got, again, handles with a little more thickness in comparison to many others in the class. She's got a little more width and dimension down her top, got a little more spring to her rib than the lambs that she's setting above. That just adds extra pounds, and that extra size and scale is going to move her in that second spot today. Third ewe lamb, a very nice fleeced ewe, just not quite enough to her yet today. She's a little fine-boned, a little more refined in her overall design than what I felt I had in the two ewes right above her.
nice class of January slick-shorn Hampshire ram lambs here, and I think there's a little bit of a decision to be made amongst your initial top two, and there's give and take between those, but the one I'm starting with, I think structurally and skeletally is made right, and I think that there's no doubt that he has that extra amount of length of loin, length of hind saddle, and we can see that not only does he have that length advantage, but there's also a weight per day of advantage. I think he's still big-ended and big-pinned, and I like that about him. He's not quite as sharp or as powerful directly behind his rack. The one that comes in second, he does have more expression to his rack, no doubt. I'd like to change him and just lengthen him out a little bit in comparison, but I think that's being critical because this guy's nicely made. I like his rib shape. I like the amount of muscularity that you find just comes with some extra shoulder that you could expect. He's a powerfully built one and certainly can progress on to make some good kind of sheep. The one that comes in next in line is a little longer than the one that comes in right in front of him. I like that about him. I think he's got an ample amount of muscle shape and tone. I think when we get back behind him, he kind of comes to a narrower base. We could maybe see him just a little bit better on those rear legs, but I think a nicely built kind of an individual. The young man's got the more extended sheep next in line, and I think if we evaluate him from his last rib back is where you do like him. He comes with some length. He's big enough at the top side of his hip. There's not nearly as much rack, and he's probably not as level in his overall top line as the ones that we got out here. Thanks and congratulations in your January class.
Results of the February Slick-Shorn Ram Lamb class for the Hampshires. First place goes to entry 77, Paradise 6100. Corbin, Clark, and Coyle Campbell, Danville, Kentucky. Second to entry 80, Friesian 1656, Garrett Friesian of Carthage, Indiana. Third to 79, Alexis Luton, Olean, Missouri. 4 to entry number 78, Ashton Daniels, Agency, Missouri. Placing on the natural colored Lincoln early ewe lamb class, first place to entry 43, Campbell 61440. Blake Campbell, Waterford, Ohio. Second place to 45, Orchard View 1190. Thomas and Christian Day, Greenfield, Indiana. Third to entry 42, Lori Ballman, New Concord, Ohio. And 4 to 44, Thomas and Christian Day, Greenfield, Indiana.
In this class of natural colored ewe lambs, we've got a ewe lamb here on top, just got more width and dimension working for end to end. A ewe that's got more spring to a rib at this point. A ewe lamb that, again, just got extra overall volume working for her at this point. She is as long strided as anything out here. She's got some extension up through her front end. She does tend to track fairly wide. She's just a pretty good, complete kind of a ewe lamb. Ewe lamb in second is the ewe that, again, I think pushes her along the most in terms of being a very straight, very very good kind of a ewe lamb in terms of that straightness of design, the levelness of her overall design. She's just not quite as free and easy in her movement at this point as what I felt I had in that first individual here. It's going to end up moving her down a hole. The ewe we've got here in third, another very, very good ewe. Nice fleece to her. She's got some spring to rib. Again, she's a little shorter, when you get your hands on her, a little shorter in that hip structure than what I felt I was hoping to find. She is a long-ribbed ewe. She's got some spring to her. She doesn't have quite the extension up through her front end of that ewe right ahead of her. Not quite the style and balance of that first individual. Going to end up moving her into third. Fourth and fifth, we've got ewe lambs just a little too green at this point. Not quite enough pounce, not quite enough development to move up any further.
Placing on the late class of ewe lambs for the natural colored Lincoln, first place to entry 49, Taylor, 16548. Justin Taylor, Arlington, Wisconsin. Second place, 46, Campbell, 62538. Blake Campbell, Waterford, Ohio. Third place to entry number 51, Adriana Villa of Camden, Ohio. 4 to 47, Lena Berry, Wyoming, Delaware. And 5 to 48, Brittany Anderson, Ash Grove, Missouri. We're on the Hampshire Slickshorn February Ram Lambs. We need an entry from TJ Yazel. TJ Yazel, you have an entry in this Slickshorn February Ram Lamb class for the Hampshires. Last call to the ring, your class is being judged. For the Monadale show, we've begun. Now need January Ram Lambs. Monadale January Ram Lambs, placing on the senior Ram Lamb class. First place to entry 1, Van Horn, 1602. Jansen Van Horn, Garfield, Kansas. Placing on the natural colored Lincoln class.
Nice pair of buck lambs here in our Monadale class. Just to to start off with here, the buck lamb to win the class. Really nice and dark in his points. Just a little bit more mass, a little more substance to this buck, a little heavier bone kind of sheep. Real nice hip structure on him. Moves out nice around the ring. Second place buck, just a little narrower made kind of sheep, but he's very straight in his lines. He's also correct about his feet and legs. Just sure we like that about him.
Placing on the natural colored Lincoln pair of ewe lamb class, first to Blake Campbell, Waterford, Ohio. Second to Adriana Villa, Camden, Ohio. Third to Thomas and Christian Day, Greenfield, Indiana. For the Monadale show, for our January class of Ram Lambs, first place goes to Smith, 1626, Abilene Gatson, Vandalia, Missouri. Second to entry 3, Van Horn, 1636, Jansen Van Horn, Garfield, Kansas. For the Monadales, we're now ready in the ring for February and later born Ram Lambs. In our Lincoln show, we're now showing for Grand and Reserve Grand Champion Natural Colored Lincoln ewe. Following that class, we will show Natural Colored Best Fleece and then Natural Colored Young Flock for the Lincolns.
Once again, a nice pair of buck lambs here in our late Monadale class. Once again, I think the lamb we start with has got the most substance, the most thickness, really level in his design, good on those feet and legs, nice and dark in his points, just a little more overall top and muscle dimension than we got here in our second place ram. Second place ram, a nice long-bodied lamb, just gives up that little bit of thickness that we've got here in the first place ram.
Class of Hampshire Ram Lambs here. I think the one that combines skeleton and length and still plenty of look wins the class for me. I think he's got an extra amount of length behind saddle. He still balances big in his pin set, and I like that about him. I think he's also comes with a little bit more truer rib shape than the one that comes in second. I think it's skeletal quality, though, that keeps that second place sheep there. He's one that is really nice and attractive, and more so than the one right behind him, and how he's built at the top side of his shoulder. That lays in better, and it allows that neck to come out a little bit better. I think he's also got just a slight advantage relative to length aside. He's still presented extremely fresh. The one that comes in 3, we could argue maybe he's just a little bit bigger pin than the one that's right in front of him. I think he comes with a little bit more chest floor. I think that truthfully when you get your hands on him, he doesn't span as wide a loin as you would project that maybe he would, but that's a good sheep. He's powerful and three-dimensional in his overall build. long-sided sheep next in line that truthfully just becomes a little flatter through the lower and inner part of his leg. And we don't have that challenge with the 5th place sheep. He's massively built. It's just a little much for me. It's a little bit too moderate. We got plenty of extra shoulder, but I think he's still got a lot of power. We've got 6 and 7 that are nice and long-sided, and I think got enough muscularity as well. Thanks for bringing them out here in this Hampshire Ram Lamb division.
Thank you.
In the natural colored, natural colored Lincoln ewes here. We've got actually a very good set of sheep up here in the class winners. We've got yearling ewe that I think is just a tremendous individual. She's very attractive. She's very stylish. She's very square in her makeup. Has a very, very nice fleece. I think she's a good place to go for your champion ewe. She'll be your champion ewe today. When we come back into reserve, it does get a whole lot closer. We've got several very, very good sheep that are sound, sheep that are complete, sheep that happen to have pretty good fleeces on them. The early junior ewe lamb will be your reserve today.
Here on the Monadale side in our champion ram drive, we got 3 nice class winners out here. We're going to use that buck lamb from the early spring buck lamb class. Puts a lot of good things together. Just darken his points, widen that hip. I like that, like the levelness of him and correctness. A little closer in my mind between the fall and the spring or late spring buck lamb. I'll go ahead and use that fall buck. I just like that overall length of body. Really a long topped ram here in our fall ram. We'll use him for your reserve.
Placing on the Monadale February and later Ram Lamb class, first went to entry 5, Baugh and Dunn, 140-1, Abilene Gatson, Vandalia, Missouri. Second to entry 4, Nelson, 165, Miranda Nelson, Kingston, Illinois. Our champion Ram went to the, Our natural colored Lincoln champion ewe goes to entry 38, Reed, 1451, Brittany Anderson, Ash Grove, Missouri, with the yearling ewe. The reserve champion ewe for the natural colored Lincoln goes to entry number 43, Campbell, 61440, out of the early junior ewe lamb class, Blake Campbell, Waterford, Ohio. Placing on the class of February and later born Slickshorn, Hampshire Ram Lambs. First went to entry 88, Hogger, 0245, Morgan Hogger, Connorsville, Indiana. Second to 84, BWF 119, Sidney McAllister, West Manchester, Ohio. Third to 87, Joel Flanders, Noblesville, Indiana. 4 to 82, Holly Swearingen, Lawrence, Kansas. And 5 to entry 86, TJ Yazel, Paris, Kentucky.
Your championship drive amongst these Rams. I think we got differences in pieces. The young ladies, big top fall buck there. I like that about him. I think he needs to be a little darker about his points in order to contend. And then we went on both sides of the spectrum in our Januaries with one was a little bit more extended and then one that's got that mass advantage in comparison. And I think both of those do that relatively well. relative to, or in comparison on some quality here as we look at our February born. I think he's as good a skeleton as we got of ones of having a good foot, still being big topped enough, and I think we've got a February born one as well behind him that is expressive, and in terms of quality, he's got as good a look as any of them that we had out here. Congratulations to our champions.
For the Monadale show, our champion ram went to entry number 2 out of the January Ram Lamb class. Smith, 1626, Abilene Gadsden, Vandalia, Missouri. The reserve champion ram from the senior Ram Lamb class, entry 1, Van Horn, 1602, Jansen Van Horn, Garfield, Kansas. Now showing yearling ewes. Monadale yearling ewes to the ring. For the Hampshires, our champion ram went to the Slickshorn February Ram Lamb, entry 88, Hogger, 0245, Morgan Hogger, Connorsville, Indiana. The reserve goes to entry 84 out of that same class, BWF 119, Sidney McAllister, West Manchester, Ohio.
Nice pair of ewes here in our Monadale Euro and U class. Just a little different type and kind in the two ewes. I like both of them pretty well. Could go either way. I think just a little more overall thickness and natural thickness down that top that we got here in our first place ewe. Just a little leveler in our hip structure in our first place ewe. Probably got just a little more length of body in our second place ewe. But a close pair, both nice breed type about them. You surely like that, and pretty correct on those feet and legs.
Results of the Monadale Yearling U class. First place goes to entry 6, Clayman, 1515, Wyatt Clayman, Marion, Arkansas. Second place to entry 8, Nelson, 66, Miranda Nelson, Kingston, Illinois.
Bring in Slickshorn.
Now ready for Monadale, Slickshorn Yearling Ewes. Monadale, Slickshorn Yearling Ewes to the ring, please. Placing on the Monadale Slickshorn Yearling U class, first place to entry 9, Van Horn, 15-19, Jansen Van Horn, Garfield, Kansas. Again, our Hampshire Yearling U class is split. Class 1 or the early class are those born in the month of January. Now ready for Young Flock.
This is the placings.
Placing on the best fleece for the natural colored Lincoln went to first place to entry 51, Sando Farms 16558, Adriana Villa, Camden, Ohio. The Young Flock placing, first place went to Blake Campbell of Waterford, Ohio. Second to Thomas and Christian Day of Greenfield, Indiana.
Ready for Border Leicester.
We're ready to move right on into our Border Leicester show.
White early ram lamb.
We need white early ram lambs.
Yeah.
Nice pair of fall ewe lambs here on our Monadale side, very competitive. We're going to start with the lamb, just an overall more length of body here in our first place ewe lamb, really a long-topped ewe lamb. You surely like that about her. Second place lamb, nice correct lamb, just gives up that length of body, but the lamb, you like the levelness and straightness that she has and the breed type she has.
Placing on the Monadale Senior Ewe Lamb class, first place to entry 10, Van Horn 16-16, Jansen Van Horn, Garfield, Kansas. Second to entry 11, Baugh and Dunn 1363, Abilene Gatson of Vandalia, Missouri.
I don't think where's climate or
nice group of ewe lambs here on our Montadale side. Starting off with a big stout lamb, a lamb really got some eye appeal to her, really with the top to her. When you get your hands on her, she kind of excels the other two lambs as far as her natural thickness and dimension down that top, and nice level hip. Really youthful appearing. Our second and third ewes, really long. They're kind of long top ewes that are using. They're a little on the green side. They look like they've got a lot of future to them in growth, and just not quite that overall size and muscling we had in the first place ewe. But another real nice pair of ewe lambs here in second and third.
As we start the Border Leicester division, we've got a ram here that's just got a little more length at top, length of hind saddle, handles with a lot of width and thickness and dimension working throughout. A ram that shows just a little more bone than the other individuals that are represented out here. Ram we've got in second, a ram that again, he's a little wider in his base. I like the overall volume, the thickness and mass that he does possess. However, he doesn't have quite the overall length of hind saddle that we've got in that first individual. Again, just a little finer in his features. A ram that just maybe just a touch softer on his pasterns in that first place ram. The ram in third is a ram I do appreciate. He's up on his toes. He does move pretty well. There's just not quite enough of him yet at this point. I think that given those extra days on feed, that extra time, he'll be in a very competitive kind of a sheep, but there's just not enough of him to get around the other two today.
Junior sheep will not be released until tomorrow after the Supreme selection. Placing on the Montadale January ewe lamb class, first place to entry 13, Bon Dunn, 1379, Abilene Gatson, Vandalia, Missouri. Second to entry 14, Clayman, 1650, Jansen Van Horn, Garfield, Kansas. And third to entry 12, Abilene Gatson, Vandalia, Missouri.
We need border.
In the Montadale ring, we have February ewe lambs. In the Hampshire ring, we have class 1, or the early class of yearlings. We
surely a highly competitive pair of ewe lambs we've got right here in first and second. And you stand back and analyze. It takes me a little while to get it straight in my mind. I like a lot of things about both these lambs, yet they're a little bit different in their type and kind. Starting with you, I think just a little more bone work. She comes out of her neck-shoulder juncture just a little nicer today. Just a big stout lamb. Just a lot of length at top and a lot of natural thickness to her. Surely the real pretty ewe is that ewe in second when they get her to stand up. She's really straight in her overall length of body. She's got nice color about her. At times she doesn't want that neck shoulder juncture to quite line up quite as nice as our first lamb, but I'm not quite so sure. It's more her just fighting the two handlers out there, but she's just not quite the overall bone work I've got in that first place lamb, and I guess that's where when I start evaluating, I really like the overall bone work of our first place lamb, but boy, that's a pretty lamb there in second. And not to take anything away from our third place lamb, just a nice useful kind of Montadale ewe lamb to fall in here in third.
In this class, again, you've got a ram that I think just pretty much is a logical place to start. There's just more thickness, more width and mass, more growth, more pounds, a good heavy bone kind of a ram. He's up on his toes. He's probably as long-strided as anything out here. Pretty good head on him. Just a very attractive individual. Good border Leicester ram, good place to start. Ram in second is a ram I really like in terms of extension up through his front end. His front shoulders lay on correctly. He's got a lot of style and balance working for him. He doesn't have quite the bone, doesn't have quite the mass, doesn't have quite the pounds. But I think it's a ram that, again, it's that high-quality individual. I think utilized in a breeding program could definitely have some value. So we go down the line, we've got two nice ram lambs, just not quite as complete, not quite as good on their feet and legs, maybe not quite as good in their movement as what I felt I had in those top two rams.
There will be a pizza party for all Junior Border Leicester exhibitors immediately following the show in room B110. The pizza will be supplied, but please bring a drink with you. Placing on the February ewe lamb class of Montadale's, first to entry number 15, Corzat 1622, Madison Corzat, Berwick, Illinois. Second to entry 18, Eckern 623, Lauren Bruns, Fort Recovery, Ohio. And third to entry 16, Jansen Van Horn, Garfield, Kansas. We're now ready for March and later ewe lambs in the Montadale ring. For the Border Leicesters, we're on white Champion Ram. Placing on the Border Leicester early Ram Lamb class, first place goes to entry 3, P. Hopkins 16-37, Drew Thomas, Bowling Green, Ohio. Second to entry 1, Taylor 16013, Callie Taylor, Timblin, Pennsylvania. Third to entry 2, Callie Taylor, Timblin, Pennsylvania. Placing on the late class of Ram Lambs for the white division of the Border Leicester, first to entry 7, Colin Deacon, 16-2062, Colin Deacon, Cuba, Illinois. Second to entry 5, Taylor, 16047, Callie Taylor, Timblin, Pennsylvania. Third to entry 6, Vincent of Laurel, Delaware, and 4 to entry 8, Callie Taylor, Timblin, Pennsylvania.
Our class winners of our Hampshire Slick Shorn division. I think, again, plenty of quality to be able to sort between, but I find the one that's just the most complete in my mind. She's the one that's three-dimensional and yet truthfully wedge-shaped at the point of her shoulder, comes back into a big old loin and hip. I think she's got plenty of muscularity for me from a skeletal standpoint, and just that look from the side, she's got that advantage over the rest of them that we've got in the class. I know that the one that comes in second is bigger direct, and I don't think there's any question about that. I think she's one that's got a tremendous amount of dimension. She's obviously not quite as elegant through that front third, but she don't have to be. Her job is to be a power sheep or a power kind of a mama, and I think that one's plenty good enough to be here in the top two. The young man's got the power sheep, certainly three-dimensional and about as bold a built as you can make a sheep, I'm relatively convinced. Just that huge center body, giant, tremendous amount of dimension as we get back behind that one. In comparison, when we've got a couple that are a little bit more extended up front, it just allows him the opportunity to move that one into the third spot. I think this one is neat in the fourth spot, and in fact, relative to being angular and hopefully wedge shape, she's more like your class winner than some of them. But to me, when this one gets out on the move, she kind of wants to get that neck kind of weighed up down into her shoulder there, and kind of gets a little higher in her loin, and maybe doesn't have the expression of leg muscle down low as some of them, but that's a nicely built one, no doubt. We switch here, 5 and 6, so these young ladies work their way through the tough sort, and I find one that I think's got an extra amount of length aside. I think this one has just a little bit more expression and dimension than the individuals here with the sixth place sheet, but I thought that was a close call. Both of those are functional. They got enough frame, they got enough muscle, they're both sound enough. Really nice group of individuals. Thanks for bringing them all out here. Obviously, we have lots of them. Appreciate your guys' hard work throughout the year to bring them here to the North American in Louisville.
In the Border Leicester classes, we haven't necessarily had a lot of numbers, but again, there has been some quality, and it's kind of a pick'em situation when you start looking. You got two good first place Ram Lambs, both very similar in their overall design, very, very similar in their type. Again, pretty good headed. They're pretty attractive. They are pretty sound. They move very well. I'm going to opt to use the early Ram Lamb for the champion. He is the slightly heavier boned. He's a ram that's got some thickness and mass. He's very level in his overall design. He's just a very complete kind of a ram. The one on this side. This side, yeah. Okay. Yeah, he'll be your champion. Come back for reserve. I think you use that late Ram Lamb. He's very similar in that overall design. Yeah, here. Again, he's maybe not quite as heavy boned. He's maybe has just a touch more rib in him at this point. Again, it's sort of a pick'em situation. You can't really go wrong picking between these two rams, two very good sheep out here representing the Border Leicester breed today.
Now ready in the Border Leicester ring for white division, yearling ewe?
Yep,
Yearling ewes.
champions.
Our champion white division Border Leicester ram went to our early division ram lamb class winner. Entry number 3, P. Hopkins, 1637, Drew Thomas, Bowling Green, Ohio. Reserve to our late spring ram lamb class winner. Entry 7, Colin Deacon, 162062, Colin Deacon, Cuba, Illinois. Again, now ready for our yearling ewes. Placing on the Monadale class of March ewe lambs, first place to entry number 19, Van Horn, 1668, Jansen Van Horn, Garfield, Kansas. In the Slick Shorn class, first place went to entry 21, Nelson, 198, Miranda Nelson, Kingston, Illinois. Second to entry 22, Van Horn, 1638, Jansen Van Horn, Garfield, Kansas. Again, we're now showing Monadales for our champion and reserve champion ewe. Class after that will be young flock.
Let's give these Monadale exhibitors a nice round of applause. Didn't have the most numbers, but we got some real nice quality out here in this female division. It's been my privilege to sort through them, and it'll be my privilege to go out with Mrs. Crome in honor of Keith Crome and pick our champion ewe, in honor of truly a great guy, a true breeder of Monadale sheep, and a true breeder of a true livestock man that I had the privilege to meet when I was quite a bit younger, and my honor to go out and select the champion ewe in his honor.
Now ready for the Monadale Young Flock class. Young Flock for the Monadales. Grand Champion ewe for your Monadale show goes to entry number 15 out of the February ewe lamb class, Corzat 1622, Madison Corzat, Berwick, Illinois. The reserve Grand Champion came out of that same class, second to our Grand Champion, entry 18, Eckern 623, Lauren Bruns, Fort Recovery, Ohio. Again, we're now ready for Young Flock. Monadale Young Flock to the ring, please.
again, for no more sheep than we've got in this white border Leicester ewe class, there's 5 quality individuals. The ewe I'm starting with is just a tremendous ewe in terms of her thickness and depth and overall mass. She's got a lot of spring to her rib. She's very level down her top. She's very level all the way through that hip structure. She moves out with a long free stride. She's got a little bit of bone working for her. She's feminine enough. She's extended enough up to her front end. She's just a good place to start. Coming into second, we've got a ewe that I think handles very well. She's very straight. She's very level. She's got some width working for her. She doesn't have quite the extreme muscling that I feel I've got in that first individual, but a ewe that's just a good solid ewe. She's good on her feet and legs. She moves very well. She's a very correct individual. She's very nicely made up through her front end. I like this third place ewe as well, a ewe that maybe not quite as straight and square off her hip, but a ewe that, again, she's long and free in her stride. She's got enough spring to her rib. She's got some volume working for her. She's going to make you a pretty good kind of a brood ewe, a ewe that can go out and should be an awfully complete kind of a ewe that can work very well. The next 2 ewes, very good ewes, very good bodied kind of ewes, just not quite as strong off their feet, not as good on their pasterns, not quite as good in their movement as what I felt I had right up in the top end, but ewes, again, very high quality individuals, put into a breeding program, again, taking care as to what you're going to breed to. Definitely sheep that have a future in this, and being able to contribute to this breed.
For our Monadale show, our flock class, first place went to Abilene Gatson of Vandalia, Missouri. Second to Jansen Van Horn, Garfield, Kansas. That does conclude our National Monadale Junior Sheep Show in honor of Keith Crome. Border Leicester, White Division, early ewe lambs to the ring now, please. Hampshire exhibitors, there is no split in your Hampshire slick shorn fall class, but there is in your January class. Your January class splits are January 1 through January 14, the early, and January 15 and later as your late class. That same split works for February and March as well.
Hampshire yearling ewes here, and again, a bunch of good, but I'm convinced that I find the one I like there best to start off our class. She's three-dimensional, she's feminine, she's big-hipped, she's right in her rib cage, and I think that's a super kind of a sheep there, and personally, in my mind, wins relatively handily, because then I got to move along the way and then make some decisions, and I opt for just the structural integrity and skeleton that we find in that second place ewe. I think if we, again, when I handle them, you can say, hey, maybe this one's a little narrower pin than maybe we'd prefer, but just realize that she's way more muscular than several of those individuals that just left the ring a while ago that had some wool on them. I think she's just made right. When you get out and watch that one move and how she's able to keep her top line together and just so good in her front third of her body, that just makes her a fun piece to look at. We can be able to breed that one and then be able to stouten up the pin set a little bit in obviously one generation. I know that the one that comes in threes got more muscle shape, and truthfully anywhere you want to find that one, but it comes together in a plainer package. It comes together in one that kind of keeps that top up as it wants to motor around the ring. I like this ewe that the young lady has in 4. That one's just a little bit longer sided than the one that's right in front of her. Here's one that gets a little rounder in her hip, maybe not just that dead levelness that you find in some of the other ones. And then the next sheep gets here based on power. To me, she's plenty heavier conditioned than what we would need, but I think she's so three-dimensional and powerful that I liked her and opted to move her up there into those top 5. Thanks for bringing out your second class of Hampshire slick shorn ewes. We'll move on to your fall-born divisions in the Hampshires.
Check 1. Placing on the white Border Leicester yearling ewes, first place, entry 9, Taylor 15014, Callie Taylor, Timblin, Pennsylvania. Second place, entry 12, Taylor 15054, Callie Taylor. Third place to entry 14, Vincent Farms 1527, Laurel Vincent, Pate of Laurel, Delaware. Fourth place to entry 11, Heidi Barkley, Man's Choice, Pennsylvania. And 5 to entry number 13, Vincent of Laurel, Delaware.
Again, 2 very straight, attractive ewe lambs to start this class with. I'm going to opt to use a little larger outlined ewe, a ewe that's got, again, just a little more to her. She's very straight and level down her top. She's very level in her overall design. A ewe lamb that's just very sound, very free and easy in her movement, very long in her stride. Ewe lamb in second follows her very closely in her type and kind. There's just not quite enough of her to move around the other one yet tonight at this particular point in time, but I think, again, giving her some time, I think that's 2 that are going to be just very good, solid sound kind of ewes. I really appreciate the third ewe. She's maybe just a few pounds heavier at this point. A ewe that she's got some thickness and width. She's not quite as straight and level when you get your hands on her, not quite as strong down her top, not quite as level back all the way through that hip structure is what I felt I had in those first 2. I like the overall size and dimension, especially of this fourth place ewe. A very easy keeping kind of a ewe. However, she's just a good bit over conditioned. It tends to detract from the way she handles at this particular point in time. But a ewe that, again, you've got to appreciate the pounds and the conversion that she's shown. In fifth place ewe, again, a nice sort of a ewe, just not quite as complete as the ewes we've got above and are in class.
Placing on the class of early junior ewe lambs for the Border Leicesters in the white division. First place to entry 19, Taylor 16030, Callie Taylor, Timblin, Pennsylvania. Second to entry 20, Taylor 16035, also Callie Taylor. Third to entry 18, Heidi Barclay, Man's Choice, Pennsylvania. Fourth to entry 17, Iris La Rochelle, Webster, New Hampshire. 5 to entry 15, Ben Walmsley, Palmer, Illinois. And sixth place to entry number 16, Heidi Barclay, Man's Choice, Pennsylvania.
In our Hampshire Slickshore senior ewe lamb class, we have the entry for Sydney McAllister, West Manchester, Ohio, entry number 135. Your class is in the ring and being judged. Final call. Oh, good, good. Just black. Signed it all. He signed, well, they
Really nice class of Hampshire fall-born ewe lambs, and I find the one that needs to win in my mind. This ewe's got the three-dimensional rib shape. She's the one with the muscularity and still with enough quality look that I think she moves her way to the top pretty nicely for me. In fact, a really good high-quality one. I'm a big fan of that female to win her class here. Congratulations. I think then we get to sort between a couple different things, and the one that's got the extra amount of length and look and still enough grow here comes in into the second spot. She's better at the point of her shoulder than the one that comes in third, and I know that the ewe that's in third, she might even be bigger pinned and at least carry that depth of muscle just a little bit more, and I like the stoutness of bone, that rugged look, but in fact when you do that in that third place ewe is that you do give up a little bit relative to that elegance and certainly maybe not that attractiveness up to her neck and her head. The one that ends up here in fourth, and appreciate the young ladies for working hard and trying to show in both rings, so I'm willing to excuse that, but I think you look at this ewe, and she's at least appears to be a little younger out here, but she needs to be up in this spot in the fourth hole because she's so good, just really good in terms of her skeleton, and I think that this one's got a tremendous attractive kind of a shape to her. I know she gives up some performance for us at weight per day of age in this particular class, but the ladies certainly present one that's correct in its angles and got a lot of nice pieces to it. The one that comes in next in line, bold built, bold topped, and just becomes a little shorter hipped and shorter sided. The next sheep's got a tremendous amount of dimension, comes with some extra shoulder and a plainer look, and then the young man's ewe is certainly long spine and level topped, comes a little flatter as we get back behind this one and watch that one track away. A nice group of Hampshire fall-born slick sheep here. Congratulations.
Thank you. In this class of ewes, we've got a ewe up here that there's just a little more to her. She's carrying a good bit more condition maybe that I'd want, but when you get your hands on her, there's just an awful lot of sheep there. She's still pretty straight and level down her top. She's pretty level back out through her hip. She has long and free in her stride. There's just a lot of sheep there. Going to go ahead, feel pretty obligated to go ahead and use that. And that's just a pretty good kind of a sheep. Ewe in second, very attractive ewe lamb, much greener in her overall type and design, just not near as far along in that development at this particular point in time. But a ewe, I think, given those extra days on feed, will be a very competitive kind of a sheep. Ewe in third, another attractive individual. I like the extension she's got up through her front end. She's feminine up through her front end. She's just a little finer bone than what we've got in this first place ewe. Again, not quite as long in her stride off those hind legs as what we've got in the two ewes right above her, but a ewe that I think she's a very, very functional kind of a sheep that definitely warrants growing out in that yearling ewe in terms of should be a very competitive kind of a sheep later on. I like this fourth place ewe lamb. She's a very attractive lamb. There's just not enough to her. She's very young. She's very green. Again, given those extra days on feed, she's going to be a very, very good sheep. She just needs that extra time to go ahead and be competitive.
Now ready to show for white border Leicester champion ewes. So we need the first, second place animals back in the ring at this time to show for that championship. Placing on our we're ready now for early January ewe lambs for the Hampshires. Slick shorn early January ewe lambs. Those are born January 1 through and including the 14th. Placing on the slick shorn yearling ewes, class 1 or the early class, those animals born in the month of January. First place to entry 96, Flanders, VIP 5061, Joel Flanders, Noblesville, Indiana. Second to 92, Cabanis 15105, Levi Weaver, West Fork, Arkansas. Third place to entry number 104, Metro 1513, Ty Thorson, Columbus, Wisconsin. 4 to 101, Kelly 50, Allison Kelly, Goshen, Indiana. And fifth place to entry 90, Lazy 5 2902, Abigail Wilson, China Grove, North Carolina. Placing on the Class 2, our late class of yearling ewes, first to 125, Lazy 52917, Abigail Wilson, China Grove, North Carolina. Second place to entry 122, Swearingen, SS 1536, Holly Swearingen, Lawrence, Kansas. Third to 127, Metro 1534, Ty Thorson, Columbus, Wisconsin. 4 to 123, Lazy 5 2916, Abigail Wilson, China Grove, North Carolina. And 5 to entry 108, Pleasure Point Farm 520, TJ Yazel, Paris, Kentucky. Placing on the Slickshorn Senior Ewe Lamb class for the Hampshires, first place went to entry 130, Flanders VIP 540, Joel Flanders, Noblesville, Indiana. Second to entry 136, Poe 6084, Morgan Hogger, Connorsville, Indiana. Third to entry 133, Abigail Wilson, China Grove, North Carolina. 4 to 135, Daniel S. 627, Sydney McAllister, West Manchester, Ohio. And 5 to 137, Megan Kelly of Goshen, Indiana.
In the white border Leicesters, I went ahead and used that yearling ewe for champion ewe. I think she's just a very solid, sound individual ewe that's just very complete. She's got a lot of thickness. She's very level in her makeup. She's very good off her feet and legs and very long and free in her stride. Combine that with femininity and style, she's a good place to go for champion ewe. For reserve, I went back to that late junior ewe lamb that's got just a lot of style and balance. She's got a lot of volume, a lot of growth, a lot of pounds working for her. She's got a little more bone than several of the other individuals, and again, just a good representative for the reserve.
Need Best Fleece.
Now ready for Border Leicester White Division Best Fleece.
Read that one and this one, and then I have a champion.
Placing on the late ewe lambs for the white Border Leicesters, first went to entry 26, Sweet Meadow 1601, Iris La Rochelle, Webster, New Hampshire. Second place to 22, Taylor 16055, Callie Taylor, Petersburg, West Virginia. Third place to entry 25, Paige Vincent, Laurel, Delaware. 4 to entry 27, Colin Deacon, Cuba, Illinois. And 5 to entry 21, Callie Taylor, Timblin, Pennsylvania. Placing on the white early ewe lambs for the Border Leicesters, first place to for the white Border Leicesters, our champion ewe went to entry 9 out of the yearling ewe class, Taylor 15-0-1-4, Callie Taylor, Timblin, Pennsylvania. The reserve went to the class winner of the early ewe lamb class, entry number 26, Sweet Meadow 1601, Iris La Rochelle, Webster, New Hampshire. Again, we're now showing Best Fleece. For our White Border Leicester show, our best fleeced animal was our reserve champion ewe out of the White Early Ewe Lamb class, entry 26, Sweet Meadow, 1601, Iris, La Rochelle, Webster, New Hampshire. We're now ready to move into our natural colored show, and we need natural colored ram lambs. Natural colored ram lambs. Those are September 1 and later.
In this class, we've got a very logical place to start. We've got a ram, just more length at top, more overall mass working for him. He's got more thickness, more muscle working from end to end. A ram that's just got a little more spring to his rib at this point. A ram that's fairly long in his stride, just a lot more to him at this point. The second place ram, very sound individual. Again, he's very smooth in his movement. However, there's just not enough pounds and growth to go ahead and get around the ram ahead of him today.
Now ready for natural colored Border Leicester yearling ewes. Our class of natural colored ram lambs, first place and also champion in the natural colored rams is Vincent Farms, 1602, entry number 28, Paige Vincent, Laurel, Delaware. Second place and also reserve champion ram is entry 29, Stoltman 29. Eli, Rose, Owen, and Owen and Anna Stoltman of Stanford, Kentucky. Dead again? Take that one.
Really nice class winner to start out with. I'm convinced this one is ultra good. I like this ewe lamb a tremendous amount. Just super correct in how she's built. Got that extra length, got that extra look. Really, really good one. I didn't really question which one was going to win the class. It came together relatively easily for me. I think then you get to sort, and the other one that's got some top shape comes there in the second spot. She becomes flatter pinned relative to the one in front of her, but I think this sheep is still open ribbed, and I think she's got a more maternal look than the ewe that comes in 3. I know that the one in third has got that extra amount of elegance and just a really shiny kind of a look to her. It comes with a little bit of frail bone work in comparison, but I think she's got enough top shape. I think she's one that's just youthful in her look and will continue to get better. To me, there's a couple little powerful ones up in front of her. Then we've got the massively built one here that truthfully isn't as large a scale, but that's fine. She's one that I really liked in terms of the angles. In fact, she gets that rear hock up underneath her just a little bit, but other than that, I really like a lot of the things of how this one's built. She's great in her rack and big topped, and we know that she's big-ended, and I think if you call her big enough, you could tie into her and like her just as much as you want, and I know that's a fun one to take home and certainly has some places. Probably in comparison to the one that we've got next in line in 5, this is a girl that's a little more feminine and just has that extra look of attractiveness up front, but with that comes just a little bit, again, more frail kind of a rib shape. We don't have that dimension that we get back behind her. A really nice group of ewe lambs for us to evaluate in your Hampshire breed.
In these natural colored border Leicesters, we've got a ewe up here that there's just an awful lot to her. She's a very long-bodied ewe. She's definitely the longest top, longest hind saddle. She's got as much width and dimensions when you get your hands on her, a lot of rib in her. A ewe that still, she's pretty long and free in her stride. A ewe that maybe likes here just a touch stronger off her pasterns, but I think in taking the relationship of everything else in this class, she's just a pretty good kind of a ewe to start with. The ewe in second, a ewe, I do like her extension up through her front end. She's not quite as good off her pasterns. None of the ewes out here are necessarily as strong as what you might hope to find for perfection, but definitely tolerable, definitely usable. It's just something to be aware of. This is a ewe. I do like her extension. I like her overall length of body. However, she just doesn't have the overall mass, the thickness, the depth of muscle that we've got in that first place ewe. Ewes we've got in third and fourth. Ewes that, again, they're just a little rounder in their structure, a little more conventional in their design. Ewes in nice sort of fleeces. They're just pretty good, complete kind of sheep. There's just not going to be able to get around the ewes above them today.
Placing on the natural colored border Leicester yearling ewe class. First place to entry 31, Bill ewe, 1506 Penny, Jenna Bill ewe, State College, Pennsylvania. Second, 33, PW 235, Ben Wamsley, Palmer, Illinois. Third to entry 30, Eli, Rose, Owen, and Anna Saltman, Stanford, Kentucky. 4 to entry 32, Eli, Rose, Owen, and Anna Saltman, Stanford, Kentucky.
So early January, late
Final call for lambs in the Hampshire late January ewe lamb class. Final call, Olivia Porter, you've got an entry in that. You need to be in there.
We've got a ewe lamb I'm going to use first in this class. She's just pretty level in her makeup, pretty straight in her overall design. A ewe that she's got some extension throughout. She's extended kind of a ewe up to her front end. She's got some femininity working for her. I like the stoutness and makeup of this ewe. And here we've got in second ewe that she is a very thick, large handling kind of a ewe. She's just not cooperating. She's not as level down her top. She doesn't seem to be quite as level off her hip today as what I felt I had in that first ewe.
February and March. Split. Is this the second January? Okay.
Placing on the class of natural colored ewe lambs in the early portion. First place goes to entry 34, Price Walmsley, 402, Ben Walmsley, Palmer, Illinois. Second place to entry 35, Bilyeu, 1614, Jenna Bilyeu, State College, Pennsylvania.
I told him that we need just to set, we just need a box of generics set down here. It just says North American. It doesn't say sheep. It doesn't say anything.
Okay. In this class of natural colored ewe lambs, we've got two ewe lambs up here. The ewe lamb I'm going to start with just got a little more bone working for, a little more thickness and mass. Ewe that's got just a little more spring to a rib at this particular point in time. Ewe in second, a very feminine ewe. She handles, she's very correct in that front shoulder placement, the way she ties in up through that front end. Very attractive ewe. There's just not quite enough to her to get around this ewe in front of her today.
Now ready for the Border Leicester Natural Colored Grand and Reserve Grand Champion U class. Placing on the class of natural colored late spring ewe lambs, first place goes to entry 37, Bill Ewe, 1624, Jenna Bill Ewe of State College, Pennsylvania. Second to entry 36, Price Wamsley, 408, Ben Wamsley, Palmer, Illinois. Third to entry number 39, Eli, Rose, Owen, and Anna Stoltman of Stanford, Kentucky. Fourth to entry 38, Eli, Rose, Owen, and Anna Stoltman, Stanford, Kentucky.
Same class.
In the Border Leicester Natural Color Division are...
Oh shit, he hadn't done it yet. Are you done?
The grand champion goes to entry number 31. 31 was out of our yearling U class, Bill U, 1506, Penny, Jenna Bill U, State College, Pennsylvania. The reserve goes to entry number 33, second to our champion, Price Wamsley, 235, Ben Wamsley, Palmer, Illinois. Now ready for best natural colored fleece.
Hampshire ewe lambs, I believe the second class of January is in plenty of good ones, particularly of these top 5, but I think the one that's wedge-shaped is and correct in her build is the one that I call my class winner. She's so correct in terms of how that point of the shoulder just ties in and how that connects at the top side, and then she just opens up into a big old rack, big loin and big pin, and then I think she sets it down on a stouter bonework than the one that comes in second. When you start with that one, it almost makes sense to find this one and put her into the 2 spot, because she's the other one that relative to her chest forward, to her midrib and her rear flank, has that balanced kind of a look. She becomes a little rounder out of her hip and sets it down on a foot that's a little bit smaller, and so you don't get quite the correct angle to the rear hock and pastern as your class winner, but that's one, again, that's wedged up and made right. This young man's got an awesome ewe, and I asked him if he jackpotted this one or showed it throughout the summer, and I think he probably did. And here's one that does so many good pieces correctly. The other fun thing is that now she gets to move on and be a breeding piece. She gets a little straighter in her hock, and she's not as long-hipped as the ones that were up above her, but man, she opens up good in her forerib, and she's got that big top shape up at the top side of her skeleton that's just going to allow a big old rack in any of the progeny that one produces. I know that this one's good in the 4th spot, and in fact, if it was in the last class, it probably would have been in the top 2. This ewe is long, she's extended, and really got a bunch of shape to her. When we get her out here relative to comparison to some of them, she comes with a little bit more shoulder. Additionally, she kind of doesn't pull that rear flank down, and that consequently doesn't give her the balanced look that maybe we would ideally like. I know this ewe lamb next in line in 5 in the Hampshire division has just got a lot of the right pieces. Here's one that's upstanding. She's correct and she's feminine. She's long-sided and she's level. She's not powerful, but that's all right because we can do that with one ram. This one's made really nice, and that's why I move her up. That's one that's got a really good skeleton, and I like the correctness of design. Plenty of good ones along the way. Thanks for your patience in sorting through our 2nd class of Januaries. We'll move on to our February ewe lamb division here in the Hampshire breed. Thanks for bringing them here to the North American.
Champion ring.
Best natural colored fleece went to the natural colored ram lamb. That was our champion ram. Entry number 28, Vincent Farms, 1602, Paige Vincent, Laurel, Delaware.
Now ready to move into
Senior ram.
Now ready to move into our natural colored show. Senior ram lambs to the ring. In the January Slickshorn ewe lamb classes for the Hampshires, in the early class, first place went to entry number 147, Slack 6230, Jordan Leininger, Pierceton, Indiana. Second to entry 149, Lazy 5 2935, Abigail Wilson, China Grove, North Carolina. Third place to entry number 161, Wade 601, Izzy Wade, Jamestown, Indiana. 4 to entry number 151, Jennings 6021, Emily Bright, Granbury, Texas. And 5 to entry number 142, Flanders VIP 6188 ET, Joel Flanders, Noblesville, Indiana. Placing on the late class of those January ewe lambs, first place goes to entry 162, Wheaton A6063, Matthew Connolly, Mount Ulla, North Carolina. Second to entry 168, Metro 1608, Ty Thorson, Columbus, Wisconsin. Third to 165, Michael 1609, Seth Michael, Plymouth, Indiana. Fourth place to entry 157, Schroyer 1715, Cynthia Conley, Mount Ulla, North Carolina. And fifth place to entry 167, Ott B6169, Samantha Silverthorne, Cutler, Indiana.
In this first class of natural colored senior ram lambs, we've got two rams very similar in overall design. We've got very extended kind of rams that you'd maybe like to give them a little more mass at this particular age, but rams, they've got some bone, they've got some length at top to them. They're pretty straight in their overall design. I'm going to opt to use the ram that's just got a little more width down his top at this particular point in time. A ram that's got maybe just a little more depth to his loin, very square out over his hip. A ram that's fairly long in his stride. Again, you'd like to just fix a few little things on him, but I think he's a sound, complete individual, very nice kind of a fleece on him. The ram in second follows him very closely. A ram that, again, very similar in that overall makeup, maybe not quite as wide and thick and deep down his top as what I have that first individual, but a very attractive ram, a ram with a very good kind of a fleece on him, very even, very dense, tremendous character to it. Two very good rams in the senior ram lamb class.
clip. Okay.
No, it's the
Cody Morris. Cody Morris, you've got an entry in this class of junior ram lambs for the natural colored. Final call.
Cody Morris, final call. Your entry in this natural colored junior ram lamb class is in the ring.
Placing on the class of senior ram lambs for the natural colored, first place goes to entry 2. Pines Inn 1556, two-tone. Jamie Lindau, Chile, Wisconsin. Second place to entry 3. Travail FIG 1, Austin, Logan, Addison, and Morgan Inbody, Bluffton, Ohio.
Yes, sir.
exceptionally good class of early ram lambs, spring ram lambs we've got out here in the natural color division. I've got a ram that's just a good, complete kind of a sheep. He's very straight, he's very level, has an extremely nice fleece, good handle, good character to it, good finer, towards the finer side of things. Ram that's got some extension throughout. He's very smoothly laid in up through his shoulder. He moves very well in terms of having some length of stride. He's up on his toes. He's as good and complete a ram as we've got out here. The ram in second is a ram that I really do appreciate in terms of that length of top. He's an extremely long hind saddled ram, definitely the longest bodied ram out here, the longest hind saddled ram. Has a tendency not to move quite as smoothly off those hind legs as what I felt I had right up on that top ram, but a good ram, and in a very tough class is going to end up sliding towards the top end very quickly and easily. The ram in third, a ram maybe with just a little more width and depth to him than what that second place ram. Doesn't have quite the overall style of the first place ram. Again, a nice fleece on him, a very good handle to the fleece, tremendous density to it, good character, pretty even as you go front to rear. Fourth ram, a little more youthful and juvenile in his overall appearance and kind, a ram that's given up some pounds, given up a little bit of length as compared to several of the other sheep we've got up above him. However, I do like that extension he's got throughout. He's a very attractive, eye-appealing sheep, a ram that I think as you go ahead and grow and develop him, he has a future at this point that I think he could be quite the yearling ram, give him that extra year on feed. We've got another ram here in fifth that I really do appreciate in terms of his overall pattern. Again, maybe not quite as much to him yet, but he's pretty sound, very complete. Otherwise, a ram that's, again, that attractive kind of a fleece. He's going to end up belonging in this top five very easily.
Now ready to show for Grand and Reserve Grand Champion Ram for the natural colored.
Really high quality group of ewe lambs here, and I think the one that I find to start with is just so three-dimensional. I really like this girl of how she's made in that forerib and center rib, and comes back with the most amount of muscle of any. Is she the most feminine? No, that's probably not her best strength, but I think she's good enough relative to as much power as you put into that one. She's still skeletally right under her shoulder and how she's designed. The young lady does a super job showing this one in a second, and in fact, this one has an advantage, particularly when I get out here, because here's the biggest and most expressive racked one of any. I think we can agree from the side that she could be longer hipped, and that would really help her out and give her a shot at competing against the class winner. But this one's got a neat shape, correct in her underline, big top and big ended for us here. She's not the biggest, and that's where a real long-sided sheep comes in next in line. She becomes plainer top, truthfully, and she doesn't keep that loin and that hip design as good together as maybe we'd ideally like, but that's one of quality nonetheless. This young lady's got an awesome one, and I had to tell her again that she's going to have to be fourth here at the North American, but if we want to just put that one in a trailer or just look at it by itself, man, you just really have to like this one, and I do. I think that this ewe is extremely good in terms of her skeletal build. I love the rib shape. We talk about upward turn and curvature to her top line and allowing that muscular shape to come down that top from shoulder to hip. That's the one that does it. Just a really neat pattern, a really neat balance, and I'm glad that that one still can be a part of a breeding program and a breeding piece. The young lady's next in line is long-sided, and there's enough shape and dimension into that one. And truthfully, she just becomes a little plainer in her muscle pattern. She doesn't have the elegance up front, but there's one with plenty of good and plenty of quality. In fact, they go down another 5 or 6 as well, relative to quality of really good ones here in this February class. There's some give and takes amongst those as well. I try to find the ones that I consider the most complete and move them up along the way. Thanks for bringing them out. Congratulations to each of you as you put them into your breeding program and continue as sheep producers and lamb producers for America.
In the natural colored division, we've had an outstanding ram show. We've had some numbers, and we've had some real quality. The definitely top end of these classes. I'm going to use the champion ram out of that junior ram class. Here's a ram that just moves extremely well. He just glides around the ring. A ram that is just just so nicely well balanced and complete that it's hard not to really like him from my standpoint. Combine that with a very nice fleece, and I think it's just a good place to go. I like that second ram. I really do appreciate that extra length he's got. He's definitely one of the longer hind saddle rams I think you're going to find. Could be of a lot of different breeds. He's just extremely long from that front loin, from the front of his loin all the way back through that hip structure. He just doesn't move quite as smoothly at this particular point in time, but again, a ram with just that extra length, you're going to have to be able to appreciate him in terms of, and be able to utilize something like that in a breeding program. Combine that with a nice fleece, and I think, and again, it's a good place to go for reserve.
On the Hampshire ring, we're now ready to bring that second class or late class of February ewe lambs for the Hampshire slick shorn into the ring, and we're ready for yearling ewes, first class of yearling ewes for the natural colored. Those are born September 1 through and including February 15.
We got it.
No, go ahead. I don't think it's Homestead, because even well, there wouldn't be any buck lambs from Homestead. HSC, abbreviation for one of the colored, huh? Shouldn't be. Oh, that's right.
There we go. All right,
Okay.
this is your...
Placing on the natural colored junior ram lamb class, first place goes to entry 11, Bill U, 16014, Chelsea Bill U, State College, Pennsylvania. Second place to entry number 12, Hendrick Sheep Company, 1610, Sydney Lancey of Greencastle, Indiana. Third to entry 8, Vanessa Herrig, Slayton, Minnesota. 4 to entry 10, Cody Paulus, Castown, Ohio. And 5 to entry 7, Jordan Vineyard, Blue Rock, Ohio. Also, our champion ram was that first place junior ram lamb, entry 11, Bill U 16014, Chelsea Bill U, State College, Pennsylvania. The reserve was second in that class, entry 12, Hendrick Sheep Company, 1610, Sydney Lancey, Greencastle, Indiana. Again, we now need first class of yearling ewes in the natural colored.
I was just normally used to having to go through the whole month.
Placing on the early class of February ewe lambs for the Slickshore and Hampshire show. First place goes to entry number 186, Rupnow, 1111, Ty Thorson, Columbus, Wisconsin. Second place to entry number 175, Ott, 6821, Carrie Van Winkle, Corning, Kansas. Third place to entry number 178, Slack 6407, Jordan Leininger, Pierceton, Indiana. 4 to 179, Swearingen, SS 1617, Holly Swearingen, Lawrence, Kansas. And fifth to entry 180, Slack 6219, Macy Marshall, Madison, Indiana.
kind of interesting. I can remember when I could do a 150 to 200 head natural colored show and not find 4 sheep near as good as this. This is 4 pretty good yearling ewes. The ewe I'm starting with is presented probably the shortest fleece of any of them out here. She is very even in her fleece. It's got tremendous density to it, but her biggest telling feature is that straightness at top. That's really her. She is that level. She's that straight. She's got some width and dimension. She's got some spring to her rib. There's just a very well-balanced, very attractive individual. Her shoulders lay in correctly. She's very smooth up through that front end. She's got that natural extension working for her. She's just a tremendous ewe. Ewe that I can really appreciate. She may not be the longest. She may not be quite the biggest, but I think she's going to be as complete and as good a package as what I can find out here in a good place to start. I really do like this second place ewe, a ewe that's got tremendous length of body. She's a ewe that presents you that very long side view profile. She's long and free in her stride. I like that femininity up through her front end. I like that extension. However, she is a little carrying maybe just a little more condition at this point. When you get to looking at that, it makes her look a little more unbalanced when you view her on the side as compared to that first place individual, but you're starting to split some hairs at this point between these two. I like this third place ewe. She's probably the longest hip ewe of anything out here. She may not be the longest hind saddle, but definitely the longest hip ewe. A ewe that is not quite as smooth up through her front end as what we've got in this first place ewe, not quite as dead level down that top as what we've got in the first ewe, but a ewe that, again, she's a very high quality individual. I like this fourth place ewe as well. She's an extremely attractive ewe. She's very well presented. However, she's not quite as straight and level down her top once you get your hands on her as what I've got right up on the top end. But again, she's a big, stout-made kind of a ewe. There's an awful lot of sheep there, and a sheep that I think, again, has a tremendous amount of value and taken in total as part of a breeding program. 4 very, very good ewes today.
Now ready in the ring for natural colored late yearling ewes, that yet late class of yearling ewes, those animals born February 1 and later. Pardon me, those animals born February 16 and later.
great group of February ewe lambs to sort between, and I get the chance to, when we get these that you like quite a bit, to sort and put your emphasis and priorities wherever you so please. And I hope if you're watching from the stands that it makes sense that I tend to fall towards skeletal correctness and just structural integrity of how they're built. And I really like that in the one that I'm calling the class winner. I just think that this one's really nice. I would think if you read her at the ground, she's the one that balances up extremely well. She's good at her chest floor and comes back to her midrib. And then when you read her top line, she's the expressive topped one of the group, just big-ended. That's a ewe that certainly took a breeding program, because ones don't happen just like that. There's certainly a preferred sire and dam mating to make ones that are so neat in how they're built. Congratulations to those two young ladies on putting together a really fun one. The ewe that we're going to mark into the second spot, I think she's really long, and I like that. And in fact, relative to knowing that she's nice and feminine up to her neck and her head, and also has that length, is that truthfully when you get up on this one, there's a big top, and there's certainly a big rack shape that we find in her. To change her, she's a little frailer at the ground than maybe we would prefer relative to the amount of muscularity, but I opt for the extra amount of length. I think, again, she's probably just a little bit more correct in some of the angles than the young man's here in third. In fact, here's a ewe lamb that I didn't pull right away, but I think if you evaluate her relative to quality, she's open in her rib, she's big-ended. To me, it just becomes a little bit plainer kind of a package. She doesn't have that ultra extension and look. She's maybe not as dead level as either of the other two, but that's a high-quality kind of an individual. Thank you, young man, for working hard out here. You showed her extremely well and made her look very, very good. The young lady's got one here that just shouts attractiveness and elegance, and that's what I read into this one. She's just so correct and elegant and feminine in how she's built, super long-sided. I know that there's not a massive power behind her, but I like the look, I like the build, and that's enough for me to move her up in terms of quality. This one's round-ribbed and big-ended and ultra-big top. She's not as feminine, and there's a little bit more clutter at the bottom side of her shoulder there, and it just gets a little bit not as attractive of how that's built, but that's a round-ribbed, kind of maternally driven kind of a female that's got plenty of expression. Really good group of individuals. I like this one as well in 6, in honorable mention. She's got that neat wedge shape kind of a design. Truthfully, she just becomes a little plainer in her muscle pattern, but a really good group of individuals. Thanks for bringing them out here. That'll close up your February division of the Hampshires. We'll move into the Marches here at the North American. Thanks.
Now ready for February, March slick-shorn ewe lambs in the early division, March 1 through and including the 14.
In this class, we've got, again, a very strong top end. We've got a ewe up here on top. There's a little more to her, and combine that with structural correctness, and she's pretty straight in her overall lines. Combine that with a nice fleece, and I think she's just a good, sound individual and a place to start. Ewe in second's the ewe that most closely follows her in terms of her type and design, the way she handles down her top in terms of her levelness and overall width and thickness and dimension. I do like the volume of the third place ewe. Again, just a little bit plainer fleece than what I felt I had in those top two individuals. Again, she's maybe just a touch over condition at this point, maybe detracts from her overall style when you put her on that side view profile. But a ewe that, again, there's just an awful lot of sheep there, so you have to appreciate her. Come to a ewe in fourth, a very attractive kind of a ewe. She's just got those few little soundness things that you'd like to improve on, maybe free her up in her movement at this point to go ahead and move her up any higher, but a nice straight kind of a sheep, again, with a very beautiful sort of a fleece on her.
Leanne. Placing on the Slick Shorn February ULAM class in the late division. First place in that class to entry number 127, or pardon me, 1237, Schroyer, 1727, Ava Schroyer, DeGraff, Ohio. Second to 193, Poe, 634216, Miranda Hunter, Newark, Delaware. Third place to entry 206, JFSS 6125, Wyatt Nixon, Delavan, Wisconsin. 4 to 199, Hogger 0206, Morgan Hogger, Connorsville, Indiana. And 5 to entry number 197, Spy 1750, Morgan Sanchez, Bear River, Wyoming. Placing on the natural colored yearling ewe classes in the early class. First place went to entry number 17, Coon 1501, Chelsea Bilyeu, State College, Pennsylvania. Second place to entry 16, DDF 4-84, Chelsea Bilyeu, State College, Pennsylvania. Third place to entry 19, Sydney Lancey of Greencastle, Indiana. And fourth to entry 15, Thomas Vandeventer, Carmargo, Illinois. Placing on the late class of yearling ewes, first place to entry number 21, Belmar Farms, 1508, Cody Paulus, Casstown, Ohio. Second place to 23, Helena, Drew Ridgway, Liberty Town, Maryland. Third to 24, Drew Ridgway. Fourth to entry number 25, Jamie Lindow, Chile, Wisconsin. 5 to entry number 26, Rachel Tyus, Halls, Tennessee. And 6th place to 20, Cody Morris, Lerna, Illinois.
Beautiful set of fall ewe lambs. We've got out here extremely good top end in this class. This ewe lamb I've got up here on top, she's just that good, well-balanced kind of a ewe. She's got extension up through her front end. She's very smoothly laid in her shoulder. She's got some length down her top. She's pretty strong down her top. She's got some width and dimension throughout. She tracks pretty well and moves out with a fairly long stride. I think she's just a good place to start. The ewe lamb we've got here in second, a ewe lamb that there's not quite as much to her. She's given up something in terms of size, scale, and pounds. However, I think she's also a very sound kind of a sheep. She's got a very nice, very attractive kind of a fleece to it, tremendous density to it, very even as you go across the side, and I think she's just another one of those good, solid kind of a ewe lamb that's just going to fit up here in this top pair. We come to the third ewe, a ewe that I really like her extension throughout. Her fleece is a bit harsher in its handle as compared to the other two. I'm not sure it's necessarily entirely genetic. It may also be some of the fitting. I'm not quite sure, but it's just not quite as soft in its handle at this point as what I felt I had in the other two. But a ewe that she's got a lot of thickness and a lot of dimension to her. She handles very well down her top. She's got a lot of meat in her, working from end to end. She's a little plainer headed, not quite as attractive, maybe not quite as feminine up through that inner head as what I had in those two other ewes, but a very, very nice, solid kind of a ewe. I do like that extension she's got. The fourth place ewe, a ewe that, again, an extremely attractive individual, very eye-catching, very eye-appealing. She handles as though she's just a bit shorter through her hind saddle as compared to the ewes I had up ahead of her. But again, you're kind of splitting hairs. She's just a good, solid kind of a sheep, and a ewe that I think has a tremendous amount of potential as a brood ewe. I really like that attraction, that femininity she's got working for her. Got a nice ewe in fifth. She's a little rounder in her structure, presented with a little more fleece. If anything, makes her maybe look a little more rounder in her overall design. You get your hands on her, there's maybe not quite as much rib in her as what you'd hope to find. But a ewe that, again, I think there's just an awful lot of quality to her in terms of that fleece quality throughout. She is a long-topped ewe. She is long in her stride, up on her toes pretty well. It does move out pretty well. Sixth place ewe. Normally I haven't been talking ewes this deep, but I think, again, it's a very high-quality individual, a ewe that has extremely long back through her hind saddle. She does not move as smoothly as the ewes I had above her. It's going to hurt her at this point, but again, just a pretty good kind of a sheep. More good sheep scattered throughout, just not quite as complete as what I felt I had up on the top.
Well, I got all sorts of good ones over here in the Hampshire ring, really, really nice ones towards the top end, and I think if we want to make them three-dimensional, they'll look just like that girl that we're going to call a class winner here today. So rugged in just her overall bone work, and I think if you read her truthfully through her chest floor, she just opens up with some mass and some width, got a big old round body, and just a tremendous amount of top shape. Is she going to be the big extended one when she grows up? The answer is no. But is she going to be a good one? The answer is absolutely. Just really, really like the dimension, the correctness of design in that one. A good Hampshire breed character as well as an added bonus. The young lady's next in line has that extra length, and I think that this one has a tremendous amount of expression as well. I think that she's, again, maybe not as powerful in terms of her top line, and truthfully, I think that as that rear rib drops down, you're going to like the look in that one because that extra length just gives her an attractiveness right now. If we get that extra rear flank, that'll help, but that's a really high quality female that I project on is going to be a really good breeding piece in the near future. This young lady's brought me two good ones, and I like this one just a little bit better than the last one. They've both been elegant, and this one is as well. She's correct in her shoulder structure and design. She's long-topped and just made right. Is she massively built? We'll probably agree the answer is probably not, but the skeleton is just so correct that I like her up into that 3 spot. The one that comes in next in line in 4, just a fundamental kind of female. She's rugged at the ground. She's correct in how she's built. She's good in her forerib and through the center part of her body. Is she super attractive up front? Not maybe as much as we'd like, and she's probably not as big a pinned as some of them that we've had, but man, that's a functional kind that there's a lot of good in. It's close between 5 and 6. I like both of those extremely well. I opt for the one that I think just is a little fresher, a little bit more correct in terms of of how that shoulder is designed, in my personal opinion, if we want to look at them here as March-born lambs, and obviously we are, this one, as you continue to feed it, could be as good as any, and that's what makes it a little bit more challenging because the angles are correct. Does she have enough body for us right now? No. Will it come? Probably so, but the angles are just so neat in this one. I really like that one. I also like that 6th place one. She's so made correctly as well. Just a few small things as we move through these here in the March division, the Hampshire show at the North American 2016 edition. Thanks for bringing them out here in your March class.
Placing on the natural colored senior ewe lamb class. First place to entry 30, Princess, 1552, Jamie Lindow, Chile, Wisconsin. Second place to entry 36, Wolf, 1633, Thomas Vandeventer, Carmargo, Illinois. Third to entry 37, Jillian Bingen, Allenton, Wisconsin. Fourth to entry number 32, TJ Yazel, Paris, Kentucky. 5 to 29, Jillian Bingen, Allenton, Wisconsin. Sixth place to 35, Maddie Wallace, Washington Courthouse, Ohio. 7 to 33, Vanessa Herrig, Slayton, Minnesota. 8 to 34, Cameron Paulus, Castown, Ohio. 9 to entry number 28, Austin, Logan, Addison, and Morgan Inbody, Bluffton, Ohio. And 10th place to 31, Jordan Vineyard, Blue Rock, Ohio. Now showing our early class of junior ewe lambs, those animals born January 1 through and including February 13. Also, we're showing second class of March slickshorn ewe lambs. March and later slickshorn ewe lambs for the Hampshires are now in the ring.
Very nice class of ewes, top to bottom. We've got a ewe up here on top that I think she's just that good, complete individual. She tends to move pretty well. She's very straight down her top. She's got some width and dimension working for her. She has a very nice, even fleece. It's got some density to it. It is pretty even as you go front to rear. It's a very attractive fleece. I think combine that with a good, solid sheep, and she's a good, easy winner. A lot closer placing between second and third. I really like the pattern of this second place ewe, a ewe lamb that's got a lot of extension. She has an absolutely beautiful fleece. It's a medium, but it is a very even medium. As you go across the side, it's one of them things you look at it front to rear, top to bottom. It's even any place you look at it until you get clear back on the britch, and just a pretty good kind of a sheep. She's got that extension working for her from end to end. Good clean fronted kind of a ewe. Really just a likable kind of a sheep. I like this third place ewe. She's again that attractive individual, maybe not as long in their side view profile as this first place ewe, but a ewe that again she's got that thickness and width and dimension to her. She's definitely finer fleece between second and third. However, I don't feel she's quite as even, but she does have a tremendous amount of density to it as you go across the side. Very acceptable to me at this point. Definitely belongs in these top three. This is a good kind of a sheep. Go to fourth, a ewe that maybe just a little greener, doesn't have quite the width once you get down through her chest floor, doesn't have quite the spring working for her in her rib, but again a ewe that is long in her body, long through that rib cage, long all the way back through that hind saddle. Just a very nice kind of a sheep. As we go to fifth, again a nice kind of a ewe. She's got some balance working for her, nice sort of fleece, just doesn't have the overall volume and dimension once you get your hands on her of those ewes that are ahead of her today.
placing on the natural colored early junior ewe lamb class. First place goes to entry number 45, Corzat 1626, Logan Corzat, Berwick, Illinois. Second place to entry 41, Wolf 1639, Morgan Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut. Third place to entry 39, Cody Paulus, Castown, Ohio. Fourth place to entry number 44, Sydney Lancey, Greencastle, Indiana. 5 to entry 43, Austin, Logan, Addison, and Morgan Inbody, Bluffton, Ohio. 6th place to entry 40, Reese Vandewinter of Camargo, Illinois. And 7 to 42, Emily Anderson, Macon, Missouri.
This is our last class of ewe lambs in your Hampshire division, and I'm really happy with them. And in fact, if the young lady brings an April-born lamb to Louisville, and it'd be pretty depressing if I gave you a pink ribbon and said, you know, she's really good, but she's not big enough. And so consequently, relative to trying to find the best ones that I can, I'm willing to use her here in your latest class and division, because, young lady, this ewe's good. She's going to be really fun when she grows up, and I think has a lot of the right pieces. You can see it, the ground just stands on just giant tree trunks, and yet is still so good, and how her shoulder's designed, just big-ended and plenty expressive and fresh right now. Is there enough performance relative to an April lamb? I'm convinced there is, and just so as we align those up and those angles and correctness of design, congratulations, young lady, on making a really neat one. Again, it takes a breeding program to make stuff happen like that and make all the pieces come together. With that being said, this ewe lamb that comes in second follows in a close decision in my mind, because this one's good as well. She's big racked and certainly one that's stout at the ground as well. I think she comes a little bit shorter hind saddle in comparison to the one that we called ahead of her there, but that young lady brought me a really nice marked ewe lamb. I think that one's fresh, going to continue to get better. Certainly, as I started the class, I was relatively convinced we had two of them that we could sort between, and that's the ones that come next. This one's so open-ribbed, and I like that about her. When we get her out and motor and move, she becomes plenty flexible, and in fact, a little bit too much at the ground relative to how her pastern is designed. But I think that's a ewe lamb that has a tremendous amount of rib shape and three-dimensional look. That's a good sheep. And if we have March or April-born sheep, March-born sheep that they grow too fast, that's all right too, okay? I think that there's enough dimension in that one that relative to her as an individual, she's pretty darn good. This young lady brings me another really good one, really flashy and really attractive kind of a female. To me, as that one gets out and motors, just gets a bunch tighter at its hip, and consequently doesn't move that rear leg and doesn't have that flex at its hock and its pastern, and that's being critical of one that, as we strike and pose that look, just is a really, really nice kind of a marked sheep. But again, one that's performed quite nicely. And in fact, the one that comes in next in line, I like in terms of just the flexibility of movement better than the one that's right in front of her. This girl just gets out and she kind of wants to motor and move and just be free and easy, and yet she's still feminine. So consequently, I think that one's pretty darn good in comparison to some of them that we've got out here. She maybe gets a little plainer in her overall muscle pattern, but again, that's a high quality kind of a female. Thanks for bringing them out. Ladies and gentlemen, that's the finishing of your March exhibits here in the Hampshire breed at the North American.
In this class, we've got a ewe lamb. It's just a little more to her again. When you get your hands on her, she's just got a little more overall development. She's got a little more rib in her, a little more volume working throughout. She's still pretty straight down her top. She's very long back through her hind saddle. She's got a very nice sort of a fleece on her. She's up on her toes. Yeah, I'd like to move her, make her just move just a bit freer and easier at this point. But again, there's just too much ewe lamb to ignore her any other way. Ewe lamb in second. A ewe, she's a little narrower in her base, but ewe lamb, it's still, she's got a lot of extension through throughout up through that front end. Very pretty, very attractive kind of a ewe. Again, that nice sort of a fleece on her kind of slides up into this second hole rather easily. Ewe lamb in third. A little smaller version of that second place ewe. A ewe that just doesn't have quite enough to her yet to get around the ewes above her. But I really like that extension as you go up through her front end. Very attractive, complete individual. Again, moves pretty well at this particular point in time. I like this fourth place ewe lamb as well. A long top kind of a ewe lamb. She's still pretty green. She needs those extra days on feed. She's going to get them. I think she's going to be a very competitive ewe once you give her some extra days on feed and some extra time. She just needs that extra time before she's going to be there today, to where she's going to be able to get around those sheep right above her.
Placing on the late junior ewe lamb class for the natural colored. First place to entry 46, Hendrick Sheep Company 1607, Keegan Lancey, Greencastle, Indiana. Second place to entry 54, Corzat 1660, Madison Corzat, Berwick, Illinois. Third place to 47, Jamie Lindau, Chile, Wisconsin. 4 to 48, Logan Inbody, Bluffton, Ohio. 5 to 49, Cody Paulus, Castown, Ohio. And sixth place to entry number 50, Madison Corzat, Berwick, Illinois.
and a set of very good natural colored yearling ewes, ewe lambs, fall ewe lambs. We've had several good sheep scattered throughout. Good class winners in every class. Good place to go. Good easy place to start. However, I think for champion reserve, I go back to that senior yearling ewe class. For 4-headed sheep in one class, that's probably one of the better classes of natural colored ewes I think I've seen in a very, very, very long time. The two individuals are outstanding individuals. They're very complete. They're feminine enough. They're extended enough. They have very beautiful fleeces on them. I don't see any other way to go at this point. They'll be your champion reserve today.
Champion ewe for the natural colored show goes to our early yearling ewe class winner and second place animal. Champion is entry 17, Coon 1501, Chelsea Bellew, State College, Pennsylvania. The reserve is entry 16, DDF Dewdrop Farm 4-84, Chelsea Bellew, State College, Pennsylvania. Now ready for Best Fleece. Best Fleece in the natural colored show. Best fleeced animal.
Tremendous lineup of Hampshire females, and again, give and take along the way amongst these, but I think for the most part we find ones, and you as breeders find ones that are extremely good in their breed character, and certainly better than at times along the way. And so I commend all the breeders for first off making ones that certainly have that breed character and look, and then here in your slick shorn division, finding the kind that you want to raise as well. And again, there's big and little and medium and everything in between, but trying to find the ones that just put together the most quality. I hope that you find that as I got to sort these and put the ones that I like here towards this top end and in your first place division. We've got them all out here from the pair of yearling ewes that are in those first two, a fall ewe and then paired groups of Januaries and Februaries and Marches as well. So a really nice group of kind of females. Certainly appreciate the chance again to come out here and to sort these Hampshires. We'll get to put these out against the fitted individuals here in just a second, but hopefully the two that I find are going to be the ones that I consider just the most complete in their overall build. Skeletally, they're right. They're good in their rib. There's enough muscle, and in fact, there's plenty and plenty more in both of the ones that we're going to use. And in fact, I think the fun thing is that they certainly still maintain some femininity in that maternal look that I'm trying to aim for as well as we design these kind of females. Thanks for letting me have the opportunity, and again, thanks to the North American. We'll do this again, pick some divisions and champions, but appreciate the chance to sort through these. Congratulations to the exhibitors. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give the exhibitors a round of applause. I'll go show you the two that I like the best in this division.
For the natural colored show, our best fleeced animal was entry number 41 out of the Junior Ewe Lamb class, Wolf, 16-39, Morgan Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut. That does conclude our natural colored show. We ask that Cordale exhibitors please be getting those senior ram lambs to the ring.
Amateur exhibitors now ready to go for a grand
In our slickshore portion of the Hampshire show, our champion ewe was our first place early January ewe lamb. Entry number 147, Slack 6230, Jordan Leininger, Pierceton, Indiana. The reserve was our first place January ewe lamb in the late class. Entry number 162, Wheaton, A6063, Matthew Conley of Mount Ola, North Carolina. Again, now ready to show for our overall grand champion ewe. So we need those two slick-shorn ewes along with the two fitted champions and reserve in the ring at this time.
Champion and reserve champion, slick-shorn and fitted Hampshire Rams. Please be ringside and ready.
Champion Hampshire ewe here overall. Again, I've talked about them plenty good enough, and so I'll just go out there and pick the two that I like the best. Again, depends relative to where their focus is or what their particular design is, and I guess truthfully for me that doesn't matter that much. I just like really, really good ones, and I'm convinced that we've got 4 really good ones out here to choose from. You could go and pick whichever ones that you so choose, but I get the lucky opportunity to pick the ones that I like just a little bit better, and in my personal opinion have the pieces that are the toughest to equal on putting together sheep that are of highest quality and being able to have some value to them for our industry and for the breed of the Hampshire portion of the exhibitors. Congratulations. I'll show you the two that I like the best within this breed. Congratulations once again.
For the Hampshire show, our grand champion ewe goes to the fitted yearling ewe champion, entry number 26. Out of the fitted yearling ewe class, the early one, Quam 5235, Jenna Sullivan, Modus, Connecticut. The reserve champion overall ewe was our first place, or was our champion Slickshorn ewe out of the January ewe lamb first division. Entry 147, slack 6230, Jordan Leininger, Pierceton, Indiana. Now ready to show for grand champion ram.
In this class, Cordell Rams, we've got one ram out here, a single entry, but a good fleece on him. The ram that's got some width and dimension to him, got some rib in him. Actually handles with some width down his top. A ram that's got a very nice fleece to him. I think he's just a pretty good kind of a Cordell ram that could definitely stand some competition as we go on.
Placing on the Cordell show, senior ram lamb class, placing on that class first place, the entry one, RC 153, Caitlin Stillion of Lore City, Ohio. Now showing our junior ram lambs for the Cordells. For the Hampshires, we're showing for grand and reserve grand champion ram. Your next class will be breeder young flock, followed by best pair.
Your supreme champion division in the Hampshire breed. Again, quality amongst those and pieces that are right. Of course, relative to the Rams, sometimes not quite as deep as the female portion of the show, but I think you can like these four of them that we've got out here. I'll go shake the hand of the two that I think represent the Hampshire breed just a little bit better in comparison. They're both super good in their breed character, and I think that there's obviously enough performance and correctness of design in these. Congratulations.
For our Hampshire show, our grand champion Hampshire ram went to our fitted champion ram. Entry number 7, first in the fitted January Ram Lamb class, Rickow, 6037, Jenna Sullivan, Modus, Connecticut. The reserve went to our reserve champion in the fitted division as well. Second to that champion ram in the January Ram Lamb class, entry number 8, 8216, Jessica Alf, Edgerton, Wisconsin. Now ready to show the breeder young flock, Hampshire breeder young flock. Now need breeder young flock into the ring. Breeder young flock for the Hampshires in, and then we'll do best pair. The best pair is not in the book, so we're not going to take them out of order. Breeder young flock.
Nice class of rams to start with. I'm starting a ram that he's a good-headed, good breed character. He's got some width and thickness down his top. He's got some length of top. He's got a very nice fleece. He's got some bone working for him. Just a nice, complete kind of a ram, and I think just a pretty good, solid individual and a good place to go. We've got the ram here in second. It's the ram that I really feel probably most closely follows him, a ram that may be a little looser heighted up through his front end than what we've got in his first individual, but again, you're starting to split some hairs at that point. A ram that has, again, a very, very nice fleece to him. He's got some width and thickness and dimension to him. He's not necessarily the largest framed ram out here, but he's not necessarily a small ram either. He's got some pounds working for him going end to end. Just a very stout-made, heavy-boned, a little more rugged kind of a sheep. I do like this third ram, a very long top, very extended kind of a ram. He's not quite as straight and strong down his top. Has a tendency to not be quite as square in his way he moves off those hind legs compared to the two rams above him, but I do like the overall size and scale. He's a very pounds-heavy kind of a ram. Again, a very nice fleece on him. Ties together very nicely. The ram we've got here in fourth, another ram, maybe just a bit finer in his bone, finer in his feature than what I've got in a couple of the other rams above him, but a ram that, again, he's got some spring to his rib. Decent sort of a fleece on him. Again, ties together pretty well and pretty long and free in his stride. We come to the next ram, a little plainer fleece kind of a ram, but again, a ram that's got some growth to him. He's pretty solid. He's got that extra length at top and some extra length back through his hind saddle compared to several of the other rams. Has a couple other issues, small issues you'd like to see cleaned up to move him up any higher, but again, just a pretty complete kind of a sheep.
Now ready to show for Corriedale, Grand Champion and Reserve Grand Champion Ram. Following the class of Hampshires that's in the ring, that's Hampshire Young or Breeder Young Flock, we will have Best Pair. And then that'll conclude our Hampshire show. Placing on the Junior Ram Lamb class for the Corriedale. First place to entry 4, Peters, 1605, Ellen Peters for Sales, Ohio. Second to entry 9, Morris, 973, Cody Morris, Lerna, Illinois. Third to entry 2, Ellen Peters for Sales, Ohio. 4 to entry 5, Luke Schroeder, Defiance, Ohio. 5 to entry number 6, Nathaniel Trojanowski, East Hampton, Connecticut. And 6 to entry 8, Jordan Vineyard, Blue Rock, Ohio. 7 to entry 3, Maddie Horchler, New Wilmington, Pennsylvania.
Again, and not necessarily a lot of numbers. We have had some quality. I'm going to go ahead and use that first place junior Ram Lamb for the champion Ram, a Ram that's just a good breed character. He's got some width and dimension to him, a nice kind of a fleece. That good breed character, if he'd stick his head out the barn, there wouldn't be any question what he was. He is a Corriedale. He's got a good Corriedale head on him. I think that fall Ram Lamb follows that overall type and kind. He's pretty clean in his overall makeup, very smooth up through his front end. I think he's just a good, complete kind of a Ram and an easy choice for reserve.
Sales sheet for the Hampshire sale can be now taken over to the East Hall. Hampshire sale sheet to the East Hall at this time. Need Cordale yearling ewes to the ring, please. Cordale yearling ewes.
Our breeder young flock for the Hampshire show was won by Jenna Sullivan, Modus, Connecticut. Also, Jenna won the class of best pair as well. And that does conclude our Hampshire show. We'll be back here tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. We're still showing wool sheep down here with Cordales and Columbias in ring 1.
Could have been worse. Oh no, shit. Be down here just full. Take care. He's doing class 3. The other guy's doing 3. One of them's still be going in Flint tonight. Steve is done. 9 o'clock start today. Douglas is on. Yeah. It's just payback.
In our Cordale show, the Grand Champion Ram goes to entry number 4. Our Junior Ram Lamb class winner, Peters, 1605, Ellen Peters for Sales, Ohio. The Reserve Grand Champion to entry 1. Our first place in the Senior Ram Lamb class, RC 153, Caitlin Stillion, Lower City, Ohio. Again, we need yearling ewes in the ring. Yearling ewes.